New title? Oh, please.
We're live.
Okay, if we're live, let's see if the audio. So,
I mean, it
Buddy
looks
Bot
like
just
it.
posted it in the thing. Good afternoon. Gonna be chilling in Armada doing stuff with the team. Check it out. This is the wrong one. It's not sending the message that I had planned. I guess I didn't hit the save button, so that's not me. Gonna be chilling on Armada. That's weird. Gonna be I guess.
We're gonna be chilling on Armada. I mean, we're on Armada, I
Right,
guess.
hang on. Let me just check out this.
We're gonna be chilling on Armada. I mean, we're on Armada.
Works. Okay. So the stream is actually happening. Good. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. I am your host, Rodalus. The 2 is silent. We're going to be doing a Project Armada stream, which means that it's going to be all about Project Armada. Is this game project that we've been on for quite a while now. We've been quiet for a little bit, looking to rectify that situation. And please let me know if you're hearing me and if things are coming through all right. That way we can, have a pretty smooth stream. Sometimes that happens. But,
Anyone
no promise.
in here right now? Anybody here? It's just me.
Yeah, so you're in there. Let me turn up your audio, make sure that.
Somebody will join us.
Yeah, well, it's fine. Let me just. I guess I can share the stream link. Oops. Music is kind of. I don't know. I like it, but it's kind of oof. Makes me think of, for some reason, makes me think of like something from Banjo Kazooie. Hey, PJ Squared, how's it going?
He's always here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ever supportive fan.
Thank you very much for stopping by. I am 2458. Welcome as well to you. This the next. We're just about to get started here.
I think he should get a special thanks and credit.
Oh yeah, thanks to PJ Squared for being there.
Always being there, yeah.
Why can't I find it? Alright. Okay, so yes. Yes, I'm here and I will be here. Been too long, guys. It has been. I think it was June last time we had a stream. So yeah, like basically half a year ago. Today we're gonna get back into the swing of things by making a new character model, and we're gonna just sort of work our plan to be more active. You guys will see more of what we're doing, and we will be, of course, more engaged with all of you, as you deserve to know what's happening in this project. We're gonna definitely be striving to do these at least twice a month, once every 2 weeks, and it'll always hopefully be something different. We plan on setting up like a revolving door of things. It's the 12th today. Oh shoot. Well, looks like I've got to edit that real quick. Oopsie-doodle. Edit quick. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Well, not Monday yet. Anyway, that changed now. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Today we're going to be working on a character model. We're going to be focusing on characters that are going to be showing up in the first part of our game. The plan, of course, is to release this game in parts. So we have a certain character roster, and today we decided on Amy. In the future, we might have some polls to see which ones you guys are interested in. Of course, that'll be after we introduce them to you, so you'll have some context for who these people are. Go back to this. Should have updated. be closing some windows as well. Yeah. So, yeah, it's changed. Okay, so, without further ado, let's jump into it. So, that's a popular saying, right? People still do that, yeah? Okay. I should set up a better transition.
Oh, we got 4 people now.
Hey, welcome. All right.
So popular. Well, you got to make sure it's actually going to show up on the stream. I don't know if it's lagging or not. It's not
No, it's
there.
gonna take a moment.
It is.
I set up a transition so it didn't just everything pop out at once. Trying to be a little bit more professional looking. All right, so today we're starting with a cube. You start all models with a cube. I don't start with this cube. I'm gonna delete this cube. It's not my cube.
You always start with a cube in Blender.
Yeah, I mean Blender starts you off with a cube, more accurately, and then you go like, well, I didn't want that cube. I want this cube. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm gonna actually start with a sphere, but before I do any of that, I'm gonna grab some concept art, some of the wonderful artwork done by Hello Fratification, Poggers indeed, Poggers indeed. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to start with some concept art done by the wonderful Destiny. We're going to just grab some of that real quick, going into my folders for the game project here, and grab this concept art for NPCs. Rose, we have some older references and older models for Amy, but we are going to be making a brand new one. Because the old model for Amy was from a whole different version of this project that is just not a thing anymore. Let's grab this real quick. This is the one we'll be working with, the Amy Rhodes turnaround. Very simple character design, but I'm gonna have, but it's like meant for our game specifically. So rather than sort of like grabbing a model and then head hacking it or something like that, we're just gonna make it from scratch as we typically do around here. Close that. Hey, Roadless, did you announce this stream on Twitter? Yeah, well, not on my personal Twitter. I did it on the project Twitter. I'll just jump over here quick. I've changed it so that these streams that are going to be coming from Project Armada are going to be streamed, like, are going to be announced by Project Armada, not by as it typically. Project Armada. That's just true. A lot of. So yeah, no. It was tweeted, but I think people from the server probably saw it before they went on Twitter. We'll work on it. We're gonna work on our delivery going forward. Okay. So, all right. Let's go ahead and get started then. Like I have to watch on this. How are you playing music? I thought that we lost the music bot. We did lose the music bot. The music bot is gone and defunct, but I am playing a video on YouTube right now. I found some music called Sonic the Hedgehog Lo-Fi. It plays for about an hour, and I'm like, that's half about as long as what we're gonna be doing, so you know, why not just have that going? But yeah, no one can hear it unfortunately in the server, but we figured we'd just rely on each other's company. Anyway, I'm here to answer questions. We're all here to answer questions and discuss this project, so if you ask them.
Funny.
Talking about that's the video that I'm currently yay, headband, interesting. Yeah, so we were working on the design for Amy. It was a couple of iterations. Like, there are a couple of iterations that we had for this game project. Let me just share some of those, actually, now that you bring it up. Locate. Like, we went through a couple. Like, these aren't even all of them, but we had, like, some stuff early on. Like, when we were working on this game project, it was called miles per hour, and this was what was like first suggested. Then we changed the project and we decided, we recontextualized what Amy was going to be doing in the story. Here it's kind of like an old, like a mix-up of, well, not even a mix-up, it's just her design from Sonic Boom with pants, and we moved away from that. Like, I have a model that I made based on this design. It exists currently. I have released a few pictures of it maybe a while ago. I'll probably put them up later on Twitter. Then we kind of moved on from there. This was one that was done by Caton when we moved over to being Tails Adventure Armada. The idea was Amy is on vacation on Cocoa Island when everything goes down. She came to visit Tails and they wanted to hang out and that kind of stuff. They hadn't seen each other for a while. It's been about 4 years in the context of our story. So we wanted Amy to be a little bit older and Tails to be a little bit older, but more importantly, you know, she came dressed for the occasion, right? She just wanted to chill out, hang out with her friend. Yeah, it's been a while since then. I am 2458. And here was some different color variation. She wasn't supposed to have a midriff, but I think there was some disconnection between me and Caton, the one who drew this character, co-director and lead concept artist for the project, as to what she was wearing. It's supposed to be a bathing gown, like a little dress, that it's like a bathing suit, but it's a one piece and it has a little skirt on it. So like, we wanted to keep the Amy skirt kind of look going, and we wanted it to be sort of like, you know, ready for the weather. Also, we had a lot of feedback on the feet. A lot of people had issues with her toes, and we're taking criticism, right? We're listening to what people have to say, but we're also going to do our own thing, so don't worry about it. This was a texture I think I made for her head when I was making the earlier Tails Amy model, and then we kind of settled on this. This one was done by Destiny. A sarong, yes. The other one's more of a sarong. This one, there's actually a such thing as a bathing gown, or a bathing dress, or swim. I'm gonna look it up. I had a picture of it.
Yeah, I kind of like how this one is a little like summery bathing style of her like traditional.
Yeah.
What she looks like, yeah. I kind of like this.
Yeah, and we went through a lot of different colored. I can't find it. There's a picture that I can't find what I did with it. Swimsuits right now. I might come across the wrong thing. This is supposed to be a family-friendly stream. So yeah, it's a coverall, it's a one piece, and yeah, much like Jinx said, we like the idea of it looking like Amy's typical dress, but also it's a like a summarized version. We did some things where we were thinking the hairband, but we couldn't rationalize the hairband on this design and the flower, and we wanted the flower, so we just decided to go ahead and nix the headband. She also, in like some other designs, like you see here, had some sunglasses, kind of were supposed to be what her hairband was, but couldn't do both, and we had to make a decision, and everyone liked the flower, so that's what we went. But yeah, today I'm going to be starting on her head. Her body is going to be relatively simple. It's basically just a series of tubes, but the head is going to be where all the detail is, and that is what I'm going to be focusing on today. So I'm going to move this piece of concept art. Let me grab this along the y-axis. I grabbed it in, and then I just sort of copied it into the shot there. All right. And yeah, gonna start with, we're gonna probably copy this image a couple of times, but I just want to make sure that it's lined up as much as possible with the front of the thing. This gets a little bit confusing sometimes, just because I want to be able to see the whole model, but then at times I want to see just certain parts of it. The balancing act. You'll see what I need in a moment. Rotate this one along. Z-axis, freeze. So when I look at it from the side, I have that. This little cursor right here, that represents the center of the world, of the little Blender world. So we want things to kind of line up with that, because essentially when I bring in my sphere that I'm going to use for her head, I want that to line up with the picture as much as possible, so I can sort of extrude and shape it in a manner consistent with the design. Yes. Anyway, this one should be again, and grab it along the Z-axis, bring it over here. A little bit of Z fighting, but okay. And I'm going to put these. I'm going to make a new collection so that all of the concept art can be in one place, or reference art, I mean to say, and then I can have my model on a separate layer. Do that right now. I'm gonna make a new collection. We're gonna call that collection reference. Right? Reference. And then this top collection, we're gonna rename it to Amy Model. That. Oh boy. Procedural with the thing. We're gonna control. We're just gonna select all of these pictures, and we're gonna move them over to the reference. Nothing happened, but that's just because it's still visible. You can turn on these things. Blender used to have this thing called layers. They've changed that into collections, and I gotta say, it's because there was like a limit to how many layers you could have, and collections is pretty much limitless. It is a better system. I just am still getting kind of used to it. I mean, I'm used to it now. It's not a problem. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna move her head forward a little bit. This is the boring stuff, so I figured I'd just talk through it while we do it. But yes. There's her face. A little nonplussed, but we'll work on it. Giving me options to give her some facial expression. That's going to be another thing. We've like put together like a bit of a pipeline for how we're going to do these projects. Like I'm going to do the base mesh, and then we're going to sort of hand these things off to the Lombax, one of our 3D art assets, our lead 3D model asset artist, so that she can sort of conform the styles so that they look, or blend the style so that all the game character models look like they're from the same game, because they will be. But we have like make a new Tails model, and we make sure that all of them look like they exist in the same space. So she'll be doing textures. We'll be working together on textures, but I have to learn some of her techniques, because what I usually would do is expensive when it comes to what am I trying to say? Assets. Like I make a lot of textures, like my bunny models that you guys may have seen on Twitter and that kind of stuff. Every part of her body has different textures on it, and that's fine for a Blender file, but if you're going to put it into a game, it needs to be a lot more compact so you can compress it better. Anyway, let's go ahead and add the mesh now. To UV sphere. Boom. We're going to reduce. What I would usually do would be to reduce the amount of rings to about 16 by 16. Recently, I've not been doing that because having more of these little places means more points of control. I'm gonna try to do this with 32 by 16, and if it doesn't look like it's working out, I'll go back to what I normally do. Another thing that I like to do that I should have started to do earlier is to move my menus down. I like to have my header bars on the bottom and my menu options on the bottom too, because I don't know, I'm just used to having them there. Gotta flip the bottom, boom, and they'll go down there. Just, I don't know. I don't have to look up to find them, and that means a lot to me. So this sphere, eh? Yes, we're gonna go ahead and call this. Hide the references real quick. Scale it in a little bit. Back to references. On the Z-axis here. That's Amy's head. Lines up pretty well. This one here can go back a little. Like, when you do these kinds of things, you have to understand that these aren't made with laser precision by the 2D artist, right? You sort of have to kind of wing it. Also, the drawing was done in an A pose. I usually work with T poses, but I can work it out. Amy's arms are not unique. They're tubes. Once again, I can figure out how her hands are going to work. Pretty easy. And also I can reorient these pictures. Let's see here. Am I coming through? Can you guys hear me? Is everything working? Hello? Have I been disconnected? No, I have not. Okay, let's get to work. Time to start shaping that face. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn on the X-ray so that you can still see her face underneath the sphere. Fire. So where this is lined up with her chin, and the extremities of her hair. See, those are gonna be extra add stuff there, but stand. All right. What I'm going to do first, though, is typically do, is I don't like doing things more than once. If I can get away with it, I will just cut stuff in half. Just now, I hit the V button to slice it in half. Actually, I wonder, can I turn on an add-on real quick so you guys can see what buttons I'm using? Key mapping. Called. Let me see. Not key mapping. Screencast keys. It is on already. Yeah. I guess the question is, where do I go find it? Properties panel, screencast. Well, I can spend time looking at that. Totalist, is there anyone else with you from the team? Yes, today I'm joined by Jinxed Forever, one of our lead writers, and Cryogenic Drawer. They have opted to remain silent in honor of Amy Rose. I don't know. Anyway, I put a mirror here. Something there. Okay. No, that's good.
What are people saying about me? I need to check my ego.
No one's saying anything about you. PJ Square was just asking if us with me today. And I just said her. Okay. Is there anything else? Got a badump, but the problem is I got so many Discord servers. I get the badumps. I don't know where they're coming from. Excuse me. And I'm coming through well.
PJ missed me.
No,
I missed you too, PJ.
This is not gonna help check the ego at all. All right, let's go ahead and do this. And I'm going to essentially what I'm going to do now.
Oh, this is lovely. That was the last time we did something like this a long time ago. I bet that's enough. This is great.
PJ just said he misses Cryo.
I know.
I was here.
I missed him too. Oh, I feel so loved.
Well, okay.
You love me, right, Rotolis?
We cool.
I was just thinking, man, Rodos is all perpetually annoyed by Cryo.
I love it.
Viewport play in front. I don't want.
You
that,
don't
'cause that's
hide it.
weird.
You don't hide it well.
Well, I'm not hiding it. Don't see the point.
Lamb says, do you have the link to the lo-fi vid you're using?
Yeah, I posted it just a little bit earlier. You see, like, as you scroll up, you see the video. Is that not it?
I already posted it.
I thought I posted it. Please grab it again.
You can throw it into the description.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, you should have did the version with Tails there. Why'd you do the version with Sonic? Well, I guess the music is what you care about.
Well, because Tails is cooler than Sonic objectively. He's just Sonic, but he can fly and use a plane and do other more useful things than run in a straight line. But he can also do that too. But he can also...
Yeah, what makes Sonic so special? If Tails can fly, can do all the same things, and he's smarter. He's just like better than Sonic in every single way. Right?
Sonic can run slightly fast.
Well,
Run much faster. Use chaos control, a thing that is canonically a thing only he can do. And,
he can do supersonic. He can turn supersonic.
Yeah, he has the amazing ability to always just be able to run faster and solve all of his problems. No one else.
By running somehow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like in most I guess narrative-driven Sonic stories, Sonic does a lot more than just run. But when we're talking about the games, Sonic somehow fixes everyone's problem and saves people by just running in a straight line for 2 minutes.
Sometimes he has to jump.
Do you have magical abilities?
Sonic?
Yeah.
Yes, technically.
Yeah, in the movies, they're just like he has weird speed force.
He's got speed.
We don't explain.
You know, I'm thinking because Knuckles seems to have that same power going into Sonic lore, but because this is a narrative-driven story, it can matter. I think what is it? The movie Knuckles might and Sonic might have like ties to Chaos Emeralds or something like that. They might have try to tie it into the lore somehow that they have Chaos Energy or whatever.
Probably will.
They touch the Chaos Emeralds.
Well, maybe they didn't touch it, but they're like, imbued with it. I don't know. Is there a yellow Chaos Emerald? I don't think so, right?
Right, I was thinking the same thing.
Are they each one of them a Chaos Emerald?
They touch their colored emerald.
Tails doesn't have electric powers though, does he?
Dude, he kind of does. He was like when you saw him in the last video, like the part end of the movie. He was just like, I don't know if it was electric, but he definitely looked more like what he was doing was tapping into whatever Sonic does when he was just super speed flying down to the village, the town.
Oh yeah.
Remember that scene?
Yeah.
It looked like
the yellow
I hope
streak.
I'm not too late. And then
You guys got a question here. Lamb again is saying, just wondering, is this fan game essentially an unofficial sequel to Tails Adventure, or is this just based off of the Game Gear title? The answer is yes to both.
Well, it's more like
it's a
spiritual
sequel,
successor.
unofficial.
It's somewhat a sequel, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely happens after the first game, so it's an unofficial sequel.
Definitely.
But yeah, I guess both is the most accurate. It's not just based off of it, but
Yeah, it's
we
based
used
off.
a lot of it. It's based off of it, but also a sequel.
Uses a lot of its own stuff and things from other places as well, so it's not just much like. Alright. Get into that place where I'm.
So Sonic movie that came out. Here's the funny thing: you have not streamed in months, yet nothing new Sonic related has happened until 2 days ago.
Yeah, so we're caught up with all the news on Sonic. You don't have to worry about missing out on anything. Nothing happened. Just in time.
Music's a little loud. That's what Fractor says. Let's see. Let me test that. Oh yeah, it is a little loud. Yeah, that is pretty loud.
That's not. Oh, that's an OBS thing, I guess. Let me just go over it. if I turn on desktop audio. So, okay, thank you for letting us know about that.
So about that's it. So about Sonic, do you guys feel more excited for the movie or the game?
It's better. I am more excited for the movie. I'm still excited for the game, but I'm just interested in seeing where they go with it. The movie though is much more like it's a simpler thing to tackle. I don't have to worry about the gameplay in the movie. Right?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about
doesn't
the
have
gameplay
that.
sucking and ruining the experience.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they stick to like what they've been showing, which is basically like, hey, this is stuff that you recognize, and it makes you ask questions about what the thing might go, where it might go. I'm interested in that. As long as it's that kind of thing, it's making me ask questions like, oh, what will they do with this concept? Because we know they're using the concepts and not just going all like Alvin and the Chipmunks on us or something else. Actually, it looks like an action movie.
Seem to be trying to establish their own lore.
Yeah, but it's like based on, or like, sort of it's referencing the lore that people are already familiar with, which is that thing that people like about the MCU, the people who still like the MCU. They'll be like, oh, this is something that I'm familiar with from something else, and it's using these concepts. The MCU, I'd like to see how they do it.
Yeah, you have a character coming to the MCU like the X-Men, right? The X-Men eventually coming to the MCU. Mm-hmm. That's not just like, oh, a new character coming into this thing. This is like a thing that multiple people have had like dozens of reference points for decades, and now you're getting like your big on-screen your second or third. How many is X-Men?
A lot. X-Men. I like the Days of Future Past stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, but how many timelines are there? Like, there's like 3.
Don't even. Yeah, probably.
The Sonic universe is the new MCU. They're taking over the spot.
Well, at least it's all one. It's like one franchise. It's not like multiple characters they have to worry about.
Yeah, they have to worry about the Sat AM stuff. They have to worry about.
Do they? I mean, I'd like it if they can concern themselves with it. Don't get me
They have
wrong.
to worry about the RT and the IDW.
Like, they don't actually, but the thing is, if they did, that would be cool, because then that's something that they could reference. They could reference something from there.
I'm like making the joke. I mean, if they want to go for like multiple universes, they have multiple universes.
Oh yeah, they've got a lot to work with. There's no doubt about that. Try something. Go ahead. What were we saying?
They can use Sonic Underground. They can use Sonic Boom.
And yeah, if they wanted to. There's nothing in Sonic Boom though that I think that they would need to use. It's not there.
And one more I'm forgetting. It's an old cartoon that is really wacky.
Oh, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah. They can use that too. All
so.
Of course, he would be overpowered because he's got like major Toon Force.
He just got he's got that Bugs Bunny power where you can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I could just. Well, I guess everyone technically has that power, but it's like also. No, so but the idea that they're grounding it in the universe that people are familiar with, or like it's a different universe, but it's stuff that we're familiar with.
Yeah,
interested in where they're gonna go.
It off. They're like, hey, we're gonna put Sonic and Tails together, and they're gonna have an adventure, and it's not gonna be overtly contrived. Maybe a little, but.
Okay, Mecha from the
entirely maybe.
Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just contrived.
Movie is going and doesn't depend on anyone. Game depends on a player who can go fast or slow, and you have to. Rectification says, I'm trepidatious about the game. Looks gorgeous, but I need to see some gameplay at it. Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like that's where mostly everybody is. Nobody wants to get hurt again.
The Sonic fan base, I think it's starting to learn to step away from its abuser.
Not really. Still buying these games. But the I'm gonna have to spend less time talking because but yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna say. Like I agree with mostly everyone when they say that, like, I want to see more from the game. I have some thoughts on the way it might work, but until they show it, I can't be sure. And they're just gonna have to bring it. They're gonna have to really show that they learned their lessons from the last couple of games, and let's hope that they do. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if those like big Titan enemies are like the Guardian equivalent.
A what equivalent?
The Guardian equivalent.
Oh, they just kind of show up.
Or maybe they're like the Divine Beasts.
I mean, it depends on what they actually are trying to do with those things, and whether or not I'm guessing they're constructs from sort of digital world, or I don't know. Maybe that's the sage AI that Eggman has implemented across the island, right? It's like that's how it manifests, or maybe it's battling with whatever technology used to exist there on Starfall.
Outside of that sage technology, it literally just feels like Breath of the Wild with Sonic. And like literally every concept in there. I mean, obviously concepts can be done differently, but it feels like it's wearing its inspiration, just like not even on its sleeves, just over its whole body. Just over.
It tattooed its inspiration to it. Happen.
To the point where it's just like, this is a copy.
Yeah, this is.
It feels kind of like that.
We saw Breath of the Wild. We're like, we could do that. It's like, can we?
Apparently, the synopsis. One of the there's a leak that dates back to 2019 that apparently people dug up that describes the concept of the game as Sonic Starfall and everything like that. So and like how Sonic's going to be exploring like 4 Starfall islands and like all that kind of stuff, which matches up perfectly with the description. So it's almost pretty much real, probably. And it says that Sonic also develops amnesia and he needs to save his friends that whisper to him in the.
Don't go amnesia route.
Who are you guys?
No.
All right. I mean,
whatever. No, you do amnesia. You're just straight up doing Breath of the Wild.
I don't. And you're gonna be watching like little videos about Sonic meeting his friends around the. That way we don't have to do a story. Oh, I would hate that actually. That was like my least favorite part of Breath of the Wild.
Emmett Doyle says hello.
Hello and welcome, Emmett, to the variable productivity live stream. With
incredibly variable.
Yes. Well, the productivity, yeah, definitely very.
Extraordinarily variable.
Yeah, I'm getting more done now that I've stopped talking. But we'll see how long that lasts. Looks like I'm giving Amy the helmet, but it's not. It's her head.
I'm thinking like but like think about all the similarities to Breath of the Wild though in Frontiers. You got like the wide open flat like grassy landscape, which isn't a trademark of Zelda, but like its art style and its direction looks very Zelda.
To be honest, it is a trademark of Zelda. I don't know many Zeldas that take place in a techno future world.
I'm thinking the ancient ruin aesthetic. Like again, it's not like trademark of Zelda, and it's hard to exactly describe it as like a Zelda thing. But looking at the trailer, it is very clearly Zelda based and inspired.
Okay. I mean, sure, but also, I mean, the way those ruins look, they remind me a lot more of Zonai and maybe even Sheikah looking stuff. I can see that.
Yeah,
because
and
it's like those jagged edges. They almost look like Celtic knotwork runes.
Yeah, and then you got like the like big towering things that are either like a divine beast or a guardian equivalent, and then you have Sonic hearing like a female voice whispering to him in his head, guiding him through the land, which is exactly like fucking like Zelda. And then you have potentially, if the amnesia thing is real, also the amnesia. Mm-hmm. And then you have I mean, that's all we know so far, but it's like it's very clearly Zelda.
Yeah,
like from the looks of it.
The chat here real quick. Hope they learn their lesson. Like, you need to touch a cooking pot, a cooking plate a few times to be like, oh yeah, it's not going to. I'm not going to touch it again. Although, you need to be sure. PJ Square, cat monitoring.
We're all the chat monitor in our hearts.
Honestly, well, you know what? I would like one of you guys to focus on it if I can ask you to do that, just because if every time I look away from it, I'm not doing it.
I mean, can you?
Hmm?
Can you ask?
May I ask? Can one of you guys do it?
Asking to ask, yes.
Alright, be that way. Okay, so, yeah, let me just... I think that's okay.
Oh, man. But, yeah, no, the Sonic movie, I think I remember seeing, like, a Tails channel video where he's just talking about how, like, good the movie is, and he'd be like, I don't know about the game, like, the Sonic movie just looks better, it's like, I don't know, am I just becoming a Sonic movie fan? Are they converting me?
Oh, this is too far ahead. Oh, okay, let me move this back. I don't know. I will do it.
And I feel like it's not hard to do when the movie is clearly just doing, like, I mean, the movie, I can say based on the trailer that it looks like the movie isn't doing the bare minimum. Feels like they're definitely doing something.
Yeah, they did the bare minimum last time, and that was something that got people excited. So they're like, what if we did more? And Sega's out here going like, what if we did less?
What is it?
We didn't pay too much. Let's take out the budget just a little.
I mean, Sonic is slowly transitioning into an animated film franchise. All we need to do is go into Sonic's world.
Yeah.
What is it? Fractor asks what we think of Ian Flynn writing Frontiers, and I said this before, but it's like it means nothing to me until like the game comes out and we know the story, because I don't care really. I just like.
As a person who did like Ian Flynn's writing and actually is familiar with it, I think that's cool, but also it depends on how much Sega lets him do. Because once again, being a writer on the story doesn't mean a whole lot if the game is being made by somebody else.
Somebody else is like, no, don't do that. However, I like the idea that they have a competent writer that has proven himself, and we know that he has written Sonic well before. I haven't read the Ian Flynn stories, but I've heard good things. So
yeah, he tends.
Yeah, I've read snippets of Ian Flynn's writing, and it sounds like really nice when he's not being like shackled to the Sega mandates, which is why I don't really have an opinion yet. Because I need to know if this is Ian Flynn doing his own thing, or if this is Sega being Sega and not allowing him to do good
things. It will be definitely, they will be over his shoulder going like,
Sega's like, no, I have to ruin this franchise.
I want to make people sad. That is Sega's goal. If Nintendo's goal is to bring joy to people, even though they don't, our goal will be to make people upset. Sega does what Nintendo don't.
And we somehow
the war has not ended.
But also don't.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no.
Sega brings constant sadness, but the fans never leave.
We've been trying to get you fools to leave for years now. Why won't you? Just
We're
go
trying
away.
to attack the casual market. Don't you know what we want to do? We just want to make Sonic mobile games, but you won't let us.
Keep staying here. Wanting things. Oh.
Let's see. Cryo used to be the monitor. I used to be, but I'm a man now, and I'm still gonna do that. I am. I think I was a minor the last time we did a stream, and now I'm an adult. Congratulations. I think, right? When did we last stream?
We last streamed in June. Were you 17 in June?
No, I wasn't. Okay. I'm forgetting the last time we streamed. It feels like longer.
It wasn't that.
Well, it's been I'm assuming it's been a while since I've seen one of these. That's Luigi Man using the Carla Henry account again. It's been a while. Just don't make all the dialogue cheesy and the challenges in the story too basic and predictable. Fractor says, I don't expect it to be a masterpiece, but at least Ian will make the characters act in character or have better dialogue. You'd say that, and Shadow happened. Luigi Man, I remember that name. Yep. I don't go by it anymore. Oh, okay. What do you want us to call you?
Yes.
PJ says, congratulations. I missed your transition. Oh yeah, That sounds like it's under a different context, but yeah, no, I guess you did. It sounds like it's...
I was a woman.
I
now.
think Cryo, you just didn't talk about it because I mean, last time you were in a stream, you didn't make reference to the fact that you were 18.
It might have been. It might have been. Just know, everybody, I'm 18. I'm saying that for no reason. Let's see.
Yeah, like it.
I mean, from minor to adult. I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. I'm thinking from minor to major.
That's not what we call ourselves.
It's...
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, but like, yeah.
Oh, you know what?
But
I'm
you're
doing
talking
wrong?
about Fractor's talking about like Sonic characters being in character. So they could just be like, we want our characters to be this, and you don't have an opinion. You don't do what we want.
Do
Big
it.
tail
Shadow-
cower. That doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
Shadow has
it.
no friends.
Yeah, he has a bunch of friends. What are you talking about? No, never.
Sonic has
Everyone's
no
his
remorse.
Oh.
I know. Oh, I
Like
know.
Sonic just has no concept of empathy.
Got time to worry? That's weird. I'm having some. Okay, no, I think I got it. Having some rationalizing.
Oh man, but yeah, no, I'm thinking the game's basically gonna be like Sonic's friends, Shadow, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy are trapped on the 4 islands, and what is it?
Only
they're
four
trapped
of
on
his friends.
the only 4 of his friends that Sig ever wants to use. So Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Shadow are all trapped on these 4 islands, and you need to run around and do some exploration stuff and take out the Titan Guardian thing of each island to open up the next one. And then that's the next zone, and you save Sonic's next friend.
Each level is basically just a discrete like zone inside of the open world, and run around like, oh, I'm gonna go to that big tower, and that tower is just a door. You can't run on it. No.
Yeah, it's like you see the super complicated structure, and it's just like you walk into it, and then it like fades to black, and there's a loading screen, and then it fades out, and you're on top of the tower.
Oh.
Oh man.
Alright. So let's see. Oh, welcome.
Hello and welcome back. It's nice to see you again. Same. People are talking in the chat. They're engaged.
They're not talking to us. They're talking to each other. That's perfectly fine.
I mean, they already talked about how they love me. I don't know about you guys.
Well, I don't need told that I'm loved.
All right, Scar.
I'm not even a Scar boy. I'm not British Lion. Come on, man. Come on.
The British Lion from Africa.
He's a South African. No, he wouldn't sound like that. I can't do a South African. Let me not assume. Let me not offend our South African Sonic the Hedgehog fans, of which there are.
You know it will be clipped and passed around. If not today, at some point.
Whenever we
20
become
years.
popular.
Yeah. People looking to cancel you. Yeah.
It's just like, hey, remember this guy? Remember he was cringe? Like, are we still using cringe? It's the year 2060.
From 2060. Yeah.
Let's.
Cancellation has only gotten faster and more efficient.
Much like because they have AI constructs devoted to doing it instead of people. They send you little DMs and they're like, "You have been canceled."
Oh, it's the 3rd time this week.
It's Cancelbot.
Cancel bot. There has to be a cancel bot on Twitter, right? That's just
Oh
a
man,
thing.
that is a what is it? A dystopian future movie or show waiting to happen.
The only cancellation that I remember seeing on Twitter one time and feeling like it was completely justified, and I felt no shame in joining the cancellation, was when Peppermint Patty was canceled like 2 years ago during
For
Thanksgiving.
complaining about things like Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving offerings. Yeah, she was being a jerk. The dragon peppermint patty on Twitter. That's funny. Here. A little long. Grab it, scale it. Don't grate it in the grinder.
Don't grate it in the grind. Every time I watch that clip, I go between like laughing, liking it, and then like feeling like it's kind of cringy, and then it's like, oh, this is weird.
That was the point. It was, but whatever. Let me do something because I know
I still think my favorite moment out of all of that long corporate circle jerk of a game awards, like they all are. But I love seeing Ben Schwartz just come up being like, I got the trailer right here. Just pulls up a disc.
Yeah.
That was my favorite moment in the whole thing.
Very, very old school. You might be wondering why I'm spending so much time on this. Because I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing, first of all. And then secondly, making sure that her head is the right shape.
The truth is out. Rose doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, not on a single one of these models. Sorry, guys. I tricked you. Got tricked. Everyone has just been like a brand new, like, I don't know what. It's been a learning experience, and I appreciate you all joining me on it.
What was your highlight of the Game Awards the other day?
There's a couple. I liked some of the games. I really was excited about Horizon Zero Dawn, as always. It's
of course. Of course. I like how they did the God of War thing in reverse.
Yeah, they played the music afterward. Would have been a little weird. Other than that, the movie trailer was exciting. Like, oh, I actually want to watch this movie. Like, legit want to watch it. Before I was like, I didn't care one way or the other. Then I saw it. I'm like, okay, that was okay.
Exactly
like,
right. I remember watching the trailer and thinking to myself, well, not watching the trailer, but before the trailer was like shown, I'm thinking to myself, like, it's gonna be like an average movie again, and I'm not gonna care at all.
Yeah, but it feels like that same feeling I get whenever they put out a new Spider-Man trailer. I'm like, oh wait.
How dare you compare those two? No,
I am going to compare those two things because I think before the No Way Home trailer or Far From Home trailer came out, I'm like, okay, I'll just take a break from him. And then I saw that, I'm like, oh man, I need.
Spider-Man has a gravitational pull. They're saying that Spider-Man No Way Home is going to be like like Avengers Endgame, like that level of a movie for Spider-Man. And now they're saying that when they make the Sinister Six movie, it's going to be equivalent to the Avengers film. So I think now, since they've lost Tony Stark, they're putting all their Avengers level faith into all of the solo Spider-Man movies.
Not a bad pot to put things in, but I feel like they can probably. I don't know what other characters are like. Is that interesting that I want to see a movie for? I don't think there are any outside of Spider-Man. Because sure, I do want to see Multiverse of Madness and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and that kind of stuff, but I don't need to see those.
Yeah, like Guardians 3, I'm just interested to see what they're going to even do. And then we have Doctor Strange, and I'm interested in that not because of Doctor Strange, but because Sam Raimi's the director.
And I wish my Wii U gamepad would actually charge when I'm not using it. It's just been a while since while working, like you're adjusting to talking, looking at the chat and actually model. Yeah, it's a bit of a balancing act.
And exercise.
It's like, oh, I gotta make sure I'm making sure that I'm engaging with the chat, having something to say. Because yeah, I can probably. We'll get into it, right? We're not gonna do these streams as often. Like I used to do them every week. I feel like I don't want to burn out, so probably gonna do them maybe, like we said before, once every 2 weeks, to keep it fresh and not becoming stale. And then of course I won't be working on. Like next stream we do, let's say I finish her head, and then next stream we do, I might be done with Amy, but I'll be working on the next model, and I'll let you guys know, of course, and you'll be getting picture updates and that kind of stuff. But even if I'm not done with her, I'll be a little bit further along, and we can talk about that particular part of the process. I don't know.
Oh,
It's a whole Figma-doo. I wish someone
It's
would draw
been-
me a picture of Amy's head without her bills. That way, maybe I can get a better. Well, it's fine. I'll work it out.
I mean, they're all kind of the same kind of sphere shape. I'm thinking,
Oh, are you telling me that Amy's head is round? Thanks. Good note, bro. That was unnecessarily mean.
Oh man, no, what is it? I was just thinking, what is it? One thing that actually has changed about me between the last stream and the new one, I have a PlayStation 5 now, so I'm 12% sure that makes me better than you.
Only 12%? Well, that's actually quite humble. Take a little stretch here. That's cool. So have you been playing any of the new exclusives? How have those been?
I haven't played any.
So did you,
Look, man.
for the money for the PS5, did you
It's
earn
like I
yourself?
have no money for anything else.
No, I didn't. I was like, a family member just bought it for me. He was waiting in a queue, and I'm like, all right, let's see if I can grab one. He's like, all right, snag one. But I waited in a queue for a while.
So, okay. And it was one of those things, like, I would do that, but I don't have, like, PS5 money, so I'd just be like, I'll wait until I have some money and the moon and the stars align, and also there's a PS5 available.
I'm still a little trepidatious on like buying a lot of new games for the PlayStation 5 because I don't want my storage to be completely consumed.
Well, they
Because
have
no,
made it available, the M.2 drive. M.2?
Did they?
Yeah, that is now like you can now add those. Like it was always available, but they didn't put in the firmware that made it usable until recently. But that's now a possibility. So you can buy one of those things, open up your PlayStation 5, and then slide it in there in the most kind of inconvenient way. It's not unnatural. It's just it's less convenient than the Xbox's sort of plug and play thing. But also
Switch,
you can get.
Here's the thing, right?
It's proprietary
the Switch
though.
The Switch does it the best way. You just shove that thing in its bottom, and then just now you can use.
Okay, maybe PJ squared her head's maybe a bit ovular, perhaps, but it's a circle here, so that's what we're gonna go off of.
Ovular hands.
Her head, her hair is like it's a circle, and then her quills come down and then spikes. Oh, looks like the song is done. What other lo-fi can we get? What the freak is on?
Let's see here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna shove food in my face.
Okay, sounds like a plan. What happened to the? How long is the Tails lo-fi thing? Where is it? Where can I find Tails?
Bookmark it.
What? Oh.
I bookmarked I bookmarked something. So let's see.
I'm gonna scroll up through the chat. I know it's gonna take to find it, but if I can't, I hope it's not all the same music. Probably won't be. Oh my god.
It's 54 seconds. Where's the one I found that was like an hour?
That was one, and then we put it in. Is it on Twitter? Is that where I saw it? I thought we put it in our server, but I guess we did.
5 seconds. What is it?
Oh,
Probably because people have posted a shitload more replies, and this was a bad way of doing it.
all right. Well, whatever. Let me go ahead and just find it on my stuff that I liked on Project Armada. I'm sure Project Armada likes something. Doesn't like that much. But she you have to find. Let me notification.
Check my likes too. Crap.
Profile. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Uh-huh. Drums. Actual. Is there a YouTube video or is it just that?
No, there's one that, but it's also an hour long. I'm trying to find it.
Go night. By edit. I'll just find something to play right now, and we'll just There was another.
Crap. I've only liked one. It was 55 seconds. Damn.
Oh well, don't worry about it. I don't. Sonic Hedgehog Creator Collab. Lo-Fi 2. About to be the same. Hill Hills. Tough boy. You guys can hear it. We'll move on.
Well, so hello.
Hey, Destiny, welcome. This is Destiny, the artist who penned the design that we have for Amy here.
Oh wow, looks really nice.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
currently working on the model here, just sort of conforming it to her skull. Trying to
Yeah.
make it look right.
Yeah. This is kind of like my first time doing turnaround, so hopefully it translates well. Sorry if it's a little bit janky.
That's fine. We'll make it work. Like, I never expect, like, when I'm working on one of these things, that it's gonna be like a 1-to-1. Oh, this guy had laser precision when they draw the character. Like, you know, I'm gonna organize it as best as I can, and we're gonna sort of line it up. And so far, so good. I'm just sort of getting her eye shape and everything like that. Her muzzle is gonna be separate because I'm gonna try to do those now. I think when I used to do character models, the mouth and everything was all one piece. But now I'm just gonna be moving away from there.
All right.
PJ Squared says, hello Destiny, wonderful work on Amy. And Nex is now here as well.
Oh.
Avast me hearty.
Hey, Nex, welcome.
Yes, welcome and thank you.
No, she does not have courage in this design. As you can see, there's nothing there. To answer your question. Yes. Thanks for dropping by, and we've been going for a little bit. I used to run these streams for about 6 hours, but we're not going to do that anymore. I want to make sure that I'm not burnt out and have time for other things that I have planned today. So I'm going to be running the stream for about 2 hours, 2 to 3, unless I get really, really into it. And we've got about maybe an hour left. So if you guys have any questions or want to talk to us about these things, feel free to ask them. And yeah, we're here to answer as many non-spoilery lore questions as you might have.
Not really spoilery.
What happened to
lore
my...
question.
Oh, okay. I thought the stream went down. I was about to be a little bit upset. Okay, we're all good though. Also, can you guys still hear the music? Is that coming through for you? I need to make... I'm hearing it. Guys, let me know if anything doesn't go right. I can fix it. This is not quite coming up. I want to make it be like kind of like a little chin strap. Another sec. I'm gonna just sort of copy that y-axis, bring it over here. Shift again over there. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
The 13 people.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good today. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
The voices sound low. It's like hard to hear us on the stream.
Oh, you sound low?
I sound low, and I think you do too.
Do I?
Not like terribly. It's just hard, a little low. I had to turn the volume up
Do
all
I?
the way on the stream to hear you and on myself. I had to turn the volume up all the way.
Maybe I'll just turn your audio up because you're already at like 130 or something. Let me just go real quick. You just I'd look into that microphone.
PJ says everyone sounds alright.
I just don't flip and talk into the mic. I mean, I talk into the mic. I just don't talk loud enough.
No, you just gotta like exhale deeply into the mic.
Everyone likes it.
Yeah.
Music sound like. Okay, so present real quick. Okay.
I bet everybody has me turned up.
Oh man.
Ahoy, Nick. Everyone sounds fine, says PJ. Well, thank you, PJ. I turned up turned up Jinx just a little bit, and if that's too much, let me know and I'll make the changes.
I'm thinking like what's it? I was talking about having a PS5, and that reminds me of like how games are now like $70. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I don't buy a lot of games, so I'm going to be buying less of them. That's what that means.
$60 for
Aren't they
an
still 60?
extremely long time. They're starting to become 70.
But some of them are 70. Not all of them, but some of them.
Like video games did not
Huh.
inflate, but everything else did. So it's kind of weird, right?
Well, that's because I guess it was always based
They
on what
always
people were
think
willing to
games are
buy.
getting,
Because
like-
games are entirely optional, right? I do not need a game. I need to eat. I need to keep myself fed,
Yeah,
and, like,
right.
and clothed. Games would be like, hey, $70. Like, hey, I'm gonna be playing some backgammon. I guess I'm gonna be at home reading a book. You cannot make me pay that much money for a game if I don't want to.
Oh man, next is here being like laughs in Steam sale.
Laughs in Steam sale. Yeah, typically where I get my games too as well. Like unless they're like a new game that I really, really want to play, like Horizon Zero Dawn, I might pay whatever they charge me for it. So, like I'll be just I want to play it, but in other cases it's just like, look, man,
I mean,
I know-
he'll even buy a new console for that game.
I will. First of all, even if I wanted to buy something on a PC, I would have to upgrade my PC. Cost probably around the same much as, if not more.
Yeah, right. Oh man, I
It's
still
more.
remember this.
Like a
I
37
still
is
remember this.
comparable, and it'll cost. That's already $500 if you find it at retail. So that's
I want better.
I
RAM,
still
though,
remember
now, so
this
I gotta
dream
get
that I
my
had a long time ago. A dream that I had,
MOBO.
where I was playing Spider-Man Miles Morales on like PS4, PS5 quality at 60 FPS on a Switch, and I still want that to become reality one day.
On a Switch, unless they re-release the Switch as a better console, that's not ever gonna happen. Or you're playing like an 8-bit version of Spider-Man PS4.
But it's still 3D.
It's like them like those little vector graphics that they would have with the like those lines. That would be kind of intense. Let's see here.
Man, I would love to see. I would love to see. Spider-Man, the Insomniac games get ported to PC just to see the mods people would make. I was talking about it with Jinx last night, but imagining like Spider-Man being modded into Arkham City or something like that.
They do some mods. I haven't liked any of the HCD mods that I've seen, but I'm like, okay, it's like most of it's just Aloy in a t-shirt. Like, well, she looks like she came unprepared for the LARP campaign that everyone else was doing. Oh, I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't know we were dressing up for this. Like, I thought you were kidding.
Like, why can't we do something cool? Like, replace Aloy's model with Ellie from The Last of Us 2.
I mean, you probably because Last of Us 2 is not on PC yet, but
I mean,
when
that
it is, I
doesn't-
guess
that-
it'll be possible.
It doesn't stop people from ripping models.
I know, but it would be easier if it was like just a model that already. I guess it wouldn't necessarily be because those games are made different engines, different code, and all kinds of stuff. It's not like you're just grabbing models like they are in Blender. You're grabbing like text files and like moving that stuff around. I know that the modding community knows how to do that kind of stuff and all that sort of thing. They'll figure it out.
I want to see. I want to see a Horizon mod that throws Insomniac Spider-Man in there, so I could swing around the Horizon world.
That'd be kind of fun. It'd be fun if you could swing around the Last Guardian world. Of course, there's probably less of it than there appears
at
to
that
be.
point, you could just go to the end of it.
Trico's not there, and you're just standing there like, oh, wait.
No, you could literally, like, if you were Spider-Man in the Last Guardian world, you could just go to the end.
Climb up
Like
the
the the whole point is just going to the tall tower. You just go up.
That'd be kind of romantic. I guess then I guess you'd have to have Spider-Man fighting all of the spoilers for The Last Guardian, fighting all of those Tricos in midair. They're trying to eat him.
I mean,
He's just
Spider-Man
swinging from
could kill
Trico to Trico.
Spider-Man could kill all of those things with his bare hands.
I guess so. None of them could use their lasers.
He knocked out a dinosaur once with a single punch.
Oh, I suppose so. That's not video game. That's comic canon. You can't talk about that.
Oh man, I'm thinking like what's it? I remember what's it? Or not remember. I'm thinking like Spider-Man and what PlayStation game do you think would be the most fun to just throw Spider-Man into?
I don't know. That's gonna be on you, man.
I'm thinking what's it? Shadow of the Colossus would be kind of sick.
That would be cool.
You couldn't kill them unless he got the sword. So that would be more of a challenge, I guess. He'd climb out all of them, though. They'd never knock him off. He wouldn't run out of stamina. He could run up their bodies. Oh, yeah, all right. We're okay. It's time to start. Is it time to start? Are we ready? Are we ready for
what
kills?
happens though? Like, what happens though if you don't use a sword and say like they fall off like a 2,000-foot cliff? Would they not die?
No, they wouldn't, because they would break probably because they're made out of stone. What you're doing when you stab them with that sword is you're like releasing the piece of dormant that's inside of them.
Right.
So like,
Right.
I imagine that as long as even if they don't hold their shape, they'll probably just keep.
Spoilers for Shadow of the Colossus.
Spoilers of Shadow of the Colossus, a game that came out in 2004,
5.
2005. I remember asking for that for
Wow.
Christmas. My
How are
parents
you
bought
gonna
it
do
for me, and
the-
I was like, "Whoa, this is too much." I love it.
How are you gonna do the flower? Are you gonna
I'm gonna make it separately.
model it separately? Oh,
Mhm.
you are. Okay.
Yeah. So the
It's not gonna
flowers.
be like a part of her head. Just a
I mean,
blob.
ultimately it'll be a part of her head because I'm gonna connect them. I don't think we're gonna go so far as to rig the flower on her head. Even if we did, we could still make it a part of her head. But the idea I'm going to go for is, but do you want me to make the flower now? I can do it early.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just curious. Yeah, and is it gonna have bones so it can be animated when she walks? The flower flop up and down.
I could
The
do
petal.
that. I mean, yeah, I could do that. Do like a petal thing, or at least like maybe a gross bone that moves the whole flower, or each petal has a bone in it. Or we could create it would be easier to do it with bones, because that way we don't have to figure out simulations in Unity. I guess this is the conversation that I would do it, and then give it to Rocket Pal and see what he does with it, and we would
Walk
go
through anything.
see how it works, how well it goes. Yeah.
It's in here.
Ready for the quill, says Spider-Man and Crash Bandicoot. Hey. Oh, hey, Rocket.
That's Rocket. Yeah, that's Rocket.
Just him running from the ball. Oh, he punched the ball. I like the idea of the flower flopping. Yeah, okay. So flower flop it
Yeah.
is. We're gonna put some bones in it. No worries.
I could imagine some scenes too where the flower
We're gonna-
like
blowing
it
in the
focuses
wind.
on her when
Yeah.
she's in the plane or something.
Oh
so
my
it's like,
god.
yeah,
I'm not
the
even
flower
thinking of
can't just
flower.
be static at that point, right?
Yeah.
I'm not even thinking of the
How is it
flower.
gonna stay on her head? I don't know, but it better
It's
be moving
in
the
her-
wind.
No, I'm not even thinking of the flower like flowing with the wind. I'm just imagining it as like Sonic Adventure 2 level Rouge like jiggle physics.
It would
It
not.
just like
That would look
around.
weird and be bad. Because those jiggle physics just weren't enough polygons to make it work. Anyway. But
TJ
you know, it was-
Squared says he likes the idea of the flower flopping. The flower.
What do you
flopping.
think? What do you think would happen if you took a Sonic game, any given Sonic game? So let's pick Sonic Adventure. What would happen if you took Sonic Adventure and replaced Sonic with Mario 64 Mario? Do you think the game would become better or worse?
well, you'd have to replace all the mechanics, wouldn't you, in order to make it function? Because you could just throw the model in there and nothing would change. It would just be like, oh, this is it's Mario rigged to Sonic's model.
No, not like a model. I'm talking like in the hypothetical scenario of you being able to just input Mario 64 along with like his moveset and everything like that, just as like playing Mario 64 would be. You replace Sonic with Mario 64 Mario.
So the question you're actually asking is Mario 64 a better game than Sonic Adventure? Or just Sonic in general? Because doing all of those things will effectively make it a Mario game with Sonic background assets, which is like, at that point, we're like...
No, I mean like take Emerald Coast, but throw Mario 64 Mario on top of it. Like same level design, you just throw Mario in there. Do you think the game would become better or worse?
It would be unplayable. Are you kidding me? The 2D side scroller. Oh, Emerald Coast. Never mind. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like freaking Emerald, like from Emerald Hill Zone or something. I'm like, no, that wouldn't make any sense. It's like that's not a game anymore. That's just you put a 3D model that's just gonna fall to the floor. I mean, it wouldn't even show up. Anyway, no. I mean, it would just be Mario running through a really, really big level. He doesn't go as fast as Sonic does in Mario 64, so it'd be kind of like, ew, sort of. I don't know. I don't think that would be very enjoyable. That wouldn't be a fun game.
Unless you long jumped everywhere, you probably goes fast.
Woohoo! Or just speedrun strats. We're talking about, well, I guess, yeah, we're not talking about breaking the game. We're talking about playing the game as intended was a Mario game. I don't I don't see why that would be a thing.
Damn it, guys, that's my secret identity. Now my enemies know who I am. Now you need to go to the... Well, now, Rocket, you just need to go to the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Okay. Well, it's like when Tails is walking / moving. They're Tufts. I don't know what they're called. At the top of it. Oh, at the top of his little... Howling. Bangs and bangs. You call them bangs.
Yeah, hair
Flops
bangs.
moves to the stick. Bangin'? Destiny?
Oh, I just said hair bangs.
Yeah, little bangs. Amy's got bangs too, these little... I was calling them something else before, but...
Yeah, Amy and Tails had the same haircut, but I'm thinking...
Well, Amy's got a bob cut type of thing, and bangs. Tails is just bangs.
I'm thinking, what's it? Thinking about Rocket going to Dr. Strange to clear his identity, what do you think the other two versions of Rocket would be like? And what would the villains be that he unleashes?
Well, does Rocket Pow, in his own lore, for the character that is his avatar, have villains? That's a question that you have to ask him, because I don't know. Oh,
I just want to be a hedgehog and roll into a ball. Since when could hedgehogs boost through their enemies?
Let's see. Yes, so Amy's bang should be, and her flower should be. Sure, we'll do the flower flop. This is because Chris Rocket, our elder, is our lead animator. We're talking about adding to your workflow by putting some bones in the flower on Amy's head so that it moves when she walks.
Yeah.
We said we'd just figure out how to do that when we got there. So how will we do the Amy's got quills. Let's go.
I'm going to be all hypothetical here, Rotalist.
What?
If you had to imagine making a new Sonic game and reimagining Tails' gameplay style for 3D, what would you do?
I'm sorry, what?
If you were tasked with making a new Sonic game and had to reimagine Tails' gameplay in 3D, how would you do it?
I'd reimagine Tails' game.
Yeah. What would you do?
I don't know. This is like that's a really deep question that I cannot focus on. I'm sorry. I have to work on this model right now. But I will open that up to Jinx or whoever else can focus on the question.
That's a trick question, Rotalist. You're doing it right now. You're thinking too much. You're making a Tails game. You're making.
But sure, but also we're doing it like I thought you meant this the typical Sonic the Hedgehog video game
style,
thing.
Yeah, our style is like
our style is not
gonna
even
say
similar.
That, but then our style is like way different. So.
Yeah, it's like I'm thinking typical Sonic game. We're thinking like this game is not a typical Sonic game. It is not speed based. It's a platformer with puzzle and collection elements, all that kind of stuff. It's meant to be slower. This looks like a big enough thing.
Yeah, I'd
I think-
imagine a boss or so that you can run from or run at. I'd imagine that, maybe. I don't know, but
Oh no.
no.
No, I'm sorry, that's fine. That's I was just looking at Amy's ears and I was like trying to bring them together, but when you look at that line, and this is once again, Destiny said it's the first time, and we appreciate all the effort done by all of our artists. It's just her ears on the front view are lower than they are in the side view. They actually go above that line.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, if you look at it.
Oh.
And I was like, wait, so from your perspective as the artist, you were thinking her ears should be higher up on her head, though, right? Based on the side view? Or should they be lower down, like on the front view?
No, more like the side view.
More like the side view? All right, then that's the one that I'll reference. Thank you.
I have to set something here. I think it would be a bit unnecessary to make each petal a bone. Just make the flower a single bone, and I can animate it that way. You shouldn't be so close to her to need to see the flower physics. I mean, you might.
That's fair.
You might, like, let's say she's flying in the plane with Tails. It's an open plane, right? So
She'd be sitting in front of you. You wouldn't be able to see her.
she talks. She talks, and we focus on it when she talks. It'd be like her face is gonna be right there. It'd be wind everywhere.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing I can do. Here's the thing we can do. Just as a
but
thing.
that's like a long time from now, sure. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not only a long time from now, we can also just create a shape key. So the bone will allow the flower to translate as needed on her head, and then the shape key can be manipulated to sort of move in different kind of interesting ways based on however the animator wanted to do it. We can do that with sliders. We can create driver bones. It doesn't have to have bones all throughout. But I don't want to make things difficult for Rocket.
Yeah.
But
I think
go ahead.
what are we gonna ever do? Like walk, run, jump, maybe some attack animation.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you could pull a
Mostly
pull a
walking
Thanos and have two separate models, one for when she's far away, one for when she's up close, and that one has the flower physics.
Like we'll have that kind of thing. Well, that's LOD. They do that like brute force in movies because they can just have two different models. And in this game, you can do the same thing where Amy's is far away, but also like the sequences in which we plan on having Amy at this point kind of goes into spoiler territory because that's not gonna. Well, you know what? Never mind.
Scenes.
There's a couple scenes. But it's like she'll be doing things, running around, hitting things, and that kind of stuff. That's not a real problem, and also, oops, that. It's also one of those things. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Rocket says, "Jing, show some restraint. You're human. I can't animate everything."
We were just talking about a flower.
We're talking about a flower, and I want to showcase that flower.
It's like
Talking about a
hands,
flower.
man. You think it's like hands, man. You think like oh, it's a hand. It's one of the average parts of the human body. It must be easy to draw. Mm-mm.
Well, it's not even that. It's just like, if we say we had this thing and it had 5 bones, right? He would have to actually set up the animation on each of them, like how they would all move, and then create the what is it? He'd have to mess with the spline and all that kind of stuff to make sure they moved right. And it's not as simple as just put some bones in it. Like, it's easy for me to put bones in it, but when it comes to making them look good,
Yeah.
and then highly detailed.
Oh yeah.
We're eventually gonna like not have the flower. Like screw the flower.
Maybe just get rid of the flower entirely. Amy just like has nothing on her head.
Put sunglasses on instead. Those don't flop in the wind.
Yeah, they wouldn't flop. They would just move up and down.
Pull a Maui, right? Just be like, hey, I'm gonna throw away this necklace. So we can use the musical number.
Let's. Okay. I mean, I'm.
Oh man.
Picking up the space where her ear's gonna go.
There are two types of artists. You either have difficulty with hands or you have difficulty with feet.
I have difficulty with both. What does that make me? Like these characters' feet, easy, right? This is just gonna be a blob, and even if I put toes in it, very small, simple toes, like those little pad feet. Not that you'd see them because there's a line thing. The shoes won't be hard, right? The shoes are literally just a plate and some strips that go over them, and then we'll just rig them when that time comes. Or like the part of her shoes that's the leg, that's just like a what's it called, a circle cylinder going around at an angle. Easy enough, right? The most difficult part of this model is going to be your head, because that's just where I spend the most time working on it. And when I say difficult, I don't mean difficult, it's just going to take a long time because it's highly detailed and it's her face and it needs to look right. Let's do this. Let me hold my nose and jump on in.
We're gonna focus on her face, probably a bunch. So
Yeah, no,
not
it's,
like-
yeah.
not a super bunch, but it's like.
Well, whenever
yeah.
she talks, people will be looking at her face because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what humans do. So, it's gonna be like, oh, why does her face look like a truck? It didn't look like that in the concept art. What did you do, Rodolus? So gonna make the.
Well, we pulled the model from that, that.
Oh, our
music
original
thing.
Amy model. I would. Ooh,
No.
should I show that to people?
Never.
Do I want to hurt people with that?
Never.
Do I want to hit y'all with the old Amy model real quick? Where is
I
it?
would love if all the other characters in the game were like as we intended, nice and stylized, all good, blah 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 blah, and then Amy just like has her old model from the old game.
Right. Let's see here. That's what's so funny. Flower, gotta respect the. And then you offend the concept artist if Flower, so that's a no. Absolutely. So this is the old Amy. This is one that I designed off that old concept art that I showed you guys earlier. I just don't have anything to say really. It's like the design was whatever, but then also like the model itself was based on older models. Just we're looking to improve today.
I love the fact that Amy's quill is blue in a reference to Sonic and her creepy ass song. I'll paint myself blue for you or something. I think that's where that was coming from.
Yes, I don't actually know where that came from anyway. She was supposed to like she looks all blocky because that was the art style that I was given to do. But today we're gonna do better. We're gonna do better.
Now,
Yeah,
it's a complicated.
Ideas are better now. Yes.
It's a bit of a complicated question, but how much of a mistake would you say the old version of this project was?
I wouldn't say it was like a mistake at all. It was just perhaps it was not considered fully, like the scope and how difficult it was going to be and how much work was going to go into it, and what it would all meant. So it was poorly managed more than a mistake, because fan games aren't mistakes. They're just, we want to get together and make something, right? Anyone could get behind that. That's not a a problem.
This is like
It's
the precursor work, right? It's the precursor stuff.
And I did that one.
It's what led to what we're doing now.
Yeah, so it's it's like a progression. We're working on it. We're getting things together. It's only a mistake if it fails entirely, and I will not let that happen. I can make sure. Of course,
I was like, that would be a mistake if it failed. Yeah, that was a good way to put it.
and even still, it wouldn't be. It's a learning experience.
If it failed because the game existed, I guess would be it was a mistake. But I
put the game out, and everyone's like, "Why did you do this?"
Yeah. Why would you do this? The idea of the project itself
was a mistake. Yeah. So, but no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use that term. I think what this is, there was a miscalculation done, and we're working from a new kind of playbook a little bit.
Oh man, this is a catalyst for you guys coming together, no doubt. There, I mean, yeah, it was a catalyst for us all coming together. I'm not even here anymore. I don't work for this project. This is why I'm reading the chat. It's my punishment because it's still bad blood.
I didn't. Yeah, no. First of all, nobody knew that. You didn't have to say anything, Kyle. But yes, Kyle is he's doing his own thing right now. But we figured we'd keep him around as the text reader. Now,
yeah,
that
he
would
would cancel us if we didn't.
That makes me think that you have me on a leash like a dog.
No, we did not.
We'll keep him around.
I don't want people thinking that we condone putting leashes on people.
Oh no!
That's not what we do here. Project Armada is very. Never mind. I'm gonna go ahead and stop that whole thread of.
Yeah, you're like
making it worse.
There's some jokes here I don't want to go into.
Yeah. Because this is not the kind of stream for that. Okay, so yeah, catalyst. That's a good one. Thank you very much for that term. Control. I'm gonna do something real quick, and I hope it doesn't.
Edith, I hope I'm saying this right. Edith, Gerard, Voify? I don't know what that means.
FYI.
Oh, is that what that means?
It just says VOI, and I'm assuming it's FYI, like for you. I don't know what the VOI means at all. Hello, though.
Is that a separate acronym?
Perhaps. I will just say hello.
Hello.
So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Oh yeah, ears. We're doing Amy's ears first, then we're gonna use them as a place to, because her ear is above her will. That's gonna.
Yeah, yeah, Rocket. I didn't when I suggested the flower. I didn't consider the animation taxation that it would require, which is a little flower. But yeah, now I'm like, oh damn it, that has to be.
You know,
That has to like animate
I always
properly with
find
everything
it. It was funny thinking about it. I was gonna make a joke being like, "You don't understand the art, Jinx. You don't know what it's like to be an artist." And I think about you being a writer, and I'm like, "That's an artist, obviously." But it's like one of those weird things where it's like, if you say you're an artist, people assume you draw, even though technically speaking, that's like
very visible.
Like a creator is an art, a musician is an artist, you know, a sculptor, drawing, writer, all artists.
Indeed. Now that we've defined what art is.
No, we didn't define what art is. We defined different types of art. We didn't even define them. We just listed them.
We just listed some art mediums. The joke there was that we defined art, which is a thing.
Right, and hentai is art. This is all art, man.
No, it is art.
Sure.
It's wonderful art. It's wonderful.
It's art. All right.
Animation taxation. I said that. I'm like, actually, that works very well. That is exactly what it is.
You are all artists. Thank you very much, PJ. Now that we've all been vindicated in our art, I'm gonna go ahead and continue. I'm gonna try to be quiet.
We're all artists. Quickly, you've been vindicated. Quickly, everybody, plug yourselves.
NFT it.
No, get out. Get the hell. Oh man.
Let's see. Oh, that's what I want to see. I want to see, my, what's it called? Called something.
How would you feel in the event of somebody stealing your art through an NFT, Rodolus?
I would be like, oh wow, you found my art. That's interesting. And also, you know, I think I have this thing on DeviantArt. I don't pay for it, but it like protects you from being in for a few months, and then after that, I guess it's fair game. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. That would be upsetting. I would be like, hey, why are you using my art?
NFTs are such like trash, and the fact that it seems to be like becoming like, at least like on the small end, a pseudo trend for corporations to go after like NFTs for whatever reason is concerning, and I hate it.
Well, they're trying to find ways to diversify their portfolios and be like, oh, I can put this into here. Now, a corporation is not going to steal my art and make an NFT. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about some loser on the internet stealing my art, because a corporation would be liable if they did that, and they get sued. Here's the thing, Rodolus. Sega has a habit of taking fan art. They have it in multiple games, including Sonic Colors Ultimate, which is a recent example where they stole a Metal Sonic fan render off of DeviantArt and used it as an icon in the game. Is that Sega or the people that they got to make Sonic Colors? Because it wasn't them who did that port.
I mean, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Right, and is that a loving reference, or is it just stealing?
No, that's just stealing art.
12 vertices.
It's a loving reference to the fans.
The fan, yeah, that we made money off of.
Do I want to do a? I guess I'll make a.
And then like
Sega,
didn't credit you.
I mean, they've done it before in like in a Team Sonic Racing on the Wii version. They took a Sonya fan art off of like DeviantArt or something too, and threw it into the game in one of the levels, and it was never patched out on the Wii version because it's a Wii.
All right, we're getting the phrase animation taxation coined.
An
Not
animation
going to be
during
used
crunch.
against me for any suggestion
Love
I
it.
try to make.
Animation tech. I knew.
What did we say? It's like you're just gonna suggest something, and we're gonna be
It's
like,
like,
"What
no,
did we
it's
say?"
going to be
James?
where's the animation tax? It's
the
too
animation
hefty.
tax.
Yeah.
What
it's
is
too
the
hefty.
animation
You
tax?
need-
Like, what is the animation tax on this particular model or this particular character or this rig? How much? You know what? It could stand for a lot of things. Now that I think about it, it's like it could be like how much work, how much time is going to go into animating this particular character
Yeah,
based
yeah,
on their rig. Like you have something like Amy, or if you have somebody like say a character with more clothes or things that need to be rigged up and that kind of stuff, or like a monster, right, with a lot of different joints and things, and then that thing has a higher animation tax. Then I mean, it's a kind of a clunky term, but it kind of can work.
Man, you
as a
can
term of
throw
art.
that. You know, I like the idea of being able to throw that on anything that you work on, just like animation tax, the crunch tax, art tax.
I mean, you know, it's tax, and now that you're an adult, cry. And when you get a job, you'll understand tax even more. Get to pay them taxes.
I like taxes. No, I don't.
You're clearly not familiar with them if that's the case. Let me hit the let's see.
It's tax time, baby.
Soon enough on the y-axis.
Love it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
I like those little clever uses of words. Hopefully, I can add that to like writing that I do for the game. It's like, wow, he just put that together. I've never heard that before, and it's also true and clever. I like it.
Yeah, once I'm employed, one day.
Grab along the.
See, here's my plan, and it's foolproof. It's impossible for it to fail, and I can rely on this until the day I die. I'm not gonna get hired. I'm gonna hire other people.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You will still have to pay taxes to the
Yes.
government. It doesn't matter if you're hiring others.
Because then you'll be self-employed.
In fact-
and you'll have a.
In
I
fact,
know,
you'll be
corporate
paying a
taxes.
lot more taxes
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're making money. So
Black.
Cry only likes the word taxation now. Give it a few years. I mean, the word taxation is pretty cool, like most words. I mean, if you say it too many times, it loses its meaning. But it sounds neat when you move your mouth.
All right.
You just gotta move your mouth the right way. Like most things in life to make it better. I'm thinking like, what's it? Like taxation. What's like your favorite weird word? I like kerfuffle and discombobulated. Like
onomatopoeia.
I was
That's a
thinking
fun one.
onomatopoeia as well too.
Haha, yes.
But I was just thinking it because it's long. I actually like it, so maybe it's better than you. Because I would have been faking the funk, as they say.
Don't funk fake.
Not allowed here on. Why that? Okay, so now
That's
this is getting
great
away. Let me get this
plan.
ref out of the way.
Wait
I
a second.
can
That's a great plan, Cryo. Do things in life for sure. Do you know what they are? Do I know what? What are you saying?
The two things that are guaranteed in life.
Death and
Taxes.
air. Death and
That's-
air. No, there's air. No, there's air.
The term, it's death and tax.
I know, but I'm more correct.
You're not more correct, you just sort of like added something to it. It's like, oh, see, I added something. Alright.
Not
fine,
everybody needs to pay taxes.
Well, no, it didn't say everyone needs to pay taxes. That's not even the term.
So what's guaranteed in life? Life is a general term for all human beings.
Well-
not all people need to pay taxes. Therefore, air is a more correct word to use.
Not
in
all
place of
people need to
tax.
pay taxes immediately, but when they get old enough and they live on their own, if they do, then they have to pay taxes. Or someone has to pay taxes in their stead. Taxes, man. Obviously, it's not a truth. It's just a thing that people... But
No, I'm more objectively correct. Boom.
also, air isn't everywhere. Have you thought about that? Or breathable oxygen?
No life outside of that. I mean, there's air. I never said it was breathable.
All right. So let me get these. Are they too big? They need to be rounder. You need to make the ears round. Got them pointy, Sonic.
Take a dip in the ocean several miles deep. Let's see if the air is guaranteed in there in life. I mean, well, air is always present. I guess a better term would be oxygen, right?
I mean, there is always
No.
oxygen down there. In the ocean,
Yeah.
there's hydrogen. It's just bound to hydrogen down there, but it is there. You can't breathe it unless you got gills. And, you know. Let's see.
I just wanted to say, like, if you want to make them pointy, you can make them pointy.
Fair enough. No, I just wanted to kind of stick with the kind of roundedness.
I don't know what it is, but like every
They're
time I
pointy
see you
ears,
do like
too.
the cone shape with like ears or characters when you're making your models, and I know it's a normal thing, but seeing like that little tiny like hole in like that cone like triggers the hell out of me, and I don't know why. It just like looks wrong, and I know it's like the process of making the model, so it's gonna disappear eventually, but it just looks weird, and I always like get stuck on it for at least like 2 seconds every time I look at your models.
Longer this time. That was much longer than 2 seconds, Cryo. No. I'll be able to vary the amount of pointiness on her ears if I do it. I mean, I will be creating tries, and I guess that is a... Oh, no.
We're just going with the saying. Yeah, no, PJ, there's no saying. Everything is objective, and there's no room for everything.
Can't do it. Oh, it's... Don't grate it in the grinder. Oh. Oh, no, that creates tries, too. I can't escape the tries! Oh, well.
That reminds me of an episode. What was it? It wasn't Black Mirror, was it? It was like a. I remember watching it on Netflix. It was like a show, not a show, but it was an episode of a show about a guy or like a future where where we're able to like perceive memories and like store them inside of a chip inside of our brain and be able to play back them at any point and overanalyze them constantly.
That sounds like a Black Mirror. Also,
Yeah.
like a lot of other things. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of Black Mirrors, so I couldn't. I don't love this. Let me go back. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
It gets
Fix
triggered
it.
by the hole at the top.
Fix
I mean,
it.
that's my thing, Pete. That's
Fix
the
it.
thing, Pete. Yeah, I get triggered by holes. They trigger me in multiple ways.
Oh, this is supposed to be a real hard.
Let's think here. I got a message on my phone? Oof. No, PJ, I know what you mean.
Okay, here we go. I think I like this. Oh boy. I will be happy once this part is over.
Okay, so Rodolus, what's your theory for Spider-Man No Way Home? What's your
What's my theory? What do you mean? About what?
Do you have a theory? Do you have a
What?
theory?
No? That's one of the things, is like, I mean, like, what's there to theorize? Like, it's gonna be... Like, I know people have been online talking about stuff, like, oh, this is gonna happen based on these things and whatnot, and I've just been happy to be along for the ride. I'm not gonna worry about it. Like, I feel like the movie's gonna be pretty good. I haven't been let down by any of those yet. Some people haven't liked them. Some people have. You know, there's different. Like,
You're
levels
the
of
guy
taste.
you're the guy that sits in the roller coaster and enjoys the ride, not the guy that stands in the back of the line being like trying to estimate its acceleration.
Like, look, I can look up. I can do both, right? I can enjoy a ride for what it is, and I can be like, "Oh man, did you know that Goliath at Six Flags Magic Mountain has an 80-degree decline on its first hill, and it's 255 feet tall, and it reaches like 80 miles an hour." And like, I can know all of those things, but I really just enjoy the ride, and I do know those things. I look that stuff up. I am a I love roller coasters, and I like knowing things about them. But like when it comes to these kinds of things, the experience is just as good as the knowledge of how it works. So, when it comes to Spider-Man, though, since I'm not like dialed into Spider-Man, I'm not gonna say I'm not a Spider-Man fan or I don't like the series or something that I do, but it's just like I'm not dialed in, so I'm not worried about it. I feel like I haven't been steered wrong yet, and I will be disappointed if I am. Like if they make just a bad Spider-Man movie, I'm like, how did you find a way to do that?
I mean, they've done it before.
They have, like, but I've never been all that disappointed by them. Even the Amazing Spider-Man series, like it didn't hurt me.
It has moments.
Yeah. Parts of it
A
were
lot
still
of
fun.
moments.
Yeah. So it's like I'm just here to just sort of like I'm not gonna get into the stuff about No Way Home just because I want to see what they do, and I just I'm chill. I don't know. I'm not always like that. There's some things that I super am dialed into, so I'm not saying that it's weird that anybody else is. Yeah, like, and
Sally
of course,
Acorn.
and even that's a bit tongue-in-cheek. I know I'm never going to see Sally Acorn in anything other than Archie comics that I already have. But I don't
Well,
expect it.
you have the fan continuation.
Yeah, that's true. And I did very much enjoy that. But, like, those are things that I care about, and I understand the feeling, what it feels like to feel that way. Like, I understand how the Star Wars fandom felt when certain things were changed about the what's it called?
And
Legends
the lore
series.
was
Like, how the lore
retroactively
was-
erased and then reestablished.
Yeah, like I've been through that. I understand how that feels, and then having people tell you to get over it in such a way that it's like this was like this thing is better.
I mean,
It's
look,
like
man,
don't tell me what's better.
It's
I
one
know
of
what
those
I
things where
like.
it's you enjoy media because you have a connection to it emotionally or like in some way, and then you get like you get invested, and then like you understand the world, you care about it because you enjoy this thing. It's like anything else that you enjoy, and then it just gets ripped away.
Yeah, like so I understand the feeling and I understand the investment of that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that I in any way like so when I say I don't have a theory about Spider-Man, it's like I'm really just willing to let things play out, right? And I feel like I got kind of far afield of that when I was talking just now. But that being said, like so if I have anything to say about Spider-Man, like what's gonna happen with it, like what do I imagine is gonna happen with it? Well, I imagine it's
Someone's gonna die probably because it's a Spider-Man movie.
Well, not only that, it's also like he's gonna be trying to stop people from dying, and it's gonna be one of those learning moments. Like you can't stop everything, you can't stop things from happening. Maybe, I mean, I've heard people say, in fact, that it's something similar to that whole Strange Supreme thing in the What If series. There are spoilers for that. I'm sorry, but the idea that Doctor Strange in that particular universe was trying to stop something from happening, but it was an absolute point in the timeline that he couldn't change. It's like he never accepted it, he never moved on, and then he let the fact that he couldn't accept loss or something like that sort of drive him sort of crazy. And it was interesting to see that sort of thing play out. And people were talking about the idea that this Spider-Man in this particular No Way Home thing is like he's going to be trying to stop stuff that already happened or was going to happen regardless. It has nothing to do with his universe and all that kind of thing, and he's likely going to find out that he can't do that. He can't alter the events of other universes or other people's timelines or things like that, even though of course we sort of learned that you could technically. Not even actually, no, we didn't learn that. We didn't change the past in Endgame, so maybe that's just going to be a thing that we go through again, but I don't know. So I imagine that's probably that's gonna feature or factor into it. This is not Strange Supreme. I'm not saying that. Some people are, but I'm like, no. But
No, they are not connecting this to What If.
yeah, like I feel like even if they did, that they shouldn't. That's a bad idea.
It's like it gives me the same vibes as if like Venom shows up in that movie, even though it would technically make more sense. It's like I don't know.
He doesn't belong here. Stop trying to mix these things together. It's weird. Yeah, so we'll see what happens, man. As always, and I'm excited to see what happens.
The third Spider-Man curse better not screw up.
Third
screw
movie
up
curse?
as in make the movie suck. I mean, the third movie curse hasn't really hit Spider-Man. I can't say it's a curse because it only happened.
Happened once, right? There was only one Spider-Man 3, And the second series only had 2 movies, and this one has had 3 movies. No, this is the third one.
Or will have, yeah.
It's like it's very, very close, and like it's really not about like, because the thing that messed up the third movie was like top-down micromanaging of producers, people telling directors to do certain things just because, right? They didn't like. I feel like the movie would have been probably would have still been weird, but it would have been Sam Raimi's movie.
Yeah, right. It would have been like good weird.
It would have been his decisions, and like kind of like how people came around to the prequel trilogy of Star Wars after the fact, after they saw like, you know, the sequel trilogy. They're like, because people hated the prequels up until the point they saw the second of the sequel trilogy. They're like, you know what? That was at least what George Lucas wanted. It was dumb. We hated it, but it was like, at least it was his.
And it's for me, it's like one of those things where it's like, I look at Spider-Man 3 and I'm like, this movie has problems, but I feel like there's just enough good here to salvage it as like an okay sort of movie. It just has a lot of issues. And then when you see Sam Raimi be like, yeah, that movie was bad. Yeah,
well, he's aware of it. He knows. You don't have to send letters. He knows.
Yeah, he's like, in the interview, he literally said, like, yeah, people hated me. They yell at me. And it's like, what do they say? And and I quote, I hate you. No.
Wow, that's messed up. That's so sad. Oh no. You hate me for a movie? Yes. Not even. It's a movie, man.
It's like, man, people hate me for this movie. What do they say? We hate you. No.
Very much. Like, I'm not interpreting that. That's literally what they're telling me. Let's see what people are saying in the chat again.
Rodalist, you're probably the guy that takes movie production, cinematography, camera angles, flight sequences, chase scenes, lighting, post-production, movie scores, composer, completely apart.
Yeah, but I still enjoy the movie.
What about Amazing Spider-Man? How do we feel about Amazing Spider-Man? The first one is good, and then the second one, I don't like talking about.
I don't know, man. It's weird. I'm trying to think. Amazing Spider-Man, that was the one with the lizard in it, right? That one.
That's the one where Peter went down to the sewers to get pictures of the lizard and had a property of Peter Parker engraved onto the camera.
Yeah, that was very smart of him. Like, hey, I mean, like, sure. Also, it's weird. Everything was kind of weirdly connected together because, like, you know, Uncle Ben. No, wait. Am I thinking about the different scenes? Like, somebody got, like, his parents were killed.
Yes.
And like, I've never even thought about Peter Parker's parents before, like his biological parents.
In the comics, I think they're canonically CIA agents, or more specifically, not connected to the movies, they're SHIELD agents.
Okay, right. Well, yeah, because the idea of everyone being a part of SHIELD is...
Yeah, it's a part of the canon that absolutely nobody likes. Because...
Yeah, this is like, well, no, they're not supposed to be important. It's not about them. It's about his, like, Peter Parker has a rough life, right? He just things go...
It's the normal guy.
Yeah, he just didn't have his mom and dad growing up. He got raised by his aunt. His ancient aunt. Who was like, are you sure you were my mother's sister, or were you her aunt?
It's always been a little weird how Aunt May is so senile.
Like, why are you so old? I mean, it's possible, right? That she had a kid sister, and she was like,
possible.
like my mom, like my mom's parents had her when Aunt May was 30 or something like that. It's not impossible, but it's just like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what? Okay.
Yeah, no, and it's like the Amazing Spider-Man. What is it?
They do something at a subdivision.
That in the story, I hate they took the parent CIA agent thing and then tied it into the second one, and like my least favorite plot point from any of these movies. We're talking about how Peter's like a normal guy, and then they just like crap all over the origin by being like, oh, Peter's father was actually in a secret Oscorp biochemistry lab or whatever, and was working with Oscorp to make genetically engineered spiders to human beings.
Oh, so
And
it's
Oscorp wanted to use them to make bioweapons, and the only blood that he infused into the spiders was his own. So the only people that could be affected by the spider are people that share his own blood. So
Oh my
Peter is
goodness.
the only person that could have become Spider-Man.
So in that universe, Miles Morales is not possible unless they're like, unless his dad was, you know, clowning around. So, let's see what people have to say. Okay, now what do you think about the third Spider-Man? Oh wait.
The third movie for that one never got released. Well, that's not a curse. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like, I mean, it would be one of those things where it would make sense if it was like one of those things where how Valve doesn't make a Half-Life or Portal 3 because, you know, the joke is Valve can't count to 3.
Well, that's a curse.
It's like they never get there. It just never happens. Like there's no Half-Life 3 and there never will be, probably.
No, there will be a Half-Life 3. They're just waiting for Neuralink.
Ooh, like you actually jack into the game? Like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Shade Smooth. I don't like that. Ears seem too small and her head seems too big. But maybe that's just because there's no hair. Let me go back to the reference.
I don't know, man. I don't feel comfortable linking into a video game.
Drifting into a video game like it's Pacific Rim.
Sword Art Online.
Let's move this one forward. Her ears are too far back. That's the problem. Okay, we can.
I'm thinking like I do. It's a crappy story, but it's also sort of funny. The incompetence of Sony, where they were going to have a stage event where they were going to announce after The Amazing Spider-Man 2 all of the sequels they had planned, including The Amazing Spider-Man 3, Sinister 6, Venom, a Black Cat movie. There was going to be an Aunt May prequel spin-off where she was a CIA agent with her Peter's parents.
I'm glad that didn't happen. That sounds...
Like,
maybe it could have been something like
Peggy
Carter, but I didn't watch that either. I don't know.
They had a whole bunch of movies planned, like a whole universe. They were trying to be an MCU, and then they were gonna have it at an event. Andrew Garfield was gonna be there, and they were gonna announce all these projects at once. But Andrew Garfield got sick and couldn't make his flight, so they fired him and canceled the entire series.
They fired him and canceled the entire thing. That's an interesting reaction. Look, man, we needed this to work. This was our only chance, and then you ruined it by being sick. Like, I don't have to be there. No, it's bad now. You can't. It's just like, but you guys can still announce it and just have like.
I love the fact that like that single event is what gave us MCU Spider-Man.
It can't have been that single event. Close.
I mean, no, and then Amy Pascal threw a sandwich at Kevin Feige.
Yeah, that was the that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Kevin Feige had a sandwich thrown at him. He's like, "Oh, you know what? It's on now. It's personal." You threw a sandwich.
What's gonna happen?
I'll throw an MCU.
I think what's gonna happen is that they cast Tom Holland and they're like, okay, we're gonna wait to get a solo Spider-Man movie, and then the Russos were like, wait, you have access to Spider-Man? Yeah. I'm gonna throw them in Civil War. Well, that might not work. We don't have a solo movie. It's like we're doing it.
We don't need a solo movie. Everyone knows who Spider-Man is. I know that's something you don't like particularly, Cryo, but it's like
it's not that I don't like having Spider-Man introduced without a solo movie. I just like I just feel like we need to see, or at least like I don't need to see it. I just want more acknowledgement of his origin. But outside of that, it's like it's fine. Like Spider-Man, like the character is still intact, regardless of whether or not you know his origin or not.
Yeah, like my parents were. Okay, so let's do this. Gonna bring the ears up a little bit further.
Oh man, that reminds me of a friggin' tweet where I've seen where I saw somebody being like, "I've seen Batman's parents get killed more than I've hugged my own."
Sad. Okay. Let me do this. We're gonna do the hair. Gonna try to do the hair. I know that's what everyone came for. The music is over. Let me find.
You know, Rocket has an interesting subject. What happens when you get a buggy game with a Neuralink?
Oh, you get a buggy brain.
Yeah.
It depends.
Buggy
Well, if
brain.
it's a read-write, right? It would only be read-only, probably. You just see the game. It would just probably mess you up, probably. I don't know. That would be bad.
It's one of those things where you think of like Neuralink, and I think of like VR and Neuralink in the same kind of way, where because of what these markets are and how mass appeal they try to be and reach as many people as possible, they're never going to become the standard because it locks off too many people from being able to play the game.
Yeah, like it'll like a complete technology's gonna have to happen. So, okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna get a little bit more music, and I'm gonna try to start Amy's hair. Do it for the next hour. That's what I'm gonna do, and then we'll see where we are at least at that point, because I've already gone over my 2 hour thing, but kind of getting into it, so
Getting into a flow.
getting into the flow. Relaxing Sonic music with rain for sleeping, studying, chilling.
That sounds good.
Yeah, why not? It's an hour and 40 minutes long.
I'm thinking, what's it? Yeah, I hope the next Sonic game is good. It's one of those things where it's like, I have like feelings. Thinking about movies though, we were talking about Spider-Man. I just have like particular very specific fears for No Way Home that they're just gonna try to be just sort of have the villains there for a nostalgic kind of throwback thing. And I hope they actively make an effort to handle the characters respectfully and actively have them, challenge and push Peter, emotionally and physically, instead of just kind of physically doing it and just having them be there for the most part. And I have faith that they will handle those villains properly. I just fear that they won't.
Let me save this file now, because I actually haven't saved Amy yet. As anything anywhere, and if this thing crashed, I'd be very upset with myself. So let me do that real. Roadless portal.
The entire world's about to forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man because Doctor Strange is gonna kill him.
Blender Project. Cast and characters.
I really want to know what the Sam Raimi version of Doctor Strange is like. Because he exists somewhere. I'm not talking about Doctor Strange 2. I'm talking about the Sam Raimi Spider-Man universe's version of Doctor Strange, because he exists somewhere.
Alright. Rose TAA. I'm gonna keep both files, but I'm not gonna, obviously. A file. Yeah, that was. I don't know. Or somebody else, it's fine. Alright, so there's gonna be just big old side of beef coming out of the side of her head. This is one of those things where it's like, I probably should reference the model. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm a maverick.
I'm thinking about games, and have you played what is it? Are you gonna start extruding your hair? Said PJ.
Yes.
Did I miss your answer?
I did answer to that. Oh,
Okay.
I did say yes.
What is it?
Hmm?
We were talking about games. What do you think of Metroid Dread? You haven't talked about it at all on these streams.
I haven't, because the game didn't exist at the time when we last streamed, and then this is the first time since it came out that we've done a stream. I've been enjoying it. It's been pretty fun. I like the game. It's a solid video gaming experience, the likes of which I have not had. Just a straight up, when I say gamey game, I'm just like, it's a game that's just, it feels like
Raw game.
It's raw game. Like, it's not a story or anything like that, and that's fine. It doesn't need to be. It has a story, obviously, but it's not what I'm focusing on. Just the feeling of going into a new area, discovering how to get through it, and defeat the enemies and that kind of stuff. And then when you get to a boss, figuring out their patterns, figuring out how to beat it, you're like, yeah, I'm playing a game right now. So pretty satisfying game so far. I'm enjoying it very much.
It's like
Oops.
it is kind of crazy that Nintendo had like 4 categories. Like there were 5 games nominated for Best Family Game. Nintendo had 4 nominees, and it still lost somehow.
Yeah, well, you know. I guess they wanted to really push they're like, hey guys, we know all this crazy stuff happening with Take-Two Interactive. Let's give the people who are working on It Takes Two a little. Let's throw them a bone.
I'm sure it was all out of charity of their bottom of the
Yeah, they're trying to.
Absolutely.
They're definitely trying to make
all
make
out of
themselves
the
look better.
kindness of their
PR for themselves. Hey.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Like maybe
No,
that's a cynical
I
take,
remember
but it's
watching
like-
those like the opening, and we're all like, we need to take a moment. We will not stand for the things happening in the gaming industry. It's like, are you gonna do anything about it? No.
And also, we're not talking about the game industry itself. We're talking about, well, they are talking about the game industry, but they decided to focus mainly on the Activision stuff, which of course is important. That's important.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's very bad what was happening in Activision and all that. And it is something that needs to be called out, but also, you know, there's other things that came up more recently with bad business practices. Now, I don't know very much about what's going on with Take-Two. Not Take-Two Interactive and the people who made It Takes Two makes it a little bit confusing to talk about.
Apparently, I haven't heard a lot about Take-Two yet. I've heard like murmurs of stuff going on there. I'll look into it. But it's like, what is it? Mercury Steam, too, the developers of Metroid Dread. They got a lot of prestige recently, and then right after Metroid Dread came out, people were talking about the horrible crunch hours and awful, like, business practices of the company, and how they're just kind of, like, horrible to all of their employees.
It's kind of interesting that I have an ex-girlfriend who really wanted to work at Blizzard. After we broke up, she actually went and did it. She's a QA tester there. She's been there. I don't know what she is now. It's been like years. And it's unfortunate. I don't know if she's been mistreated since she's been there. I have no idea.
Right? But, you know, you'd hope that that didn't happen. But, yeah, it's like a... But, yeah, you gotta worry about that kind of stuff.
It's one of those things where it's like you get at something that's like the Game Awards, and it feels like, I know it's like a stage for people to talk about stuff, but also like it doesn't feel genuine enough because of how corporate it normally is to feel as if it actually means anything.
Well, it'll
it's
always
like
be like that
Activision-
kind of. Are you guys really talking to the issues, or are you only making reference to it because we brought it up? And to a certain extent, that is why that happens. And of course, that's why you got to do those kind of things. He did say at the thing, like, you know, you got to vote with your wallet. If you don't want things to happen, you've got to make them feel pain. And the only way you can make them feel it is not buying their games. And you're like, then they'll be like, oh, you mean when I sexually harass my employees, you don't want to play my games?
Well, like,
right.
I'd have to change my ways.
It was like her dream to work at Blizzard, and then she gets there, and it's like this weird environment.
It's like this really bad
probably supposed allegedly bad environment. Like I said, I've never been there. I've just only heard.
You know, I guess you're covering yourself legally. Let's see here. What are people saying?
Well, I don't like spreading bullshit, so I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, like,
there's court cases involved with this kind of stuff. Like,
right? I'll go with whatever they get charged with. That's what I'll say actually happened.
It's like, what's it? It's like, I imagine
Something
like
like
the
that,
Game
man.
Awards. It would be the worst thing in the universe, but my mind just imagined a scenario where they talk about all the horrible stuff going on at Activision, and then immediately after, there's an announcement for a big game, and it's like Crash or Spyro or something.
Yeah, no, they definitely want to, and it's one of those things, like, they know that would look bad, so they want to do whatever they can to clear the air before they talk about one of those games, because they know people are going to have a certain reaction to it if they just kind of let this stuff sit, fester. A quick detour. Next says Amy rocking the twin drill hairdo. Something like that. It's
Yeah.
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 Drill.
Kind of drill hair. Oh, Amy just walking around going.
Oh yeah,
She's rocking the. She's rocking. Oh my gosh.
Oh, what is it?
Knuckles.
Knuckles, a little bit. She has
yeah.
a similar head shape, a little bit to Knuckles.
Oh yeah.
Because of the way her hair kind of like it streams forward after it goes down and back. But he just has more of them.
Knuckles grabs Sonic, Amy grabs Knuckles. Do I look like I need your help?
Do I look like I need your hair gel?
Quibi says, "Is it bad that I'm just now hearing about the thing with Activision?" No.
I mean, yeah, like not everyone's plugged into video game news, and especially
Some
if you
people
don't play.
just aren't in the loop.
Like if this stuff was happening with
Unfortunate.
Sega, you'd probably know
Fine.
about it because that's the thing you pay attention to.
Yeah, you should. It's a big thing.
I don't know why.
I'm thinking, what's it? I'm thinking, well, what's it?
There's a what's it in my closet, and I don't know what to do.
What was like your what is it? We talked about highlights of Game of the Year or the Game Awards or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think was like a kind of like low point? What was like your least favorite part of it?
Every time they switched, and I hate to be like one of these dudes like, oh man, putting people's brands on Twitch and all that kind of stuff. But the Twitch streamers that I'd never heard of or seen before in my life, just popping up like, hey guys, we're having a stream about this. Like, look, man, there's a lot of people having a stream like this. Why am I watching yours?
Yeah.
I don't know who you are. I don't.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, did these people win a contest? Who the heck are
Must
these
have.
people? Why do
Like,
they, what are they here?
I can't imagine paying for something like that.
I'd want to be a jerk or nothing. Like, and people, I'm sure they're really happy for whatever exposure they're getting, but
Oh yeah, no, that's great for them. And if they have
Who do you-
fans,
why
Who
is
do you
this here?
know?
Yeah, who do you know? What's going on?
who are you friends with? Was it Sam? Did he get you in this?
Oh, that guy.
Sam procrastinate? No.
And they
Well,
don't
it
tell
turns
them
out-
anything about their
turns
streams.
out,
It's just like,
Turns out all the camera shots we saw of Sonic Frontiers were recorded by him.
Oh! It was like, how does he have access to the game before it's even out? This man's got connections. He knows Garrulus.
Garrulus has a freaking camera.
Let's see here. Low point of the Game Awards, the fact that they didn't burn Yes Belmont and Bobby Kotick at the end of this. in the effigy on stage. Oh, I thought you meant in reality. You said effigy.
oh, okay.
I'm like, whoa.
Effigy.
Like at the stake? Like, whoa, man.
Yeah, that would be like pretty violent and
Oh my
probably
God.
extrajudicial to say the least.
Oh yes, we don't do that.
I don't think we're
Barbarism.
there.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. Like society hasn't broken down enough for barbarism yet.
Yeah,
Not
so
yet.
So
Not
so
yet.
what I want to say is, yeah, I mean it's interesting those kinds of things that they kind of, I guess they what's the word I'm looking for? They broached it a little bit, but they didn't make it the centerpiece, and that's gonna probably, of course, be people like, oh, you're not taking it seriously enough, and indeed it's possible that they aren't, but I don't know. It is a oops, I made a mistake.
I'm thinking, what's it? What did you think of Suicide Squad?
That looks like it might be fun. Like I didn't play the Batman Arkham games.
You didn't?
I did not. I watched
Oh, bro,
someone else play
play them.
Yeah, they're good.
I know they're good. I've seen, and I'm like, I want to play them, and there's nothing stopping me. They're available just about on everything right now. I could get them on Steam, probably. No, I know I could get them on Steam.
I think there's a.
Computer might
I
even be
don't
able
know
to
if
handle it.
I don't know if it's good or not, but I remember hearing. I think there's a PS4 remaster.
It'll be fine. That game came out for the PlayStation or in Xbox, like the PlayStation 3, right?
Yeah.
Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
PlayStation 4 will handle that game no problem. Hang on, what's happening? Use their money as kindling fire. Service.
Yeah.
You can reference
that's-
2D inside a 3D in-gun like this? Yes, you can. This is
Okay.
Blender. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say, Jinx?
Oh no, I'm sorry. You can answer this question.
Okay.
I do want to say something after that. You can answer.
Sure, no worries. Yeah, you can bring in 2D images into Blender because it's actually there used to be a special command for it in earlier versions like 2.79. You hit like Shift A and then you could bring in like an image. You can bring it as a reference or a background. But what's cool about 2.9 and above, 2.8 and above, is you can actually just take a file from a folder, right? Like you guys can see what I'm doing because I'm sharing everything. And I say I want to do this, I can just grab this and drag it directly in here, and now that's in there. And you can just have that 2D image. It'll be lined up with where however the camera view was, like the window view. But you can also reorient it and that kind of thing. Delete it. So that's a cool thing. You can bring in 2D images. And it's a lot smoother than it used to be. That's why I gotta say that. Go ahead, James. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you're making a joke next, but what happens when somebody with a bunch of influence and money is able to convince the public that someone else did something wrong enough to like cancel them or like burn them at the stake, so to speak? It's this power of judicial power without any representation or jury or anything. It's like this cancellation culture. I know that you're not actually.
He's not advocating people being burned at this.
Yeah, not advocating cancellation or anything like that, but it's like.
As far as we know,
Uh,
he doesn't want to burn people.
yeah, as far as we know, yeah.
I gotta say, I'm against it, you guys. I'm against it, fellas.
I'm anti-burn.
I'm anti-burn people.
Can just get, essentially canceled or theoretically burned at the stake for a bad rumor about them.
Well, I mean,
Or
there's such things like obviously, there's a bad rumor, and then everyone just reacting to it. But you can look into these things, and to be like Bobby Kotick though, I'm not sure. No, it's not.
I'm not saying these people are not guilty of it.
Right, because there's
Probably
definitely enough. There are a lot of people who are actually coming forward, and there's like an abundance of evidence. But yeah, we always it's incumbent upon us as individuals when we take in information to be like, is this
To
true?
actually,
who are the
true,
people?
right? We need skepticism and
Who are the
this type
people
of
who are
even a big swash of people believe it. The amount of people who believe something doesn't mean it's true whatsoever. So it's like you have to bring your own sense of skepticism into it.
yeah? So you got to look into these things. You got to do the research.
Or else you do something that's not right and possibly even evil. So be careful out there.
Be careful, everybody. Read.
That's a good TED talk. That's a good.
Who is messaging me? Stop doing it.
Aaron Weber, I
My
told
client. I
you
need to talk to him later.
And it's like people can misconstrue skepticism. Like, you're defending this horrible person. It's like, no,
No.
I just haven't heard all the facts yet that I know about. You're defending him, not defending anybody.
Okay. So.
Funny enough, what is it? Apparently, did you ever watch the What Happened video about Sonic Forces, the Matt McMuscles thing?
I actually haven't had a chance to look at that.
There's a very interesting fact about it. To spoil it a tiny bit,
That's fine. That's probably not
the
gonna watch it anytime
entire-
soon.
yeah, right. The entire like there was a script, like a treatment, I think, for the game that leaked, and you can see, how when the Sony emails leaked for the Amazing Spider-Man 2, and everybody found all of Kevin Feige's notes on how to improve the game or the movie. That same thing happened internally at Sega when they were making Sonic Forces, and Aaron Weber had like a bunch of like issues and complaints and things for them to fix.
Yeah, on the
None
same
of them
thing
were
that we all
acknowledged.
hated. Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
That's like he's like, hey, you guys could do this. Like, nah, man.
Why would Tails cower here? What the heck? That makes no sense.
yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. He was bringing up the exact same points, and they just straight up ignored him.
Oh.
Boy.
Despite being the brand manager at Sega that sees all of the reception that they get.
Like, you're making my job excessively hard. You understand that, right?
Yeah, what are you writers do? What are you guys doing? This is all wrong.
I mean, that wasn't even a contacting graph script. That was a Japanese thing, I think.
Yeah, just talking
Yeah,
about
they're not
something
gonna listen
specifically.
to the. They're not gonna listen to the.
And you know how
forwarder
Sega
about
is.
this.
The Japanese and American branches never like to listen to each other for some
Right,
xenophobic
no,
reason
absolutely.
problem.
Yeah, I was just bringing that up. Yeah.
All right.
Like,
This.
what is it? Rocket said that Return to Arkham is on the PlayStation Store. Is it a good remaster? I've heard. I only remember hearing about it once, and I remember somebody saying that it wasn't really that great. But it might have been like, I don't know. But what's it?
You know, they could have messed up about it. But
what is it? But like, yeah, no, you should totally play them though. They're fantastic. I'm thinking, do you guys think Sega will ever make another game console? No.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's too expensive really to get into that game, and like there is something to be said for like just making your stuff available on anything that's available, like making it for computers and making it for other available consoles. They don't have to pay that price, and they don't have enough. Like, when you think about it, it's not just about having the system. It's also about having the contracts or like, you know, the agreements with developers and making sure that your system is meeting their needs. And then you have to build it for that. And then you have to pay for the R&D that goes into it. Then you have to pay for shipping it, you know, building it, like, you know, constructing them in a factory. You gotta pay the factory that's gonna do it. You're not gonna do it in house. Like, it's a lot of like expenses that Sega no longer has to deal with because they're only making software now. They only have to deal with the knowing what they're going to be targeting when it comes to the system and then making that software. It must be liberating for them, honestly, because, you know, Nintendo still has to deal with all that kind of stuff. Microsoft had to get into that game, but they had a lot of money, right? Sega probably doesn't have enough capital to just start making a console again and then trying to, on top of that, make their games, and on top of that, keep themselves relevant, making sure that it's strong enough to compete and all that kind of thing. It's just really a lot to
and then
worry
you got
about.
Sony, who's like the weird middleman. Where it's like they made PlayStation because they had a lot of money and they wanted to compete against Nintendo, but nowadays they're kind of lucky that they made PlayStation in the first place because it's where they make most of their money.
Yeah, like, so it's interesting. Okay, so Girl, the big hair.
I actually recently learned a lot of interesting stuff about well, not a lot of interesting stuff, just learning about the development of Sonic 2 and learning about how Yuji Naka was kind of a dick to like all of his employees in during development. Just specifically one thing that stood out to me was the fact that during the development of Sonic 2, he specifically requested that he only work, despite working at Sonic Team America, I believe, to make Sonic 2, he only requested that he worked with Japanese developers and refused to work with anybody from America.
Oh, great.
Wow.
That's a good way to get your games done. I guess it worked out for him or whatever. Maybe. Did the game do well? I don't know.
It's like the more you learn about him, you go from like being the guy that created Sonic to being this kind of stubborn jerk that's really hard to work with.
That's kind of the way it goes with auteurs, though, when it comes to video game directors, auteurs guys who are like, they're the name behind the thing. When it becomes when it becomes that, where the director, he's kind of the writer and he does all this other stuff with it, they get a little bit of a big head, sometimes, a lot. It happens, and it's weird, and it's best that he's not working on that anymore, I think.
Yeah, and then he made Balan Wonderworld.
He made Balan Wonderworld, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, last.
It's like, what did you do? It's like...
I tried my best, you guys. I don't know about that best you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want it to look like that. It's supposed to look like...
I wanted to make a game... I wanted to make a game that could be played by everybody, so I made it so that it could be played by nobody.
Well, my definition of what everybody is changed over the course of the production. Let me... think
One button control scheme for everything, no matter how impossible, frustrating, or complicated it ends up making the game.
that.
I remember specifically though, what is it? Every time I look at the Balan Wonderworld title screen now, I can't like not think about it. I read it and I'm like, that title is wrong. Balan Wonderland. That sounds so much better.
It does, but that's not what he went
Like-
with. He's the auteur. You gotta know what he says.
Hey, what if what if we got not only Sonic Frontiers and the movie, we also got Sonic Mania 2 trailer? Fucking
That'd be
No,
interesting.
that would make me excited for the game.
like that would be like absolutely like the perfect game awards. Sonic Mania 2 as well, on top of everything else.
If Sega, like, I know they won't because they're Sega and I don't expect them to, but if they don't make Sonic Mania 2, there's something wrong with that company fundamentally.
Maybe they're like, we don't want Sonic Mania making us look bad again. So
Yeah, we don't want them to be showing us up. That's
We don't need
That was-
those
that was a
youngsters
bad
on
look for
stage
us.
again.
Yeah. Man, they made a better game. Like, and it
On their
cost them way
first
less.
try.
Yeah.
that ain't going. Oh,
It's like it feels like the sort of thing where like the heads at Sonic Team or whatever, like the lead, all the people there, they go in to Christian Whitehead's like office or whatever. It'd be like, okay, so about the new Sonic game we had you make, it's gonna be pretty difficult. There's gonna be a lot of moving parts. So if we were to give you some advice, oh, it's done.
done?
Huh?
Oh,
It's finished.
we finished the game.
You rushed it. It can't be that good. No, it's no.
Yeah, it's
no,
pretty
it's,
good. The QA testers are liking it so far, and they are able to get through the entire game. Are you trying to? I feel attacked right now.
I didn't attack anything but your pride.
Yeah, no, that's we're seeing it.
Yeah.
So
You already answered that question, didn't you?
what was we saying?
If we think that Sega will ever make another console, I
No,
think we
that's
answered that, right?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, no, that's old. That's from a while.
Yeah, does he not like Americans? I don't know what he's talking about.
Talking about
Oh,
Yuji
no,
Naka
he's
not
talking-
waiting to
he's
work.
talking about the Naka thing. Yeah, no, I have no idea. I just
I'm not
remember
gonna
that
speculate on
tidbit
that.
from the development of Sonic 2. That's it. Oh man. But yeah, no. You know, I just find it funny, like seeing the
Behind the scenes.
like not behind the scenes, but seeing the outcome of Sonic Mania be like the best thing the series done since being on the Genesis, and Sega's just like, no, we're not doing that again.
Maybe.
We may have made money, but no.
I don't want to make money if you're the one making money.
Like, here's the thing though, Sonic Forces made money. It's not even about making money, even though Mania made more money than Forces.
About having
Guarantee
goodwill.
it. Yeah, it's about making a good game. Like Sonic Mania, everybody talks about the Sonic cycle, and Sonic Mania had nothing to do with it. It was a good game that delivered on what it said it would be.
That look okay. Far out.
And the fact that we don't have a new one already is still like, what the hell? Like, Mania took a year and a half to make.
Yeah, imagine they could just pump those out every year and a half, 2 years.
I'd buy all of
2,
them.
3, 4.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
I'm thinking like you have Mania. It's like I think the way Sega looked at Mania was like, oh yeah, this is like a fun little side project for fans and stuff like that to keep them quiet until like a real
Until
big
Sonic
Sonic game
Origins comes out.
This is the appetizer. They're not ready for our game. They're not.
I am the tallest of mountains. I am the roughest wave. Not close.
We may have made money and pleased our fans, but no.
Yeah. About 30 more minutes. I think I can.
It's like you just go to Sonic Team, see Takashi Iizuka, and be like, so why are you making a Mania sequel? No. Why? It's too good. What do you mean it's too good? Like, did you feel like you were outclassed? No.
The brand.
It was too high quality. The brand got too much of a kick.
Now we're
A
worried
From
that we won't be able to liquidate this thing and sell to Nintendo like we planned on.
The expectations are
Aye.
too high now. It's not good. If we revived the
People
hopes of our fans, and we can't
we
have
can't,
that.
Can't have
We
them
can't
hoping
have
for
people-
games that are good.
we can't have people unironically liking Sonic, okay? If we do that, we'll run out of memes and ways to make fun of ourselves on social media and we'll lose all relevance. No,
If people just go back to liking the games like they're supposed to, then where will all of the memes come from? What do you mean people make memes about good games too? No, they don't.
You've never seen a meme about Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, what's that?
What's that? Think the game we're currently making, sir. Oh, right.
What's that? Yeah.
Sonic,
No,
Sonic
it's like-
Frontiers.
Yeah,
We
Breath of the
made
Wild.
this game currently without knowing anything about Breath of the Wild.
That's what Nintendo would say. They're like, oh, we weren't aware of that.
Oh, you know what? I like to think it's like Breath of the Wild. It's like you have never seen any memes. What about Breath of the Wild? What's that? And then just smash cut 2 days later, and then you see the Game Awards.
That's why they're making it. They're like, oh, wait. It was the inspiration because they didn't think that they could succeed and make memes, but then Breath of the Wild showed them the way. They're like, oh wow, you know what I didn't even think about when I was making this?
What?
The way her actual hair goes.
Yeah,
is
no,
go
but,
forward
no,
a
because
bit.
her pill's looking like a mutated, like, weird thing.
That will fit.
I remember specifically somebody was breaking down the character design of Sonic in 3D, and that 3D Sonic, if viewed from a front angle, like a lot of the time, classic Sonic is exaggerated to have like his three spikes be viewed from any profile, and then you have like Sonic in 3D, where if he's from on a front-facing camera angle, most of the time it just makes him look like he has 4 like ingrown tumors growing on the side of his head, like from his silhouette.
Yeah. Well, because he has to work from 3 different angles, not just one at it. Or like, technically, when you look at a 3D model, you're looking at it from one side at a time. You can't look at it from multiple angles at the same time, but he does have to work visually from all of those angles. And you can try to spoof it and do some sort of like 2D hybrid. This? Oh no. Oops.
It feels weird
Oops.
to me to think that the Sonic movie has a
Amy's
more clear.
Huh?
I was like, oh no, Amy's hair got
Yeah,
cut.
just got cut off.
It feels weird to me that the Sonic movie sequel has a more clear, defined, and cohesive art direction than the main series does.
I'm sorry, say again? I
At
missed
least, like
that.
the Sonic movie is like cartoon, like the Sonic movie is cartoon in the real world, but it feels like it belongs in its own universe. Frontiers does not feel that way.
Well, Frontiers is Sonic style, like the character. That's what Sonic looks like currently. That's just how he looks. And but see, that's the thing. It doesn't look. What's sticking out like a horn?
It reminds me of again the Tails channel thing where he talked about being converted into a Sonic movie fan. It makes it he said like I think I want fur on Sonic now.
I mean, Sonic technically always had fur, it just wasn't super defined. I mean, it's just, that's a stylistic. And also, I don't need Sonic to look like he does in the movies. In the games, I think he looks fine.
Do you think the movie, if the second one is even more successful than the first one, do you think it might start to bleed into the games?
It might, because wasn't it you who said that you read somewhere that the folks over there at Sega were now reevaluating Sonic the Hedgehog as a franchise because of the movie's success?
Oh no, that was a while ago.
Yeah, no, and so if it continues to be successful, then they will reevaluate and go like, people liked the Sonic movie. People have trepidations about our games. What if we were to make this game like the movie? Huh? What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Oh, then they have a movie franchise. They make everything they fuck up all of their movies now. We at Sega want to make our own studio.
Sega starts to come in and be like, hey, can we have some input on Paramount? It's like, no. They shut the door, lock it.
You can't come in. Oh, come on, guys. It'll be fun. We'll do like a study slumber party.
We'll put classic Sonic in there.
Ooh, no, no.
Destiny, how does it feel to have your
model mangled by me? Your art mangled. I wrote it.
It's awesome. Like, I never thought I would have my drawings translated to 3D before, so it feels very surreal. But
it's surreal,
you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, that's got to be rad.
It's so cool. Yeah,
it is.
I had a similar experience when I wrote a little script and actually made a video out of it, and it was so cool having my ideas come to life like that. It was awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
We're here to help have. Okay, that looks good.
Your dreams come true, Rodolus.
Oh, that's what we do over here, Project Armada. Maybe I dream of this game being fun and people liking it.
Being fun
as well. We're working on it, you guys.
Hey, if anything, we can go the Sonic route or the Sega route and make it just so bad people make fun of it.
You know what?
No.
That's a dream too.
Jinx, you forget what community we're dealing with here. Regardless of what we do, somebody's gonna like it.
I mean, I would like the majority of people to like it, but I'll settle for somebody. So I'd be okay if they edited. Yes, I mean,
I would like that. I really like Sonic movie shoes, like the way they curve and the more rounded. They look really nice. They give Sonic blue arms.
Amy is a Viking. What was it?
Rodolus, how do you feel about Sonic blue arms?
Amy. Okay, what's up?
How do you feel about Sonic's blue arms, Rodolus?
Well, I remember looking at them and I'm like, that's fine. I know that there was someone who put a tweet out not too long ago and they're like, you know what, looking at this, I think there was someone did a comparison. They photo colored his arms to be tan like they are in the games in the movie, and they're like, you know what, it looks better with them being blue. I'm sure they did art. After they were doing the redesign, I'm sure they did art passes and they did tests, and they're like, you know what, this looks better, and it's fine that he's all blue in the movie. I have no problem with that. People were mad about it when Sonic Boom did it, and then they got over it.
Well, because Sonic Boom, I feel like the movie Sonic has a better design than Sonic Boom Sonic.
Sonic Boom Sonic really isn't that much different.
Movie Sonic has just a better design than anything.
Really, you think so?
Than the games? Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
I think Game Sonic has a better design. They just don't use it.
Game Sonic has got a legacy thing to it. That's what he looked like when they redesigned him from his classic look to when they were like, it's the year 2000, you guys, in 1998, when they made Sonic Adventure. They're like, we need to make a new Sonic. Actually, he was still kind of rounded. Then they made him a little bit taller. And over time, he just got a little more stretched out. The stretchiest version of him was, I guess, Sonic 06, and then they went back in Sonic Unleashed.
Yeah, no, Sonic 06 was way too long in every way.
Long Sonic, that people were calling him. Um,
He almost looks like vaguely anemic. Like he needs to eat a sandwich or something in that game.
his mouth. His mouth is on the front of his face too, which is just the weirdest thing because usually that's a Sega mandate right there. Like he's got a side mouth. That is a part of his design. When you draw him, that is how he is to be drawn. Like that is a thing. And the fact that they didn't do it speaks to the fact that the game wasn't done when they when they released it. But that's mostly all that means. Amy has 5 quills.
I mean, no, in Sonic Heroes
Two on
in
the sides and one
Shadow,
in
he
the
also
back.
had a center mouth.
Oh, he did, huh?
He had a center mouth in Adventure 1 and 2, too. I think the first game to really give Sonic a side mouth, the majority of the time, was Sonic Unleashed.
I guess so, because Sonic's mouth would just open wide and crazy in Sonic Adventure 1, and it wasn't the middle of the face, that's true.
It wasn't even lip sync. People think of like the Japanese dialogue. It's not. It's just pre-canned animations.
Well, of course, because lip syncing is not easy. Like, especially, first of all, if you're doing it for any language, it's difficult. Then you imagine doing something like what they did in Kingdom Hearts, where they did do the lip syncing, they did it in both languages. Like, they didn't do it all the time, obviously. Kingdom Hearts had multiple models for Sora. They had one where his face actually animated.
And then
one where it just picks
there's
his
like the
textures.
one where it just like lip flaps a mouth texture.
It's a mouth texture. The Goofy's could never do a mouth texture because of how big his mouth is and how much.
Neither
of
could
his head
Donald,
it takes
yeah.
up. Yeah. But they did have those pre-canned flaps where they would just sort of like bop, 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 bop. But yeah, no, that's not easy. That's animation tax, right? The taxation on you gotta pay it.
You gotta pay the tax.
I feel like the problem.
And they're like,
with
nah, we're not
Adventures-
paying that one.
No,
I
it
think
wasn't
the
always
problem with
necessary.
Sonic Adventures animations isn't necessarily that like the pre-canned animations. It's like the movements of Sonic and everybody's like faces is just absolutely insane.
I am very happy so far with the way Amy's head is coming together.
It's like
That's
I know what they were kind of going for, like exaggerating Sonic's like his facial structure and his design to make it look more crazy a lot of the time to express himself, but they do it in a really bad way.
right.
Where it's just like every time Sonic moves his mouth, everything just jiggles and conforms and does weird things.
Yeah, hang on. Let's see. McQuivy says, but not for Sega fans. I don't know what. But yeah, his mouth was it's changed over time, obviously. Recently, I think in the last game that they did, and when I say I keep thinking about Sonic Generations, or
Yeah, people keep talking about Sonic Generations like it's a recent game. It's really not.
it came out in 2012, man.
11.
2011?
Oh
Oh,
my
nice. Even older. This is 10 years old. But I was still in college. Oh. Anyway, the yeah, it's you know what I forgot to do? I like to make another one. Needs to go up to the top of the back burner. Delete the face. Yeah, so it's oof. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Oh, out here. Doesn't seem like it should be wide enough. Oh, that's why it feels.
Amy's head always so bad when you don't have like her hair tuft.
Hair tuft? What do you mean? Oh, like her? Yeah, yeah. You're talking about the center point of her head. Yeah, no, they put that in there for a reason. It's stylistic, obviously, but of course it brings her head together. Like without it, I don't know what you even call that. It's just like, sure, she doesn't have to have it. Like, they're technically all just quills, and she can arrange them if she wanted to. Oh, I know why.
I mean, she used to just be a pink Sonic.
Yeah, and then she had like, but I think she always had the bangs. That was just a part of her, like even her original Rosie the Rascal design. had like a little
Didn't like Archie do a thing where she like wished on like a emerald or something?
he wished on a magic acorn or to make himself older. That was Archie. I don't know why. I think she's just older somehow in the games, or she's the same age that she was before. I don't know. I think they changed Sonic's age because I thought Sonic was 8 years old in the original game. Yes, he wasn't.
Yeah, no, that was only in the comics. In the games, he's always been like 15, 16 years old.
Really?
Yeah, always. I mean, except for in the Sonic Heroes manual where he just is stated 8 years old.
That's what I'm talking about. That wasn't the comics thing because I don't think they didn't give him an age early on in the comics.
No, it was really weird because in like Sonic Adventure 1, 2, the classic games, Sonic is like 15, 16 years old. And in Sonic Heroes, he's 8 years old, and then of course correcting in Shadow.
Yeah, that would be. I think there's things to blame. Who is Rosie the Rascal? Oh, that's what she was called in the manual for Sonic C.
Well, no, she was called Sally Acorn in the manual for
that was
Sonic.
the English one, right? That was because they didn't know that's who that was. They're like, oh, you don't know what's going on.
It's so weird to think about how, like, back in the day when Sonic
People were
first
not
started
keeping track
out,
of nothing.
the world was so accepting of Sally Acorn, and she was in everything. And now she's nowhere.
You know, that's what they did when they introduced characters like Blaze the Cat. They kind of just sort of go through phases. The people who don't get over it are mostly fans, but when it comes to Sega, they don't remember things. Let's. I was waiting for that question.
Oh, what Rosie Rascal?
Okay, yeah, no, I was answering. Okay, fine.
Yeah, no, it's like I think of like what is it? Yeah. No, it's like Sega just sitting around in a boardroom being like, all right, we need to try to introduce a new female character that isn't Rouge.
Let's do the absolute opposite. Rouge is a bat. This one's gonna be a cat. Cat, bat. Those are opposites, right? Yeah, sure, sir. I don't know. They don't pay me to disagree with you, sir.
All right, he's gonna be purple. We don't have one of those. We have.
What about big? Well, he's big. She's little. But they're both purple.
Okay.
What's the opposite of purple? I don't know, Dan. There isn't an opposite of purple. No, I'm kidding. What were you saying?
All right, he's gonna have.
There is.
He's gonna have
of course there is.
Shoes, yeah.
Is
They're
it like
gonna be like
one?
Sonic shoes, okay? And she's gonna run in high heels. Genius.
You can open up a color calculator and find out what the opposite of purple is.
All women run in high heels. That fits. We're gonna go with that female character. Okay.
Well,
She's gonna have.
actually, she's different than Amy then, because Amy does not run in high heels. She runs in just big boots with heels on them. And also she doesn't run, but then she does run. But also everyone's as fast as Sonic, and then no one is. Don't worry about it. We're not about consistency.
Well, technically, Blaze is slightly slower than Sonic in Sonic Rush.
Oh, fine. Also, she's fire. She got fire.
We're gonna give her fire powers. Cool. She's gonna be insecure about her breast size. What?
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, it's in the manual for not. Of course, maybe they don't say
Yeah.
that then because that's when they made Sonic Rush. They didn't think about it, and then when Sonic 06 came out, or just Sonic the Hedgehog is what the game's actual name is. They're like, let's add that to this character. Let's make that a part of her life. And then let's have her not interact with anyone but Silver, so it makes people think that she's not even there.
I still love the idea of her being an imaginary friend.
Yeah, like she's Silver's imaginary friend. Like maybe he read about her in history and he's like, you know what, she's pretty cool, but I don't have any friends. Let me just imagine she's
That fire wave ocean level just comes out of nowhere and means nothing. He's
Yeah,
just
just
like,
sort of-
I wonder what Blaze is doing. And he's like,
he's imagining what Blaze is doing.
That's level.
He's like
Just
his
him
conscience.
imagining what happened.
Yeah, because he'd been there already, I'm guessing, and therefore he's just imagining what she'd done. And then when basically Iblis gets sealed, He did it himself, I guess. It split off.
Like-
some sort of.
It's like, Blaze,
personality.
who are you? I'm your conscious, stupid.
Like Jiminy Cricket. Just imagine me, but a cat.
But I'm like, I'm more mean to you because you don't have high self-esteem.
and
dumb.
and you don't talk to anyone. Like, work on that, man. I live in the post-apocalypse. No one is around at all. What do you think I have you? So let's do this. How many sides does this have? It has.
Why do you think I have?
verses.
Why do I think I have you? Well, I'm not even real. I'm just you, stupid.
Sad. Oh, this needs to be 20-sided,
Big,
actually.
moronic,
20-sided.
naive, dumb-looking.
Wow. I'm really mean to myself today. Yeah, I don't you need to
Yeah.
work on that. Stop hating yourself so much. Grab on the x-axis. And then we're gonna cut this in half. B. We're coming up on it though, you guys. 10 more minutes. I think I can do this. We'll have Amy's most of it, not all of it. When these are bangs, but we'll have
Are
her
you
back.
gonna throw a cone on? Are you gonna throw a cone on her head? Make her a pyramid head?
No, she's gonna be a cone head. You know the move. Oh, no, whatever.
Probably I was too young.
Fair enough. Potato on
Too young. How dare you? I've heard of Conehead.
We call him Pinhead. Everyone got that reference. The reference to Coneheads. Scale it down.
They call me Mr. Pig.
They call me Mr. Pig. Ah, you didn't watch it tonight. Ha ha ha.
Except for when Simba calls him a pig. He's fine with that.
What's he gonna do as a lion? And talk. He's like, hey, don't call me that, sir. Please. Also, don't eat me.
Yeah, like,
Big,
you know, when I was
intimidating
younger,
lion.
I didn't really understand, but now I know that you are prey.
Or just food, man. I don't know what you. Are you looking at me like that? Huh?
There's just
You know, I've
Yeah.
just been thinking about something, Timon and Pumbaa. What?
I could do this, and then no one would say anything.
You can't stop me.
I'm literally the king.
And then it's all like, whose idea was this? Well, it was your idea.
Nah.
Timon, you said you'll be on our side. Well, actually, I was stealing it from you.
That's your fault.
It's your fault now. No, I don't have to take some responsibility for this. This is a weird bit. Grab along the x-axis. Ooh. Amy and Wireframe brought to you by the friendly folks at Tales Adventure Armada.
You know, I know everybody's brought it up. It's not a new point, but like, how does a world in Lion King work? And I know it works very simply. Predator eats prey, but like, what about like this? Is the sentience like at all even a concern?
I guess not. It is the way they live their lives. They just eat each other.
Circle of life.
The hyena,
That
no,
makes
the antelope eat the
on
grass, so
that.
they get to eat us too. So
I'm trying to justify murder here. It's not. It's easy when I'm talking to a 5-year-old.
grab this along the Z. Move this over. Okay, so I didn't mess up. It'll be fine. Scale on the Z. Grab it. Y. Boy.
What if Scar just rallied all of the lionesses against the hyenas? Who would win in that fight?
Well, I guess who won in the one time that it happened in the end part of the movie? The lions would win.
Nah.
Wild hyenas do have the most powerful jaws of some of the most powerful jaws in the animal kingdom, able to bite through elephant bone and whatnot. They are not as dactyle as the lion. But of course, if there are enough hyenas, they can thwart lions. It really depends on how good a general Scar is. But then also Scar, he made friends with the hyenas, so it wouldn't make very much sense why he would have rallied them against people that he like double-crossed. I feel like that wouldn't work out very well for Scar. No one would trust him. He'd get thrown off into a flame pit anyway.
thinking about like I'm thinking of Zazu. How did you get into power? How did you become
By being a brown
like-
beak. Like getting in good with the lion, and then just being like, hey, let me tell you about what's happening in your kingdom. And then Mufasa's like, I already know, but I guess it's fun. Someone else tell me what's going on. And not that it actually matters, because I am not going to solve any of the problems that you bring up. Talking about the hyenas or the leopards are in a bit of a spot. I don't care, I'm a lion. What about the elephants? I told them to forget it, but they can't. I don't care, I'm a lion. I can't solve that problem. I'm a lion.
Wait, what was?
I'm significantly less intelligent than the elephants. Have you ever thought about that?
It's not even that. It's just like I'm a lion. They're gonna run away from me.
They're gonna be like,
they're my food.
I eat them all the time. You know, it's like there's not a whole lot of goodwill between us, and there never really will be because I need to eat them. If I don't, I'll die. So
I feel like his status as king is more so self-imposed. It's
yeah, but
not
hey
even
guys,
like
I'm the king. Also, if you say otherwise, I'll kill you.
I mean,
Yeah.
but
I'll kill you anyway, so I guess it doesn't
Ruled
matter.
by, Khan is ruled by like how strong you are, so nothing
Yeah.
to do with my leadership ability or anything.
Yeah, like if it was based on that.
It's like what is it? Like I think it's like if you say anything, I'll kill you, but I can't know if you are because I mainly just stick to like this one spot.
That's why I got my major domo to find out whether or not you're talking about me. And that's the only morning report I care about. Because that song is trash, Zazu. I need you to put it away. It's the morning report. The news of a sort. Every grunt, roar, and snort. It's the No, okay.
Why do you remember this?
Because I remember every song I hear.
I remember questioning you why you remember these.
Like, why do you remember this? I remember every song.
It's not every song, but like if it, I mean, it's stuck in my head because it's the morning report. It's there.
Wow, I don't remember.
Morning
the
report's
lyrics
new. No, that's the
that
thing.
song.
It came from the
Actually,
remaster in the play, right? So it's not one of those things that you would remember if you listen to it, because you remember like what's it called? Wow, I can't think of the name. Hakuna Matata, at least parts of it, right? Or at least it's
a little bit of little parts of it, right?
Yeah,
I don't remember
like that's
much.
in there, but
Not
it's
even
a
the lyrics.
old
I don't
song.
remember much of the lyrics. I don't remember, the circle of life. I don't remember anything other than that line.
Well,
I don't remember, just
You guys can't wait to be
Oh.
king.
can't wait to be king. That's about the only line I know there. So
You musical normie.
Well, no,
no,
it's
I'm so bad.
it's like it's one of those things where when I was a kid growing up, it's what we had. We didn't have TV, so we just watched Lion King on VHS over and over again. So that's kind of how it got stuck in there because we just sort of listened to it all the time. It was, of course, we had that, and then we also liked singing all the time. But
Yeah, no. Man, I didn't really like. I obviously watched a lot of like a TV and like movies and stuff like that. But similar to you, I did watch a lot of DVDs and stuff like that. And whenever I had like a movie or especially like music, I would just play it over and over and over again because
right.
I liked it.
I do that even now when I have like a certain
Yeah,
song that I
yeah.
like. I play it until I start hating it. So
Yeah, no, I do the same thing. I just keep playing a song on repeat that I really get into until I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna move on to another one, and then I
makes my
repeat
head
that one
hurt
into the ground.
listening to it. Yeah, basically. That's usually the cycle.
I'm actually afraid of putting stuff into the ground like that. Like I don't want to hate this song because I like it. So
Oh.
I actually don't listen to music that I like a lot.
Oh no,
Interesting.
I don't.
It's not a lasting hatred, right? It's just like,
No,
okay, I'm
it's
sick
more
of
just
listening
like,
to
all
it.
right,
I'll come back to
move
it.
on
Yeah,
from
yeah,
it.
you get sick of listening to it, so you don't want to listen to it like almost ever again.
Yeah, no, I don't do it to that point. I just like
Yeah.
listen to it until I'm like, all right.
I suppose I
know this
exaggerated
one's-
when I said that.
Yeah, no, it's like I just play it over and over again until I feel like moving on to something else, and then like if I really feel like I'm listening to it too much, I just take a break from it and then play a different song.
Yeah, it's not super crazy serious. It's just like, oh, okay. I've mined all the potential out of this song. There was this one song I was listening on the music app that I use, which is SoundCloud, because it's and I guess they're all free technically, but I would listen to it and it was like, I love this song. This song is so cool. And then of course, because I am a guy who wants to be an animator, I'll never put the time in. I'll imagine sequences playing out to it, and then it's just like this freaking great song.
Yeah.
And then I get to a point where I'm like, okay, now it's getting a bit dry, so I take a break. Then I'll listen to it again maybe a few weeks from now.
Some songs like really just put like an image in my head. I'm like, I want to write that. Get to that part. And I'm sure other people are like, I want to draw it. I want to model that.
Hey, Roadless 2, what will you do if the creator says that he... So, this has come up quite a bit. Blender is a free service, and the great thing about Blender is that it is not owned by any one person. It has it got like a structure where like a bunch of different people own portions of it, and no one person can make the decision to sell it to anybody. It would suck, so let's go ahead and pretend that wasn't the case. It would suck. I would be very upset and unhappy about the fact that Blender was now something I had to pay for, because I got into Blender because I wasn't sure if I wanted to do 3D at all, but I wanted to try it, and Blender was that way to kind of get into doing it without having to pay any money. Keep it low, right? Keep a low cost to learning. And it's kind of like, imagine if they made YouTube something you had to pay for. Not just YouTube Premium, but all of YouTube. It would be like that. Like, I would no longer go to YouTube. I would probably try to keep a version of Blender on my computer and then just never upgrade it. Like some people did that with Adobe Creative Cloud, when they had just Adobe Photoshop, right? Or when you could do Adobe Animate, it's like Adobe Flash Animator or whatever. They would just keep that version of it on their computer, and then Adobe would sell new versions. They would just keep using the old one. I feel like it wouldn't get supported, but I would just keep using 3.0. Say they had 4.0 and you had to pay for it, I would just keep using 3.0 forever, because they couldn't take it off my computer.
Until you I mean, how long could you do that though before you need to upgrade to something else?
It depends, because it's not getting supported, but then I feel like it has enough features for me to explore.
Blender technically can already do a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, it can do a lot of crazy stuff. So it would have to be, they'd have to create an offering that was so worthwhile, and I had to have so much of an investment. Like I need to get this thing. Like I'm making money off of Blender. I'm using Blender for work or something like that. That would make me, I'd come back to Blender. But then if it's like, it depends on what the price is. If it's about as expensive as say something like Maya or ZBrush, then I'm probably just gonna keep.
Unless they do what Apple did with what is it Photoshop did, or what it used to do, where you could pay like a one-time fee.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm doing with what's it called?
That's what Clip Studio does.
It's also what Substance Painter. I've gotten into using Substance Painter for my textures recently. Substance Painter, I only had to buy it once. I can get the new version by paying for it again, but I probably won't until something interesting that I need comes out for it. And I can't imagine that because I'm only using it for textures. But like I can understand buying something, paying for it once, and then just sort of like just having that thing. I don't like the idea of paying like a subscription, because that's what Adobe Photoshop or Creative Cloud is. It's a subscription. I got it when I like, part of what I do for work is edit videos, even though I'm AV. I don't know how that became a part of my job, whatever. The thing is though, I got my job to pay for it, because at first I was trying to pay for it myself. I'm like, why am I paying for this thing that's a part of my job? And then they cover it. But yeah, that subscription service is the thing that kills it for me. If Blender had like a price tag of about $200, I might, grit my teeth and pay for it once and then just have Blender. And use that version until the next version that they came out with was so much better, far and away. But, at the moment, I don't have to, so I'm not going to worry about it. But I mean, because I like Blender. I like doing 3D models. And of course, I like doing my commissions and that kind of stuff, and the character models that I do. So I can't just say I would walk away from it. because there isn't another 3D software that's as good as Blender. That's free.
I mean, I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, obviously there's other things that you can pay for, but like for free, no, nothing like it. Nothing like it. Honestly, don't even know. Like, I understand why people use Source Filmmaker. That's a big asset library, but you can't make models in Source Filmmaker.
Yeah, and also like Source Filmmaker is very, I don't want to say amateur, but
It's
like
not.
just
It's like Microsoft Paint, right? It's a bare bones tool. If you're really good at Microsoft Paint, you can make some amazing pieces of art in Microsoft Paint. But the
Yeah,
question
right.
comes down to like, why? Why did you use that? There are better tools that are easier to use. You refuse to use the pen. You like, I want to write an essay in rock and chisel rather than using a pen. You know? I do not want to do things the easy way. I want to just hurt myself. Okay. That's a way to be.
oh.
That's a mindset. I can't say nothing about that, really. Yeah, that's kind of how I guess that's how I would feel to answer your question finally. I don't know if that even is an answer to your not a rant.
I would feel like a writer with a rock.
I feel like I'm trying to write the Constitution with a rock and shit. Hey, oh, okay, let me stick something in mind right quick. That will be likely going to be of how good it is. I mean, people have probably said that. And how much money they will make because it's all about the money. I mean, it's all about the money for some people, but Blender is a foundation. I don't know if it's a charity or anything like that, but they certainly do get money, right? There are production studios and people like who is it? Not Blur. I'm sorry. I mean to say Unreal, who actually are actively funding Blender, like, you know, giving them donations and that kind of stuff, so that Blender can develop more of its tools. And that's a thing that they want to do, not because they want to buy Blender, but because Blender is free, right? For anyone, even them. Like, if you're a video game developer, a big AAA developer, imagine not having to pay for the 3D modeling software that you're using to make your game. That's just not even a cost anymore, right? You don't have to have a subscription for all of your 3D artists. You can just get that for free. So it's programming and everything else that still costs money, but that whole price is gone for you. Like, that's a cost-cutting measure, right? So they'll invest in Blender, build it up so that it can meet their standard, and then have their artists work on that, right? Because you can look at the price for something like Maya, and it's astronomical for a single person to use. Let me just real quick find that.
You know, here's the thing. Like, we work in 2D and 3D like software when it comes to making art. And oh my god, it's nothing compared to like what people have to do to make like freaking music though. Music is like crazy.
Yeah, like music is of
talking about.
course, yeah, because music software is really expensive. So you can buy Maya. Here's that page real quick. There's different ways to do it, right? You can pay monthly for $215 a month. And I don't know if this is exactly what you would pay as a studio, because, you know, you're a studio and you might be buying a bunch of different licenses. Since for a single license, paid every 3 years, you're paying $4,590. Or you're paying $1,700 every year. Or you're paying $215 every month. First of all, I couldn't live in my house if I was paying for Maya Autodesk, right? Or Autodesk's Maya. I would literally have to live with my mother or something like that, because there's no way I could pull up that kind of cash to pay for that. That's like student loans, car note. That's a big expense, especially if you're by yourself. If you're a big studio, maybe it's not a big deal, but imagine not having to pay for that at all, right? That's a real easy sell to make to your investors and to your company. Like, hey, we're actually going to cut out the cost of 3D modeling software altogether, right? We're not paying for it anymore.
Well,
and
then,
we're able to
I
do.
guess the question would be, how do you make your money back though?
How do you make your money back?
Yeah.
You're making a game. That's what you're making. So, like, the idea is to produce something.
No. Oh, no. I'm thinking about like the Blender itself.
Oh, with Blender. Like, if you're so I'm doing something with Blender and I have to pay for Blender. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. No, I'm thinking like I'm thinking like Blender is advertising to their investors. Hey, we cut out the part where people need to buy us. All right. Well, where are you making your money from?
Oh, Blender doesn't have it doesn't have investors. Blender is a foundation. Like it's not like a company that makes money. It's like it's a you can read up on what Blender is. I have difficulty explaining it. They have like a website. They've got YouTube channels and all that kind of stuff. You can look at it. But what they do essentially is like they're just like they're almost like a crowdsourced platform where they just sort of they create this thing. Everyone works together to make it, and then of course they get funding for people who donate to their foundation, and then they use that money to kind of hire programmers and hire artists and that kind of stuff to make their movies and that kind of stuff. Their open source films and that kind of stuff. It's open source software, so it's not like a private investor is paying for them to do things. So they're not answerable to anyone when it comes to that. So they don't have to worry about it. And I'm talking about making the argument that we don't like the people who would be making the calculus of deciding like, hey, I want to make a movie or something like that, or we're a 3D effects studio or something like that. Who does 3D effect shots for movies, like we can reduce the amount of money that we spend on licenses, and all we have to worry about is paying our artists. We use Blender, and that way we can have more competitive costs for movie studios who might want to work with us, because we're not ILM, we're not one of those big guys. We're just like a third party, like a lot of movie studios actually end up hiring, and we can have we can be more lean with it. Or when it comes to a video game studio where they're making a game with 3D model assets and that kind of stuff, it's like we don't have to pay for that portion. We can just have those models made, exported into the right the right format for our game engine or something like that. But we're not paying a 3D license. It can do everything that licensed software can do, and those people are the people who make arguments to shareholders, and for their funding, and also when they talk about earnings meetings, if it costs less money to make the thing and then they're basically just making pure profit at that point, like that's the kind of thing that these guys would be looking into. I can't say for sure that it will never be something you have to pay for, but right now you don't have to.
Like that's sort of the crux though. Like that's why people don't. That's why I feel like Blender. I mean, it's sort of I guess like some form of a blessing where it's like I don't think like it's ever going to be like a standard kind of thing. Like people are you're probably not, at least as of right now, not ever going to have to worry about like Blender being paid for, because it's not industry standard, and because people don't have to pay for it. I think there's a not a stigma per se, or maybe there is, but like a sort of a stereotype of it being lesser than something like Maya, and because Maya is seen as a prestige professional thing that people need to buy in order to get a job. Everybody not only is buying those other tools and staying away from Blender, but also because it's not industry standard, people aren't using it, so people don't know how to use it. But in that sense, it probably won't ever be used by a lot of major studios because people don't have experience in it. With the other programs, it's pretty much like guaranteed that professionals are probably going to have experience in one of those things.
They do use it in school, but I think even Rocket Pal will tell you, like they do have it as an option when you're learning and you're training.
Do that?
Yeah, like it's available, and obviously for a school they don't have to buy a license. It's free. Once again, they can just bring it in, like, hey, let's teach some things. So it can become an industry standard very easily because it's free. And if it's just as good or almost on that par, then it's like, oh, I'm competent in Maya, Autodesk Maya. I know how to use ZBrush, and I know how to use Blender, and you can like I don't know the state of the industry, but I think, and this is where I'm kind of like throwing some speculation in here, is like, and I feel like I've heard it before, but I can't tell you where, so I'm not going to try to repeat that. But the idea is like, it's available and it's being taught, and if it's being taught, then it's something that people in the industry, film industry, game industry, and that kind of stuff are looking at. And because the industry standard is determined by what everyone's using, and there is no, if like the incentive is to make as much money as you can by spending as little money as you can as possible, and it's like it doesn't become a paid service because of that. That would be determined by the people who actually make Blender, and they have already said they're not going to do that. Now, of course, people can change their minds, but also, you know, they don't have any incentive to change their minds. Like, there's no, they won't. I mean, I guess they would get more money. They would have to, but that would be like, you can never say never, right? But it's also like, it's just not likely. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I can't see anything, Amy. Why can't I see through your head? All right.
The concept art is in the way. She needs. Oh, she probably needs eyeballs.
She does need eyeballs.
Well, she needs a eyeball.
She needs a singular. Well, actually, she's gonna have 2 eyeballs or 2 planes. So tough.
Yeah,
So,
is it even a ball that you make?
it's a flat surface that I sort of make
Are we
curved.
gonna have her? We're gonna have her wink.
Well, she'll be able to wink. That'll be up to that'll be up to Rocket
We're gonna
Powers whether or
try.
not she's gonna wink. But I'm gonna make
Yeah,
sure
we're
that he has all the tools he needs to make the wink work
We're
in
just
a
gonna
way
have
that
one
doesn't look
eye
terrible.
shade, eyelid.
One
Oh my
eyelid.
gosh. Eyelid.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
eyelid. The
Yeah,
one
I-
eyelid.
I'm thinking of like
But in
what's
games, she
it?
has like when they do it in like stuff like Sonic Generations, they have it so that her brow, like the thing that goes in between her eyes, I'm calling her brow, goes in and it connects to
Yeah,
the top
yeah.
of her nose, and then she's able to
And
kind of
then-
like close it down.
Yeah. That
So,
makes
like,
sense.
when-
So it doesn't look weird.
Yeah.
So when things are like modeled, like Sonic characters in games, when people like import the models into another software, most of the time you find it's just an industry kind of standard or the standard that they use over there to have like the Sonic characters or just characters in general have fully formed, rounded like eyeballs, like full balls as like a model instead of just having the plain one. You're never going to see that as a player in any regard, or at least not intended to. So why is that the standard to make a full ball instead of just a plain?
Hey, hang on. Are you saying that they do make balls? Because they don't. I mean, I've had ripped Sonic
they
models before.
do.
They're just flat planes.
Oh, I thought they did.
No, they don't. They're just flat. Because there's no reason to do that. First of all, it doesn't move, right? It doesn't move around or rotate. No one, and when it comes to video games or movies or anything, if you're not going to see it, there's no reason to build it, because it's just going to take up time rendering and all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. The reason to build it.
So the thing about the character eyes is they are single, they're flat
Let's
planes.
Unless you're Kojima.
Are you talking about the PT thing?
He'll just make shit that you'll just never see in game.
Right, because I
Right.
remember the PT, they had someone like go into the code of the PT, a playable teaser for the Silent Hills thing, and there's actually like that port where Norman Reedus's character is walking down the street. Those buildings are modeled, like there's actual assets over there, and they're textured and everything like that, and it's like on all sides. It's like, why was that going to be a part of the game?
Wait, I thought that was a pre-rendered cutscene.
It wasn't. It was actually in engine, like oh, that's in the game files.
That's crazy.
And it's like that wasn't
I love
necessary.
I love
probably
Kojima.
because they intend. It's probably
Yeah.
because they intended to use those files.
I mean, they might have. I feel like that, like the PT. Obviously, it wasn't going to be the game on its own, but it was like they might have intended to, you know, reuse some of those assets, and they just feel like, why not just dump them in here, whatever. You know, we won't lose anything by doing that. But it's interesting, those kind of things.
Kojima will just, he'll model things that he'll model the whole inside of a cockpit that you never go into. Ever.
Just
Well,
like the feeling
Has
of
to be
freedom.
authentic. Has to be authentic, man.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, some of the details that he puts on the guns and like the in Guns of the Patriots and that kind of stuff. Or
No, I think my favorite Easter egg in a video game ever is what is it? Was it Metal Gear Solid 3 where you can just turn the clock back or forward and then have one of the bosses die?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Because he's almost dead. You wait a week in game time, in real time, and he just dies.
Yeah,
Right.
and then the game's like, oh, I thought, and another saying it's like, oh, I thought he wanted a fair fight before he died, and he feels like it's dishonorable.
I'm the player. I'm not out here for honor. I'm out here to win.
That, or I think you
Yeah.
can also like shoot him when you first meet him, and then he just dies.
Yeah, you can snipe him from really far away before. Yeah, you can kill him. I love that they have that shit in this video game. I fucking love that shit. You can just snipe him from across the way
You just
before you
break the
meet him.
narrative.
Yeah, in the game, and they have code. Well, you don't break the code because they, Kojima and whatever
That is on
programmers
purpose.
thought of it, right? So you just don't have the boss fight. It's awesome. Like,
Oh.
that is so
That
cool.
is my interest department. That is back in the day.
They thought of it like, what if the player snipes him here?
Oh, I didn't know that.
You just win.
Okay.
That's the
so-
kind of shit I want to pay attention to. Like, have a cool little.
Yeah,
Easter egg.
you're gonna make it so that Tails can kill Speedy at the beginning of the game, and then you don't have a
No.
boss fight.
No, but like
Confirmed.
little ideas like if you manage to win or something, that's the game, or if there's a different cutscene that plays.
Yeah, no,
You
sure.
still-
There's you get a lot of
I
games
love
that
shit
kind
like
of
that.
thing. Okay, so I think we're about good on this. I did a lot of her hair. I feel like things. I don't. I'll do it later. Smooth. Shade smooth. That's Amy's head. How do you guys feel about it? I'm thinking it's definitely.
I think it looks really good though.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're about there on Amy's head. Little bit of DLC.
Yeah.
I can provide that later. That's probably the best Amy head I've ever made. I mean, she has no muzzle or anything like that. Her eyes are not there, but she looks like Knuckles
You're
without
jumping the
the
gun then.
Huh?
It's not even best Amy head you ever made, but I'm nowhere near finished.
Yeah, I mean, so far, looking better than the one that I already did finish. I'll say that one right now. That is a thing that is true. I will. Said I was gonna. Did I say 30 minutes? Did I say? I don't know. It's already wow. We're 21. I can.
Keep going. Yeah,
Are you peer pressuring him? No, are you?
I am because I am also having fun. So
Nah.
Glad to. Okay, so we're gonna do. I'm gonna make separate, and then I'll bring them later. So I'm gonna just make the bangs, and then we're gonna get out. But right now, oh, in the eyes maybe. No, then I'm gonna. No, I'm just gonna do. That's it. I'm gonna finish when I go do.
4 hours later.
I used to, like I said, I used to do these things for like much longer. Actually, 8. Actually, real quick, if I were to make a hole on Amy's, how many sides would it have? 4. Well, actually, it would have 8. It would be 8. 8 vertices in size. So that's this. But that's no, without actually having the overlay, that does look like your head. So that's about that. Although I want to be able to make it in full size. Tab.
yeah, we gotta make resist the impulse to make sexual jokes.
Do what you please stop.
Man, you know how I feel every time I join one of these streams. Every second, I'm resisting that urge.
Yeah. Every second. Especially not appropriate this time.
Not appropriate. We're trying to make.
Look at this family-friendly YouTube channel. Where's the PG-13 love?
Have you seen the adventure models? I guess I haven't seen the adventure models. It's weird that they used to do that, but they certainly don't anymore, and we're gonna err on that side. Mainly because there isn't necessarily like a big, like I feel like they were learning things if they did do that on the and they did if you up like that. If they did make them like that, In the Sonic Adventure, they were still learning on how to do things. I imagine they just got like, hey, Gary from down the way, I need you to learn how to do software. I have no idea what they even built it in. Because back in those days...
No, the thing that I find interesting is that Yuji Uekawa, the main concept artist that designed all of Sonic and his characters for Sonic Adventure, redesigned all of them, also designed the models and the model sheets.
No wonder
He didn't model them, I don't think, but he designed what they would look like for the modelers to then reference directly. He didn't like throw up a piece of concept art of the character and then the modelers modeled around that. He made the concept art and then made concept art of what those characters would look like in game as a model, and then the modelers just copied that.
You know what? Working with the early days, that seems like a method to try. Obviously not for us. You have the benefit of video games have been 3D for a long time by now, and don't need to follow those, but it's interesting that way. It looks like in this drawing, as well as the other ones, that they are not like Tails' hair thing separate. They all actually come together as one on her head.
Look at Amy's banana head.
Banana head. Please scale her down, grab her a bit over here. Scale it. These are separate models until I can bring them together. Just want to get the kind of the fit there. Okay, sweet. And also, I don't have to deal with the what's it called? Code that I have set up on the other model. Last thing I need to do that because
So we're almost at the end of this year, and come February, this will be another year for us, at least you and me, Rodel, as being a part of this project to some degree. So where do you consider like that time to be? Would you consider that, say, year 2 or year 4? What would it be like?
arguably,
Yeah.
I joined this project back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. I joined, or at least the beginning, but end of 2017.
Yeah.
Because I was...
We all joined
as a
on the same
modeler.
day, I think.
Pretty much. So I joined this server at the very least. The project is different. This project began in 2019, so it's only been around, like this version of it. So it's only been around for about years.
2019, 20, 21, so like 2 years.
Yeah, therefore, because technically August of 2019, it was beginning of 2019. August of this year would have been. Right? No. August of 2020 was the first year, and August. So this is the second year. You're right.
Yeah.
So
So how do you like look at it? Would you say you feel more like you're heading into year 3 or heading into year 4?
Well, I've been around you guys, right, for that entire time. Which is to say, it's not exactly the same thing. It is a different animal in some ways in the project that we were working on before. The amount of control that I have over certain aspects of it has changed. And the quick. So I think that this is not necessarily your fault, because I haven't been in the same position doing the same things for 4 years. I'm doing something new. I mean, I'm working on certain portions of it. But yeah, I wouldn't say year 4 for the project, just year 4 of association with it's the only thing that's been constant. Everything else has been. Huh?
Jinx, meanwhile, is just like, I've been here for like 2 years.
2 years, maybe. Yeah.
Like 2 years? When did you join?
Uh, I don't know, honestly. 2020, maybe 2020, beginning of 2021.
Mike the
something like
head.
that.
Haha, Roadless. Your years of geometry are paying off. Oh, yeah, certainly. Year 4 as a modeler for certain. Actually, more than that. I started doing Blender
Yeah, no, I was
in
gonna
like
say, like, you started a while ago.
2014.
2014?
Yeah. So I've been doing Blender for about 5. Oh. 7 years, I guess. Depending on when I made that first Sally model. That was the first one I put out there. That's what I'm using as my kind of base. But yeah, I've been doing Blender for a while. Like, I've really only ever done Sonic characters, so it might be time to branch out at some point. But right now, I've gotten pretty good at Sonic characters. I do have my own style. It doesn't look like the main stuff style. And it was never really my goal to make these official art. I just wanted to sort of make them because I wanted to make Sonic music videos. I'm like, I'm gonna make Sonic music videos. Never quite got into that.
For the what is it? The meatloaf shadow flies into the sun.
Yeah, the what's it called? What was that song? That's Still Alive.
Still alive. By
And
Meatloaf.
I had some ideas for that. That was one of them. I have a lot of them. Like, there's a lot of songs. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but
I remember the Celtic woman like Fiddler Sonic.
oh yes, Sonic is a fiddle player, but he's like a traveling huckster, and him and Tails go around conning people out of their money. He plays the fiddle. Tails creates like, because it's like a world where there is magic, but they aren't magic, so they just sort of pretend that they are magicians. But anyway, it was a thought tonight. Anyway, like lots of things pop into my head, and I think about how difficult they'd be to but you know, one of these days I will learn how to animate like my hero Rocket. Then I'll be good. Wonder if I should each. I was thinking about bringing these together, but if I could just leave them separate and just have them intersect with Amy and that deal. And we just give them bones, but bones will control themselves. They don't actually have to be connected. Is Amy's hair connected in regular games and stuff? 7 years. That looks good on the resume. Probably like, I've been working on 3D models for 7 years. Oh, show us what you got. Sonic, Sally, Sonic, like, okay. But I do know how to do things, right? I know how to use the software. I guess that's really what would matter the most, obviously.
So could you make this super realistic human?
Ooh. Give me 7 more years, yo. Probably wouldn't take me that long, because most of the time I spent learning how to do Sonic character models, I was learning how to use Blender in the first place. So, it wouldn't take as long. I've done maybe like 1 human model as a commission.
That was Maria Robotnik, right?
No, it wasn't Maria Robotnik. It was a character. It was somebody's OC.
She was in like a blue suit.
Yeah, she wasn't Maria though. She was an original character.
Oh no, okay, I was forgetting that. Yeah, no, it was
Jasmine
related
Robotnik.
to Robotnik.
Yes.
Yeah.
Robotnik's wife. So that's what. See, that's what. It was my first time doing a human, and I'm like, okay, let me try this. I intend to do more. I intend to do more because I actually want to do a model of what's her name, Iron Queen, Regina Ferrum from the Archie comics.
Oh my
I like
god!
Her a lot.
Oh my god! That reminds me. I need to show you guys this so you can see it on the stream. It was funny. I saw this tweet like a couple days ago, and it relates perfectly to what you're talking about right now.
Objects, move, dating.
Man, I have retweeted way too many raccoon images from Twitter.
Gonna raise some questions.
Oh man, I love
Like
raccoons.
raccoons.
There are no questions.
Already made that pretty clear.
Yeah.
Where's the picture? Did you put it somewhere?
So
I'm
would you
grabbing
to voice
it. I
would you
realized.
like to voice a raccoon or a squirrel more? If you had to pick one.
Ooh, that's a good question. Ooh, gonna need to talk about that.
You're like, I don't.
Uh-oh. My blender seems to have frozen. I don't know what this is. Maybe it doesn't happen in no, it's with like the key stick,
Oh,
and it's like it doesn't move even though I move the mouse around the cursor. Oh, it causes it. Oh boy. Okay. I guess I've just re-engaged it somehow. That didn't. Whatever. We got it. It's fine. But definitely
Did you save?
to save that now. Oh no, we're gonna been trying to make sure I save as often as possible.
Yes, Slacks. Amy is in the game, correct? She's on. She decided to go on vacation to Coco Island, where Tails is currently residing, and surprised him with her presence just before the attack of the Battlebirds. So she's stuck on the island with him.
And together they will solve the Battlebird problem. Hammer, tail. Anyway.
Damn it! I don't think I actually I saw the tweet and I didn't. It's one of those situations where I saw a really good friggin' tweet and I didn't like a retweet it, so now it's lost. But it was basically like it was like there are two types of artists, and it's just like a super high detailed anime human and like a really incredibly drawn horse, and then like a perfect anatomically correct horse and like a really squiggly human. You're the good at one of those.
Amy has made the cut.
Amy has made the cut? Yes.
Do you think you lean more into the human side or the animal side?
We cut a lot of characters.
Yeah, we did. So, like, most of the... Because we wanted to focus on Tails in this game. There was a lot of discussion back and forth for a while about who was going to be in and what their purpose... Because there was going to be, like, there was, I guess, the thing we were looking for is making sure that they had, like a narrative purpose for being there in the story, you know, and also, if they're here, you know, what's, like, obviously, you could always make Tails look great no matter what, but, like, you know, we didn't want to nerf any of the characters in order to make Tails look cool. So we had Shadow in there, like, just...
Yeah, something would have to happen to Shadows so Tails would be the Sonic.
Yeah,
Tails
for him to
would
be the hero.
It's like,
So yeah, we want to make sure that Tails has his, like, you know, makes it on his own merits, and we have, obviously not saying that Amy couldn't do anything without Tails, but it's like, you know, they're kind of on the same level when it comes to immediate capability. Yeah, they're not, neither of them can shoot beams out of their freaking hands.
They can't chaos control
They
themselves.
can't
out of a
control
situation.
chaos control, right? So they're similar.
It's Sonic can't just go like, oh, there's Battlebirds. I'm gonna run directly into their.
I'm gonna run directly in. I'm gonna run directly to. Your name is Speedy.
What's the problem?
Just that sounds like a personal attack.
Spin dash. Maybe he's bigger. He's a bigger threat that can be solved immediately, but that could be solved immediately by Sonic. But you know, it's.
Yeah, right. But we didn't want to.
This is Tails.
It's Tails' game. And,
Yeah,
but we also
Tails
wanted to
is
have a
different.
connection to the rest of the franchise, a friend of Tails who would be there to, you know, in his corner.
Tails handle this situation with limited resources. Because at this moment, one of his resources is Sonic. He'd immediately call him.
Hey, Sonic. What's good, bro?
What's up?
It's
Oh,
not-
hey, you need help? All right, I'll be there in 5 seconds. I'm across the U.S. Or I'm across the world. I'll be there in, a minute less. Right? It's like
See you in a
there's no
moment.
place.
So I guess we're kind of playing into the idea of like, oh, anyone might be asking, well, why doesn't Tails just call Sonic? I don't know. It's not spoilers to say that the communications probably are not open.
Yeah, the Battlebirds, one of their invasion policies or protocols was to shut down the ability for the island to call out the foil.
I don't know. I kind of prefer the idea of like at least during the beginning, communications are up, and then they get brought down later, and like Tails tries to contact Sonic, and it goes through, but he doesn't show up until the end of the game because he never checks his phone.
No.
Because anyone could have called Gun, and then they would have shown up, right? It would leave a
Yeah,
big
they
old
call
hole.
it on immediately. Yeah. So,
Press right to
well, that will happen eventually. The response is highly delayed because it takes a while to figure out something's wrong if no one's talking to each other, right? So.
Right. So the battle birds are on a deadline, but they wanted to make sure the things were stacked in their favor by cutting off community. So that's one of those things.
They understand that it's like never, like help's never not gonna come, but they're gonna be working fast to get their stuff done. But Tails is there.
Tails is there, the hero that Cocoa Island always, actually,
Apparently.
before.
I mean, not always means, because I think we established that like nothing really happens outside of this single event.
But what I mean to say that like other things happen, like the battle birds have invaded Cocoa Island before. So. Like that's gonna
Every
be something
4
that people
years,
are aware of.
every 4 years, there's some form of massive scale event on this island. So I just sort of come here to vacate. So I just like.
All right, let's see here. That's looking pretty good. What do you guys think?
Like a tsunami of birds just come
Yeah,
out.
I agree.
A tsunami of birds.
Just a bird storm.
It's just a wave that comes, like, blows out from the ocean and just overtakes the entire island.
Tsunami.
You guys can watch my stream happening.
Just a
You want the
bird
wave.
wave. It's like a water elemental. Like just some giant
All
bird.
right, how does that look? Like, obviously, we'll move the bangs to the side once we get to the point where we're putting the rig in there, but standard Amy hair is going to be straight out, kind of T-pose-ish. I suppose before I get done, I should complete her head by putting in a muzzle, because it looks a little bit crazy right now.
So, Slack just asked, so Amy's in the game? Yes, she
Yes.
is.
Yeah, well, that's the question we answered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, we good. Everyone's aware. Amy in game.
I mean, why else would you be making this model? For a fan project of another kind.
Another fan project. I have zero bandwidth for other fans. It's just there's so much going into this one. Like there's other things that I'm doing, but like when it comes to things of this scale, I've never worked on a project this large.
Nah. Don't
So,
stretch yourself too thin. You don't want to snap in half.
Not looking to do that. Not at all. Oh. Did I bring her forehead out? No, I think that's the lineup immediately. Exactly.
I mean, does it work from the profile? Like side profile?
Yeah, no. Look, well, right, you're watching the stream. But yeah, it's a wonderful Amy helmet. Oh my gosh.
I love how you read that in an accented voice.
Oh, I'm just imagining next saying it. I'm like, oh no. It's an Amy helmet for Tails.
No, you know what? He tries to sneak into the Battlebird base as somebody that's not threatening to them.
I feel like at some point, I mean, the Battlebirds are definitely going to put some wanted signs up around it for Amy as the game progresses.
I'd like to think I like to think that some of the dumber like grunts think that it's just Sonic that dipped his hair in pink.
It's Sonic. Sonic is blue. Your eyes. You got to get your eyes
Surprise me
checked.
with your gender bent outfit.
Yeah. Okay. That's the music. Music end? Are you kidding? Wow, that was an hour and 40 minutes. I gave myself an extra hour.
You're actually doing
Next
a lot.
says you totally want to boot up the Tails model and have him wear it now, don't you?
Oh,
I don't.
Yeah. Next wants you to do that.
Next can want whatever Next wants to want.
Next wants
Listen
you
to
to
him
do it. That's why he said
and
it.
then go
He
like
wants
that.
to see Tails with an Amy helmet, which is weird, extra weird because it's currently technically Amy's head.
Amy's wearing a
skin,
helmet
so-
right now.
Yeah.
Amy is the Dovahkiin. We talked about this earlier. Dovahkiin. Okay. Hair.
What do you
Amy
norm-
isn't in the game. It's just
I mean, it's
Tails
the-
wearing a helmet.
This is probably a really basic question of just forming the right shape and connecting it to the eye, but like, how do you handle the eyelids? Isn't it like two separate lids?
The top are two separate lids. The bottom is one lid. That's what I usually do. Because with characters like Sonic, Shadow, and Amy, they just have three. They have three eyelids, not four. And the
Wait, what?
eyelid, huh?
Wait, they have 3 eyelids?
I mean that's what it looks like in the models, especially the way I've been making them. But two on the top and one on the bottom, right? The 2 on the top move separately from each other, and the bottom one you can put some bones into it and sort of move it on either side. If you need them to wink, need them to do certain eye expressions.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only way to make Sonic naturally wink without moving his brow all the way down is to get rid of his eyelids and just have his eye, his single pupil, act as a lid and an eye at the same time.
Yeah, it's pupil,
Like in the old cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a single eyelid that just kind of like comes down like a shade on a window shade. Just...
Yeah, like it's more like the pupil is morphing instead of an actual eyelid.
Yeah.
I like to imagine that scene from Sonic Riders, where Amy winks at Sonic, and it's like you can see the separate eyelid come down, and it's
Yeah,
like
I
not on the
love
thing.
Sonic's
And Sonic's reaction is like, ah!
He's just like, ugh.
He's reacting to the way her eyes look more than anything. He's like, oh.
I can't tell if that. I can't tell what the intention was with that scene. Whether it was Sonic being disgusted by Amy, or also him being disgusted by the way that her anatomy works.
Like maybe he's just like, why do your eyes work like that, Amy? Just like, I don't know. Okay.
I feel like
Muzzle
it was
time.
probably intentional because otherwise they would have probably done it a normal way.
Yeah, right. They're like, ooh, that's gross. Let's add a reaction shot, which is pretty. If that wasn't. How do I do this?
We have
It's gonna
a
be a
question.
sphere. Oh, a
But
question.
for someone who has never touched Blender before, or most 3D software, how long do you think it'll take to get up to scratch in order to model some simple geometry and animate using grease pencil? I'm not sure what grease
pencil is a feature in Blender. I don't know how to use grease pencil. I've been using Blender for 7 years.
What is a grease pencil?
Grease pencil is a thing that allows you to sort of draw shapes. Like there's really cool animations for grease pencil and that kind of stuff on Blender.
Like just
site
draw
and
them?
everything.
Like draw 3D shapes?
No, you draw 2D and then like it can become a symbol or that kind of stuff. It's pretty complicated, but you are gonna have. Here's the thing. Don't look to me to tell you or to explain how grease pencil works. I barely understand it. But when it comes to getting up to scratch is like, where do you want to be? What's the level of competency before you want to start showing stuff? Because I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, what does up to scratch mean?
Yeah, what does it mean for you? Because I started putting out models and I thought they were pretty good, but you get better over time, right? So you don't expect to start amazing. But imagine
good, and you make one a year later, like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, you look back in your work and you go, okay, grease pencil is pretty new. Yeah, it's been around for a bit, but yeah, you should definitely find tutorials. How long should it take? It really depends on your learning style, like how well. And making simple geometries, well, you can go into Blender right now and just go like, all you need to know is Shift A, right? You just go like, okay, I want to make a new geometry, like Shift A. I want to make a mesh, boom, cube, there it is. It takes nothing to make a simple geometry, but if you're trying to make a character, how to do all that, then definitely that's probably going to take a few months, maybe like a month or two, to really get to a place where you might be comfortable. I don't know. Once again, I cannot say. But things like making objects in Blender is not hard. Even making animations, like I could make an animation right now. I just auto key this thing. I grab this and I move it
Auto key
there, and then I make another keyframe down here on my timeline, and I go grab, move it on the Z-axis, grab again, move it on the X-axis, and grab down here, move it on the Z-axis. Oh wait, that doesn't matter because I only made one frame. Grab and move it onto Z, then rotate it along the Y-axis by 45 degrees, something like that.
You're gonna post this on Twitter and be like, look at my animation reel.
Yeah, my animation reel. This is my animation reel. Right, and then for frame 80, I grab it and move it over here. And then right. So here's my animation, right?
Amy's teleporting cube.
It is just my little cube thing, right? But getting to do it in a way that makes sense, like learning how to do rig animation, all that kind of stuff, it's it takes time. I hate to just say it like that. Sounds so generic.
Wait. It fills in frames.
Hmm? Oh yeah, it does in between frames on its own.
That's so weird. Okay. No, I looked at him like I thought the cube would be like darting and teleporting between spaces, not just like moving.
It would if I set it up a certain way to do that. That's another thing you'd learn, right? How to get to interpolate the movement of some things like motion tweens. It does motion tweens automatically, and it starts and it goes on like this curve where it starts. It accelerates to the point and then it decelerates once it gets to where it's going. Like those are all motion curves that you can edit and that kind of thing. To start off with, though, making geometries, getting up to scratching those things, it really depends on what you're trying to make. What do you want it to look like? And then like how much time you're willing to put into studying that kind of stuff. Because pretty much Blender has there's just a resources all over the place for modeling tutorials, animation tutorials. It really just depends on what you want to get into. But if you're looking to do grease pencil, look at grease pencil. Search up grease pencil and then look at Blender basics. There's some pretty good things from CG Cookie, flipped normals for more advanced stuff. There's a lot of different YouTube channels out there. I couldn't really say because I just go all over the place looking for stuff random times whenever I have a question about how to do something. This is what I usually do. When I started doing character models, I went to this thing called How to Make a Tim Burton Style Character. But it's like 40 videos long. I only used 10 of them just to get to where I wanted to be, and then I just started doing stuff on my own. I learned about shape keys, though. I learned about how to make heads and that kind of stuff. Of course, they made their head out of a square, and then I changed my method. Once I found something that worked for me, I started using spheres. But it said how to make a Tim Burton character. I wanted to make a Sonic character. And then I learned about UV warping, or UV mapping, actually. UV, what's it called? UV project, right? First thing I learned about, because I was looking at another tutorial about how to make a Pixar or a car style character with flat eyes, and they teach you how to put the texture on a 2D plane and then control it with an object, move it around so it looks like it's an eye moving around. I learned
it
that
reminds me
later.
of the Sonic Boom style guide actually references cars too.
But yeah, so I hope I answered your question and didn't just go on a freaking tangent there. But like for someone who's never touched Blender before, most 3D software, how long do you think it take? That your mileage may vary. It's really just like jump in and try something. I think that's really what it is. Just try something. Because I started wanting to do Blender.
See what you get.
I wanted to do Blender back in 2009, sitting on my couch at home thinking about, wouldn't it be cool if I could do Blender? And I didn't start actually doing anything in Blender until 2014. So if you want to do it, go for it. Because, you never know where you're going to end up. Of course, there's always other things happening and maybe you don't have time.
Maybe one day, Rotalus, that same thing will happen to your animation. And just be like, wouldn't it be cool if I did animation? And then one day you just start doing it.
Yeah, no, that's the plan actually. I had my new Rotalus model made it. I had
Rocket did it, yeah.
He did a new design. I made the model, but I wanted to do that because I wanted to use it as an animation tool, and I plan on doing that this year, if not next year, most likely. But I'm gonna start doing short, simple animations with the little character, just doing things, moving his hands around. I'm gonna set up his eyes so they can switch out the textures, so you can do different expressions with. Right now he's a very basic rig, but I plan to do learn animation through using this little kind of humanoid type thing. That's my goal. You can do something a lot simpler, but because I wanted to use him for that, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So it looks like Keith Roswell here is mainly planning to use 3D as a template to work with 2D animation of some kind, or 2D artwork.
Cheers, guys. Sorry for the basic question. Okay, getting a tunnel and to create a cool camera move. Okay, so you're looking into sort of if you want to make a tunnel or something like that, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna go shift. I'm gonna make a cylinder or something like that. Obviously, the tunnel might be more complicated than that, and then you turn off the N-gon, so it's nothing in there. then rotate it along the x-axis so it's more tunnel-like. Scale, rotate, scale it up a bit, and then you got like a camera motion. You hit 0 to go into your camera, and then in order to control your camera in cursor, camera to, and then you go like, oh, I want to do a tunnel shot where tunnel a bit longer, scale y-axis, and then you just sort of keyframe. You can keyframe the camera itself because the camera is an object in Blender, and then you can do certain things. You can even look into Blender assets. Like there's places to go online and find like camera rigs and things that control the camera a little bit more, a little better, and then you can just move it around however you want to move it. But yeah, there's all kinds of things that you can do to find that kind of stuff. And it's fine to ask basic questions. Basic questions are the very first step to learning more complex things. So, yeah, there's no worry there, man. Thanks for the question.
So, Rodolus, how are you going to feel when and if Ratchet Mario is like, hey, I'm going to remodel your Amy?
Oh, that's kind of the plan. So what's going to happen, our pipeline, proposed pipeline is I'm going to make these models, I'm going to start working on their rigs and that kind of stuff. And then in order to make sure that the character models are similar enough to each other, I'm going to give them to the Lombax, and she is going to do a retopology pass. She's going to basically create a sculpt of them, retopologize it, and then spit out something with a little bit more, a little, like where the edge flows a little bit better. Because I'm not on her level when it comes to that.
That makes sense. Yeah,
And
I mean,
that
it
way-
sounds good and it makes sense. I follow it. It does kind of suck though that your model isn't getting used.
I mean,
Technically.
whatever. We're gonna have both models. I think she had some idea about using certain things as game models and other things as cutscene models. That's something she was talking about. And it's not
So like
impossible.
maybe your models could be like in-game stuff or something.
Yeah, perhaps she's gonna be doing the textures and for the layouts and all that kind of stuff. So we'll work it out. And it's like the idea is making them look like they are the same. So here's an example. Let me go to made this stuff public. So let me go find that.
Yeah,
I have for
I
stream.
think you should only have 2 models if it really does take up like resources that we have to save on. I don't know why you would even. In my mind, I picked up that line. I guess in my mind, this game is like super low requirements that we almost don't have to worry about.
Yeah,
It's
probably
not
shouldn't
bad.
be too intense.
But hey, maybe I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well,
You're gonna go 4K.
well, the game you probably have the option to go 4K, but it's not even up for that. They start getting all pixels. The okay, so there's that, and then there's something that was put up into modeling. I have like these models that I've named. So that's my model of Jane, right? That's what she looks like, the one that I did, and what the Lombax is doing, kind of going over that, sculpting them into a form where they're a little bit more defined and probably easier to rig, and also they look like they are from the same game. So this looks like similar to the Tails model that you. And I'm going to be rigging those and making sure that they kind of have. She's also going to redo the textures, which, no argument out of me. These textures on Scream need work, but so like they're going to look like they're from the same game, and they're going to have the same, like a cohesive feel. That's what we're going for. And she's going to do that. Whatever. I'm going to make these models. I'm going to rig them up, and then.
You don't know how she does that? Because I think the question is, like, say she isn't available, what's like your backup plan for something like that if you need to do that?
Oh, she's not available. Like, what do you mean? Like she's not on the project anymore?
I mean, whatever it may be. Like,
Well,
that you need to do
I
like
can
a
wait
passing
for her
or-
to do that stuff, and if I can't wait, then I'm just gonna move ahead and make the textures and do the thing. Like, I'm not gonna let
Right.
anything stop me. She's the only other person on this project who does character models, though. So like, that's the only person that I could
Yeah.
get to do it. The other modelers that we have are more comfortable with props and buildings, not organic.
Oh, somebody's asking a question about who Scream is.
Scream. Excellent question. Who is this?
Who is that?
Okay, well, welcome back, Mr. Quippy. That was an image of Scream the Blue Jay. one of the enemies that Tails will be facing in the game pretty early on is a battle bird boss, but also more, I guess more importantly, she's like a battle bird lieutenant to Speedy.
Elite,
Say
no.
lieutenant. Yeah, to Battlebird Elite Lieutenant to
Elite.
Speedy.
Yeah, definitely.
She like follows. She's like a co-component to another character, Shouts.
Yeah,
And they
she's a
both
counterpart.
follow-
Yeah.
They're both lieutenants. They both follow Speedy around and basically are his best
Minions.
current best friends. Minions,
Yeah, those are his
that's-
friends.
He's not a grunt. You can tell because she has a unique model.
Right. We do have grunt models though, and those were
Popping
drawn
up.
by. We have different concept artists. So like right now, I'm doing art done by doing a model based on art done by Destiny. But when I did Scream, that was based on art done by Rocket Pal, the guy who was in the chat earlier complaining about animation. But he's also a really good artist. So, but yeah, we've got a lot of different people working on stuff. But that's one of our characters that new to the game. A lot of them scream and shout. Yes, we got a lot of comments about, well, where's Let It All Out? Technically, that's
Oh
Speedy.
man, no!
Um,
People seem to love to scream and shout. It's awesome. Like you, and I love the fact that the only reason. I love the fact that the only reason they exist is because of a Sonic X YouTube subtitle flub.
Yes, it was an auto subtitle error that came up with that, and then we're like, "Oh, that would be funny. What if they were characters?" And then Rocket Pal's like, "What if they were?" He drew them, and we're like, "Well, okay." I mean, and we have narrative reason for them to exist. They're not just throwaway characters. I've been spending a long time not working on
Bunny?
here. I've been working on Bunny all year.
Just give Amy like little like clip-on bunny ears.
I'm so tempted to just grab the bunny muzzle that I have already and slap that on here, but no, from scratch. We're doing it. Let's see here. I gotta make another sphere is what I need to do. That's what I've been not doing, so.
Drawn into muzzle, get that 2D life.
Muzzle. Start with it. UV sphere. Yes, indeed. Gonna make it 16 by 16. Doesn't need to have nearly as many segments or rings as the
feel
other
like-
one does.
I feel like the two characters that just look better when they have more animalistic, like longer muzzles are Knuckles and Tails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you think of like a fox as having a long nose, and Amy
The kitten is good too.
hedgehogs do too, but no, I don't like it. That's why no one liked the Sonic movie first. They're like, ew, that doesn't look like it.
Well, no, his muzzle wasn't wrong. He just looked bad.
They just look bad in general. Messed up head.
Yeah, teeth and everything.
I think the part that disturbed me the most was like his back and his hands.
Weird little Godzilla. Oh wait. Oh, I'm in mirror mode. That's why this is like this. Excuse my bad. I forgot that I was actually in the head area. X-axis.
See, this brings us together. Everyone loves this stuff.
Talking crap about Sonic.
No, I mean like the stream, and you're making
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, you don't have to sell me on it. I know that. It's just sometimes like I think I was doing too many, and I got tired of
Telling
doing
you on
every
it. I'm just like I'm pointing it out there.
No, you
Oh.
like it. You like togetherness.
What?
It makes a lot.
Yeah.
It's very appropriate, especially around the holiday season.
Sure. But like the issue, I mean, okay, so like yeah, we're trying to. Let me not say it like that. I want to do more of these things because I want to move forward on the game. Spend a lot of time, necessary time, mind you, on the story of the game. But now that we are in a pretty comfortable place with the story, I mean, I'm comfortable with the story, isn't it? That the rest of it's on the writing staff.
With your problem.
Yeah, the rest of you guys' problem.
Hey, you better. Yeah, it doesn't suck, yeah, but
Yeah.
we need to finish the premise and the plot's fine.
Yeah, it's just a matter of execution, yeah.
Yeah. We gotta get the script down. And considering I've never written a script or a script for a game, it'd be a little difficult. But I think we're gonna pull it. That's just a formatting thing. And I'm pretty sure I put together something.
Yeah, and you can definitely rely or lean into Fractor's expertise because he's done scripting.
it's something interesting and compelling. I mean, I did do that little script that for the video everyone seemed to like. If I can extrapolate that, and of course not as silly or cartoony, but extrapolate that and write that is like.
Neff, ever dabbled? I have not actually. I've seen it. It looks interesting, but I haven't actually tried ZBrush.
What's ZBrush?
ZBrush is a sculpting program where you sculpt, I guess, models and that kind of stuff. And it's specifically for sculpting. I don't think it does animation, but it is like a sculpting tool that allows you to make sculptures and human character and just character models and that kind of stuff pretty quickly. Pay program, but I haven't tried it. I really don't have an opinion.
You know, Clip Studio has a 3D program, and I think also for like animating and modeling and stuff like that. I think, and it's just like I've never seen somebody use that to do that, and I've seen like they have like figures and stuff like that for you to use as a reference, and there's a lot of 3D stuff in Clip Studio, but I've never really seen anybody use Clip Studio for 3D.
Are you sure it's not just like a thing to bring in 3D models and like use them as reference? It might just be that.
It might just be that. I might be mistaken.
I'm just wondering because, some things like what's it? Adobe Photoshop has like a thing where you can bring in 3D models, of course, but
it's probably that.
Adobe also has like a bunch of other 3D applications under the Adobe brand. But
hey Jinx, you're gonna like what PJ said here.
What?
Love the script.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, PJ. I appreciate that a lot.
That's great. Awesome.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Man, I'll always remember that friggin' video.
I want to do more. I want to do more. I do. I just, I need to write something that seems compelling to me. I haven't.
Right.
I've pitched some things that it's like, man, I'm trying to find the idea that fits right.
Man, I will always remember that teaser video. It's always specifically the, hi, I'm Tails from Tails Adventure Armada. As our project moves forward, we on the dev team are...
Me, I'm on the dev team. That's right.
We on the dev team are working towards a functional demo in the near, highly vague, suspiciously unspecified future. Yeah, I guess I could pitch myself. I wrote the script for a video we did, outreaching for animators, which was semi-successful. But the video itself is quite good. So,
well, people love the video, whether or not they joined the project. It had nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's on this YouTube channel.
Yeah, you can go check it out. Right?
Yeah. I'll link it actually. Videos. All right. If we're allowed to post links here.
Usually it's certain.
It should be, right? I know I can.
Certain people have been given access. What is the word?
Mods?
I guess mods type thing. The people with the wrench name, but I don't know if you have that.
Yeah.
I can put it up there.
You'd have to copy and paste that because it didn't make it a hypertext link.
Go in at all?
Yeah. Like it let me.
Oh, you put it in the. Oh, what script? Oh, I got it. Don't worry about the script. The script is not available to the public. Keep all of that under wraps. But the video itself.
Yeah, just link to the frickin' drive.
Yeah, link to the drive. Also, all of our data is on there. Don't worry about it. Just don't take anything. You're on your honor. Honor system, you guys.
Honor system.
It should be. Amazingly, it's not. Oh, right. Go to playlist. Outreach.
I could have sworn he just said emotional out.
Oh, it is very emotional. You guys are about to see. I hope you can handle it. It's not for the faint of heart. Very, very strong, powerful piece. You might start crying.
What? Sorry, I had to take a break. There you got it. Is that the link? Did you
there you go.
Yeah, put it in.
The real link. Yay, my linking abilities are trash.
I don't know why I didn't go in there. You just put the share button in there. I mean, maybe you don't have the ability to share and tell you, because usually when someone puts something in there, it gives me a little note going like, "Hey, someone trying to put this thing. Is that okay?" And I say yes or no. But when I use
Just
profanity,
copy and pasted
Whoa!
it. I copy and pasted the link, so maybe that was the problem. That's all I did.
I only just now realized this. I was messing around with the chat and I saw this little scissor area up there. I'm like, what is that? That's new. Apparently, you can save clips from YouTube streams just like you can on Twitch now.
yeah, I wonder why that is. YouTube's like, we need to be able to do that too. Of course you.
So that's the script I did, Mr. Quippy. This little short script. Also, my voice.
That is his voice.
My voice.
Stand-in voice for Tails.
Yeah, the way too deep voice for Tails.
The manly voice for Tails. Tails is 12 years old. He's a man.
He is the man.
Have this long
Hey,
As our
still gonna-
project moves
I'm still gonna give
forward.
it- I'm still gonna give it a try.
No, of course. But like, this is one of those things where it's like, I want everyone to have a chance. Audition. I don't want to be like, I don't want it to seem like we're being favoritist. So I do like your voice. Hey, oh,
Yeah, I think if I could work it out to sound just a little bit younger, it'd be like, I'd like it a lot, dude.
It's like, you just go up there and be like, "Hi, I'm Tails from Tails Adventure Armada."
Tails Adventure, or do like your best Patrick Warburton. What are you doing? I'm Tails from Tails Adventure Armada.
That's what I was actually thinking of that voice because it sounded like it. Yeah.
That's too big. That's
Yeah.
weird.
I can't do
Sylvester
it.
Stallone for Tails.
I can't understand it.
Hey,
Adventure Armada.
I'm Tails from Tails Adventure Armada.
Armada.
Oh, yo, Adrian! We did it!
Yeah, you have to say Adrian because
Hey, saw me.
it gets you into the voice. Hey, son.
Hey, yo, Adrian! I did it!
The ship's losing altitude.
You'll never hear the horns of freedom. What was it? The horns of Al Gore or whatever. That's my contribution to this evening's festivities. But yeah, we'll start opening up stuff like what's the word I'm looking for? Auditions for voice stuff. Like once the script, I think, is in a place where it can be read through, at least in the first part of the game. That's been my kind of a little I don't know. I can't think of the word that I'm looking for, but it's been the standard that I want to have, like that particular area. That way, when we do bring on voice talent, they have something to like
Personal
have
friends.
something to read.
Well, Mr. Quippy, it was a group effort. I wrote it and voiced it. Rodolus here made the models and the scene, and Rocket Pow animated it.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it was a
not
group effort. Yeah.
I think there might have been other. I don't know if there was other people, but those were the main.
Oh,
people
the main animator was Rocket Pow. He did get help from Lonely Fox.
Okay,
um,
okay. There's some Lonely Fox.
And I did the models for the characters, and the textures were done by Nico for that particular Tails model, and the set, I made that set, and I made that chair. And the cup of coffee and the simulation, I did that too.
Oh my gosh, he had to learn how to simulate liquid.
Simulation was awesome.
I was like, I wrote a cup of coffee in there. I didn't think it'd be a big deal.
Right? That's once again animation tax or simulation tax. I guess.
The animation tag. Yeah.
It's my sim tax.
It's like, I guess simulations go into animation tax, but figuring out how to solve those problems, that was fun. Like learning how to do it. Oh man, it's one of those things where like anything else like that's going to be more complicated because we're not making the game in Blender, we're making it in Unity. So
Yeah, if it was that hard to make like the coffee simulation, how are you guys gonna handle the ocean or
well,
underwater
it's
sequences?
not hard to do a coffee simulation. It was just a thing I was learning how to do, right?
Right.
And I've done simulations before. It was just a matter of going to the right YouTube tutorials and then figuring it out from there, how to color it, make sure it didn't. Oh, and parenting the cup to Tails' hand so it didn't just what's the word I'm looking for? It didn't like get left behind when he moved it. Like that was.
I look at like I look at like 3D models like now in like animation and stuff like that, and I see like characters. I mean, I don't always think about this, but sometimes I think to myself like a character say grabbing a cup. It's not like 2D art where you can just like have a character and then just draw the cup separately and have everything form perfectly.
No.
You have to like.
You need 2 cups
just,
first of all.
One
sitting on the desk and one that's going to be in the character's hand, but it's invisible.
And then and then you have to worry about clipping.
I would like to know who broke the textures in the video.
That was a joke that I think we added as we were going through the process. It was like the idea that as things got more and more broken, like we would just change out the textures. So we just created a I think that was something that Rocket Pow did, or no, I did it. And I just set it so that after he gave me the animated file, I just sort of keyed the textures to switch out whenever the whenever something happened, like at certain particular times. And that video was not rendered in Eevee, or it was rendered in just the OpenGL, right? It wasn't like specifically rendered. It was just that's what it looked like in the workspace. So I thought that was pretty cool that it wasn't like a big crazy animatic that we made.
You guys to render.
No, it didn't take very long at all because it was OpenGL. OpenGL does a frame in like immediately. It just renders what happens to be there. So it took seconds to render the frame, maybe a couple of minutes. Like the thing that took the most time is actually our oldest video, the Tales Adventure Armada promo teaser that I made, that we made way back before Jinx even joined the project. Actually, before we had a writer or anything, we wanted to get people interested in the project, and it was this big to do because I was like, we're gonna make this really cool. We're gonna make a big impression on the fan community. Like we're making like this really cool, quasi cinematic video game experience, and that was rendered in cycles.
A cinematic narrative experience.
Yeah, I hate hearing that crap. But yeah, so like that took a while longer. It was more involved. It looks worse actually, but that's cycles for you. It'll make things more cinematic, but it'll take longer to render. That thing took weeks. Like the whole planning phase, all the work that went into the modeling, the animation, trying to get the animations from the animator at the time, because Rocket Pow wasn't a part of this project either. It was just a lot of work. Let's see. Wait, you can make games in Blender? You used to be able to make games in Blender. Blender used to have a game engine. They've deprecated it because no one was using it because it was kind of hard to use. No one wanted it. But there was a game engine for Blender.
I still laugh every time I hear throw the cup and it's way too loud of a glass break.
Yeah, we actually increased the sound of it because you guys were like, oh, what if it was like just this big loud like it went off screen but there was no sound. Then we just added that sound effect. Man, we can make a video.
Oh man, I'm thinking like I know the number thing about rendering. I know the numbers are out there. How long do you think it takes to render like a single frame of a Marvel movie?
Well, it depends. Like if it's obviously a visual effects shot.
Yeah, I'm talking like something like the scene of like Thanos' ship traveling through space near the beginning of Infinity War.
Probably a while because it's designed. They render it not just for the aspect ratio and they render it for a certain aspect ratio. They render it for the people to see it on TV,
like 2, right?
But they also rendering it so that it can be in 4K and all that kind of stuff. So it's really high definition and like I don't know.
Probably running on supercomputers.
These things sometimes take days for singular frames, but of course it's days of computer time, which means that they're rendering a bunch of different frames simultaneously rather than just one at a time. So it's not like when you go hit Blender and go to render video or something like that where it just does one at a time. They're doing multiple. It's kind of more like a render farm situation, like what's it called? Sheepit, the render farm that we used for our Tales of Adventure Armada teaser video. Where it just sort of renders all the frames pretty much at the same time, but there's a bunch of different computers working on different parts of it. Wait, you can make games in Blender? Okay, I'm in the Ocean Raid. A whole day. For the ship, a month. Okay. In material view? I don't know what you mean by material. I might have missed the context for that particular comment.
What's like your least favorite thing about special effects? What's like your least favorite like Marvel movie special effects like pet peeve? Like your
like
least
pet peeve?
favorite thing about? Yeah,
Like any
when
one
it
of
comes to
them, or just
special-
like
when it comes,
in general?
when it comes to special effects, like generally anything.
I don't know. Ang Lee's the Hulk.
I'm talking more like MCU. Ang Lee Hulk.
That's just Ang Lee Hulk. I can only think of that's like the worst looking thing. I guess the
think,
fact
like-
that they don't age very well sometimes.
I'm talking about like for me, like the two major things for me
Yeah.
is the overuse of like just blurred flat background to create a fake depth of field effect on a green screen, and sometimes the green screen is really bad.
Sure.
Like you remember that scene in Spider-Man: Homecoming after he pulls the ship together and Iron Man shows up and they're sitting talking about how you don't need the suit or whatever. That green screen is not that good.
And I do not remember that scene. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I have not seen it in a long time. I can't. I don't have like a catalog of Marvel scenes that bother me. So
I feel like it's just like generally the overuse of CGI. The fact that Nick Fury doesn't even hold like a prop gun in No Way Home, he holds a stick. Like he's literally holding a stick with like some sort of tracker or like bulb or something on it, and they CGI'd a gun into his hand. It's like, why? It's like,
well, somehow that was cheaper. I don't know.
it's like, and I think like my biggest pet peeve because of how meaningless it is the fact that they decide to go in and like digitally remove all of the wrinkles and CGI over Spider-Man's suit in all of his movies. I'm like, what are you doing?
Well, they're getting rid of the wrinkles. They want it to look a certain way. And honestly, the third-party CG studio that they contracted, they're not gonna say, "Yeah, no, we're not gonna do it." Like, you're gonna pay us for that? Heck yeah! You want us to do this kind of weird Photoshop job? Like a lot of what CG is, anyway, is that kind of editing stuff out of CG.
Oh yeah,
Like cleaning up the sky, cleaning up a shot. You know?
and then like billions of different layers of particle effects.
Now that
You know-
I think about it, Marvel Studios powerful. Yeah, they had a whole bank of computers, like a whole render farm. They didn't use one. But of course, when it comes to rendering the shots while they're happening, yeah. But wonderful thing about doing those kinds of things is they are composited together. They did not put it all together at once, because that no computer would have been able to do it. There's just too many things happening. They do got the budget for. What were you saying?
Okay, so question, Rodolus. Would one single frame of Avengers Infinity War being rendered on your computer blow it up?
I mean, my computer might just stop working. It would just sit there, frozen, and I'd have to turn it off, but it probably would just be broken. I don't know. Like it depends on like what's in the shot. Like once again, the Tails, like going back to our teaser trailer, that was not rendered all at once. Like the file would have been too big to put into Sheepit, because Sheepit only takes 500 megabyte files, compressed. Like it has to be compressed at the size of 500 megabytes, and so there's only certain things that can be done in the shot. So I sent a render that was a pass of the background where the buildings and the surrounding mountainside were, a pass that was just Tails standing there, a pass that was just the ship by itself with all the same lighting, so that of course the lighting would match. And then you send all of those things as separate things. They all have the same number of frames. They get rendered out, and then you're able to kind of sort of put them together after the fact in a video editor, like of Photoshop, not Photoshop, I'm sorry, Adobe Premiere or something like that. And then you layer on the sounds and that kind of stuff. So yeah, you never really render everything at once anyway. You render like even in the same, if you were to do all that stuff in the same shot, you would have Blender set up where it would render one layer and then the other layer and then the other layer, and then you would composite those things together after the fact. That way you don't tax your computer too much. It doesn't have to render everything. It just has to remember the light, render the light passes, which it's baked in, so it has those. So yeah, like my computer could never render any one of those Marvel scenes, but it might be able to render something in the foreground. It would take forever. But then it could also render something in the background after the fact, and then after the fact, render something else in the midground. It would be like they slice these things up on purpose, because like even with their big computers, they couldn't do it all at once. Let's see here.
Amy looks like she's wearing a ninja suit.
A little bit. I can see that. I can understand where that's coming from.
What is it? I'm thinking. I think my least favorite thing when it comes to special effects in Marvel movies is the like color grading, where everything always looks desaturated.
I want you emotional right now. Take the colors out of the scene.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just like you even compare like Avengers 1 to the team up shot of all of them spinning around or whatever. And then you compare it to Avengers Endgame, which is the exact same footage they reused, but they just color grade it and mute it and make it look all dull.
No.
Like the only exceptions to like being super colorful movies in the MCU are, I think, Guardians, specifically the second one, and Ragnarok.
Well, like yeah, that was a whole aesthetic thing they were trying to go for, like that nice retro future vibe. They wanted it to be like a comic book, very bright, colorful. I think it's really like it's down to the cinematography, like or maybe it's not cinematography, it's the colorist. I don't know whose job it is for real, who makes that call, like, hey, I want this to look this way, and it's for reasons, I guess it's the director, and then the director says, hey, make it look like this, and he's like, that's a little too dark. Yeah, well, I'm trying to evoke emotions. Like, what emotion is that? Disgust?
Yeah, like you think about like the airport battle in like Civil War and how like ugly it looks. Like it's an awesome scene, but it just like from a glance, like it just kind of looks dry.
Interesting. Like legit, don't usually think about that, but maybe I have noticed it, but I just didn't pay attention to it. I think. That too big a muzzle for Amy? Oh, you know what she's missing? She's missing her flower. Can't see her ears.
I'm gonna see if I can pull up a comparison between the Avengers shot, because that's where it's probably at its most clear.
Okay, we're gonna do something before we get done tonight. I'm gonna put in her eyes and fade smooth. Save. I mean, putting in her eyes is gonna make her look weird because you won't have eyelids, but where we're going with the head so far, this feels too weird. Needs to kind of taper its way up there. Like, what the heck? Was that always like that? Did I do that recently, or is it? I didn't know that it was. That's. I can. Oh. Yeah. Wow, it's 4:27. I was like, I'm gonna do a 2-hour stream today. 4 hours, almost 5 hours. Not that I'm complaining. I'm actually happy to be not held to like a 6-hour standard or something like that, and then I can go longer if I want to. Oh, it's a mess and a half, my guy.
What is that?
What?
Her neck? Her neck? Is
In
that
the
her
bottom
neck?
of her head. I didn't realize that
Bottom of her
I hadn't brought it together. It was like there was some pieces that I left out, and I didn't realize that. I'm sort of going back.
I just
and
threw it
filling
in,
in.
I just threw it in the muties, like a shot comparison. The
Uh-huh.
top's the original movie, and then you have Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, it does look a lot darker.
Now, one of the reasons why it looks a lot darker, because this is Avengers, the first one. It was kind of it had like that kind of shot for TV look. It was brighter across the board, and a lot of people did not like that. Like it feels like a TV movie, not a movie. But I mean, Avengers Endgame. Wait, hang on. Oh, right, because they went back and they recreated the scene. Like what? Yeah, no, it's definitely a maybe a copyright strike for this. No, yeah, they definitely wanted it to look more cinematic, and sometimes cinematic movies are less saturated than this. Not to defend or decry that. I'm just saying that I heard, or I was watching a review and someone was like the colors were very much like a TV movie. It didn't feel like it was made for cinemas. And like I didn't know or care about that when I first saw Avengers though back in 2012. I thought that was freaking amazing, and I was like, oh, at the entire thing. Who's the purple guy at the end? That was where my head was at. Not
who's the purple guy? I mean the blue guy. The purple.
The turquoise man? Is he important? Not for a while, no. Am I gonna see him again?
I love how I love how you go to like Avengers 1 or Guardians of the Galaxy, and Thanos looks nothing like Josh Brolin.
That's fine. They hadn't cast him yet. They just were.
Did they not cast him? Was he not voiced by Josh Brolin at that time?
I don't know who was. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe they did, but I feel like I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Thanks. But I just don't know. I guess that's the answer that I have. I do not know.
Oh, Rodalis, you got a classic question. What was your first model?
Oh, my first model was my favorite character in all time, Sally Acorn. I worked on her back in 2014 when I was getting into Blender. I wanted to work on something that I liked, Sonic characters, and so I was like, I'm gonna make a video with Sally Acorn in it. Or I was trying to create a version of the Sally model that what's her name? Wow, can't think of her name. The
was it Draw Lover Lala or
not
Zoda?
Huh?
Was it Draw Lover Lala or Zoda or Joadoc or something?
Not Joadoc, not Draw Lover Lala. Those are, I do like their art styles. I don't do models. Joadoc does do models, but Draw Lover Lala does not. I'm thinking about what's her name. She did models for Archie Comics actually back when they were still running.
Not Evan Stanley. That's a writer.
No,
I'm thinking.
He's also a character artist too.
Yeah.
Ooh. You know who I'm talking about, maybe.
It's not Tracy Yardley.
Not
no.
Tracy. She got in a fight with the dude, Aaron Weber.
Oh my god, I can't remember their name.
Got a Discord server that I'm on, for crying out loud. WAH. I'm just gonna go there. Rafa Knight, my goodness. Rafa Knight.
There we go.
Or Ellis's Knight, that kind of stuff. I saw her model, I'm like, I want to make that model. I want to make a model like that model. But I don't want her legs to be as wide. So I was like, I started working on it, and I started making a model of Sally Acorn, and that was my first character model that I ever completed, and I will show you that model in a moment.
Got in a fight. Yeah. Oh man, the Raphanite thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go back over that mainly because I don't really understand all of it, and I don't particularly. But the like such low stakes. Someone give.
It was an artist complaining about was it like her it wasn't her rates. It was like
it was like her payment on or her involvement with certain things, something like that.
Some was Sega.
Yeah, it was something. Let me see. This is my first model, the Sally Acorn T-pose. I released this back in, well, it doesn't say, but like it used to say the year. Yeah, actually, I put this out in July 2015, but I know I started working on it in like 2014. I spent a while on it. Yeah, so this is the model that I made. He's very flat. I started using the what's it called, the tutorial that I told you about, the Tim Burton character. So I started with a square like they suggested. I made the hands and all that kind of stuff.
I love old Sally has such a ugly charm.
So really ugly charm, you said. And then I would just try to shop that around into different groups, and then I started making more of them. These are the same model, and then I upgraded her looks, and then I made Fiona as well. Fiona's a newer model, so she was actually better made than Sally was. And I just started making character models from there on, you know? And more, and this was my first Sonic attempt. I called it Zombie Sonic because
This,
garbage.
this was this was back when all your characters had square heads, right?
Yeah, they were all square head models. I even did an Amy model. I never put it anywhere, right? But that was my first
You
attempt at
still have
Amy.
it?
I don't know where it is. I actually can't find it on my computer. I think it was I used to make all this stuff on a laptop that I had. And then that laptop broke. So I only have some of my files that I was able to salvage, but like this one I could not find, and I don't know what I did with the Amy model that I studied. There it is. It was like all the character models that I had at the time. I had Antoine and a version of Bunny that I had done, and Sally, a rework of Sally that I had done. Because this was like, no, it wasn't the rework. It was the same one.
Wait, is that the old Amy model?
Yeah, this is
that
the old
in
Amy
that
model.
image?
That's the old Amy model. Yes. From this angle, she doesn't look that bad. But she's not good. She's not a good model. But there was just there was some problems with it. I just never finished her, and then I lost her, and then he had the same boots as Antoine actually. I just was reusing parts. But yeah, so that was like the early days of my work, and then anything with then I learned about one of my first simulation runs where I was like, what if this was gonna be Nicole, but I didn't have a Nicole model, so I just like, what if there was like, that's Nicole, like say her handheld, and it's supposed to turn into Sally. It was supposed to turn into Nicole, but I didn't have, like I said, didn't have the model, but I just had this thing sort of slowly transform from particles. God, how slow that runs. Anyway, yeah, no, I've been trying things for a while and whatnot, but I've been making character models for a bit, and this is my new Rotalus and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, next to my old Rotalus, and I recolored them. The texture, the model, the drawing was done by Rock and Pow, but the model I did that. In any case, eldest, first Sonic model did not look like something you would see in your mind. At least your first Sonic model did not look like something. Are you sure? My nightmares are pretty square. But yeah, so that is that is a little trip down memory lane. But that was my first model.
Rectangle.
I have an irrational feel of squares. But yes, that is
The right angles are too sharp.
they're too sharp. What are you gonna? I can't be around those. Dangerous. How long does the Z-axis connect?
I never realized how new Rotalus is taller than the old one.
I don't know if he's supposed to be, but that's just how it turned out. Because honestly, the new Rotalus is about a meter tall. Because I've started using smaller models. Like when I started doing Blender models, they would start about this big, but this is huge. In the Blender scale, like, actually no, it's not that big. They used to be like way out here. Down here, this is about a meter tall. This head right here is about, according to Blender, I guess it doesn't really matter. Scale is 0.422 meters. So right now, that's kind of how it would start, and then I'd make the whole body, and then that'd be it, right? But now I'm trying to make sure things are the right size. So when I'm done with this, I'm actually going to scale it down a bit, so that, and I'm going to bring in Tails to make sure it's the right size, because Amy's supposed to be a little bit taller than Tails in our game. But make sure that Tails is 90 centimeters, Amy will be about a meter tall, or something like that. And sort of keep them size consistent. Back then, it was the Wild West. Every model was like just huge. And
oh my god, you know what? I did a similar thing where back when my old art is comprised of canvases that are way too freaking big.
Yeah, they just take up all this space. They're like megabytes in size. It's like, you don't need all that. What did you do with all that?
I don't need all those pixels.
You're not gonna use it. You're gonna export a 1980 by 1920 by 1080 image in the world. Like
8K.
Okay.
You want your 8K image of your drawing.
Oh, that.
Upscale? Hell no.
Crap. Crap. Make that a little less boxy, her hair here. Kind of makes you not so flat on the sides. Organic hair-shaped hair. How's your hair shaped? It's pretty good.
What do you think Sonic would work at? Like,
Sorry.
if Sonic had a job, where do you think he'd be best fit?
Delivery boy.
Amazon delivery boy?
Really, where else are his skills even used? Like, in a world where Eggman wasn't an evil person doing bad things, Sonic might be the villain. Not like a super villain, but just like a dude causes trouble because he's bored.
Just an asshole.
He's like, I'm fast. Nah. I'm gonna go fast.
If you could have regular jobs, he would be he'd be an Olympic runner and just win everything. Or he'd be let's say, a basketball player, a baseball player.
Yeah, like he would
Right,
win.
it's like, is he allowed to do these? I don't know.
He has no abilities to work anywhere because he kind of outdoes everybody at everything that he does.
Like he's overqualified everywhere he works.
And that creates conflict for the character.
Sonic tries to work a 9 to 5, and he doesn't have where to live, but he can't get a job.
Where
because
would
it's
you
stupid.
be without me, Sonic?
One thing.
Without someone to fight against. You, the villain. You need me.
Every time there's like a car chase going on, you could just say, "Hey Sonic, there's a car chase in this area. Go stop them." He'd be like, "Wow."
Go put a boot on that car while it's moving. That's not good.
No, but no, then he'd kill people.
Kill people. That's not okay.
You know what? You know, we're thinking about this. Sonic movie is thinking about this too.
Yeah, well, obviously they did that. Sonic wants to be a hero. Blue Justice.
To be a hero, but his style of heroism isn't fit for this world. And then Eggman shows up. It's like, yes, that's
this
what
is
he's
the
meant
kind
to do.
This is the kind of villain
Yeah.
that you can work with.
Eggman gives
Yeah.
my life purpose.
Yep.
All right, so I think we're good there. I think. Let's go ahead and take a look at the concept.
2 hours later.
Boy, I want to add the notes. It's always something else. Something to do with the
Totally.
eyes anyway.
You're gonna be like, should I add the nose? Should I add the eyes? Let me add the torso and
Yeah, just
the
do the whole
lower
thing.
half.
Like the goal is to work on this as much as possible, and then
rad,
come back. To
we
it.
got the model. Well,
Yeah, we're
how
done.
about we color it?
I'm gonna do the textures now. Let's see. Oh, it would be cool to see. I will post it. You gonna post in Discord? Hey, Rotalist 2, what is it?
His first Sonic model, I think.
Oh, yeah, feel free. Are you in this? Are you in the Discord?
I
Because
mean,
you are allowed.
if you're not, it's in the description, right? Just
Yeah, it's in the description. Just go into the description and you can join the. I'm sorry if I don't recognize your name from anywhere. So if you're in the Discord server, my bad. But if you're not, yeah, you can just go into the description. It's at the bottom there. That's our. Well, actually, it's one of the options. The Discord server. You can join, and you can start posting things into the content posts, that kind of stuff. We'll take a look. Yeah. Yep. Well, if you're already in there, sorry, I did. We're gonna try to keep an eye on the folks in the server. Okay. So, eyes, just a plane, just a little plane. Eyes. Shift a mesh. We're gonna make a plane. That is the plane that will be Amy's eyes. We're going to down at it real quick. Hit some Control R to make some loop cuts so that we can shape it. Well, shouldn't need much more. In fact, it might be too many, or more than. Actually, since I'm gonna break these in half because they'll be together, but they'll be like I don't know how they do it in the games to kind of mask that kind of stuff, but when people rip the model files, they are separate planes. They're not the same plane. And I think that's what we're gonna do. But honestly, if they were
why would they need two planes for separate
so they can
eyes?
control it. They can control the eyes separately, so they're not just like stuck together. Even though typically eyes do move together around, but you want to have that kind of fine control over it. This is one of those things that, you know.
What do you think are the best and worst models in any of the Sonic games? Like when it comes to the character models, like Sonic himself or something.
Worst models. I feel like it's not worst in that it's like bad models in general, but worst in that they were used for cutscenes. The character models from Sonic Riders, just because in the cutscenes, in the gameplay, it doesn't matter. You can't see their faces or any of that stuff. You're looking at the back of them, and you're looking at like they have big hands, big feet, and all that kind of stuff, so that your eyes are drawn to them. That works. But when they're in the scenes, they look ridiculous.
Yeah, because they're all weird and long and
they're weirdly lengthy.
out.
So I would think if I had to go with a worst models types, it would be those, and then I think close second would be the Sonic 06 models, just because they are pretty much all the same model, like Shadow Sonic and Knuckles, and probably
Are they?
Silver. Yeah, the same body.
Really? What?
Like, maybe it's like with some edits, but I feel like they have the same like assets when they were made. They're textured differently.
Wow.
They look the same if you look at them. I could be wrong about that, but I don't feel like they did. They put in the effort, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, that or they couldn't.
They couldn't because the game was like, you have 2 weeks to make the AAA game for the Sonic's 15th anniversary. They're like, you're joking, right? No. How do I work here anymore? Legacy employee, you have no choice.
We always have a choice. You had a choice when you killed my uncle.
Wait. Oh, right. It's confusing now a little bit. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Cut this in half.
Every time I look at like Spider-Verse, either the first movie or specifically like the sequel, I look at like all that going on, and I'm like the line between where the 3D and the 2D is in that freaking movie is like blurring so much.
It's pretty fantastic.
It's so good.
Oh, something I gotta. Okay, whatever. Anyway, just remember. It made me sad.
No, I have to work.
I'm not really sad about it. Like, that's fine.
I'm thinking, okay, specifically looking at Amy from this angle, I'm looking at like the outline of what Destiny made, like a little bit of her line art, like coming through to the quills and everything, and like outlining the model, and it made me think, like, what if you guys added like an outline to all the models, make them stand out, give it like that line art kind of like 2D edge look to it a little bit.
I mean, it's not out of the question. We really haven't discussed whether or not we'll do that with the models. We're really working on like, how it should be lit and how the game should look. It's, once again, a thing that you can do in Unity, and definitely you can do in Blender. I actually know how to do it in Blender and have done it in Blender with a recent commission that I did. I'll have to show you guys
like,
that.
It's like surprise.
Surprise! Huh?
No, it's like surprise. Spider-Verse 2 is actually being made entirely in Blender.
That would be a surprise. Not that you couldn't. It's just that's a surprise. What? That you guys would have spent a little more money on that. This is kind of small. Larger version. Wonder if it even stands out here.
Wait, do you not have the original file?
I do have the original file. I just didn't want to go looking for it. But yeah, with that, you can see that the black outline. Can you see that? I don't know. Take a look. find it. Western predictions.
Oh, the Sonic model is he put what is it? Quivy here put his model in a general chat.
Oh, cool.
That's neat.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, cool. You had some skills right there. My first Sonic model I ever made. Oh, it's horrible, but this was. I know it. But you know what? That's what you start off not knowing what you're doing, and then you figure it out, get a little bit better at it.
I mean, this isn't bad for a first attempt.
Yeah, it looks like it
Yeah,
was like
definitely.
deliberately on the hands. It looked like the Sonic Heroes hands.
Yeah, and then I look at like the body and the head, and it looks like Sonic Adventure Sonic.
Yeah, not a bad job, man. Anyway, here is the here's that Fiona model. You can see that there are black. I have a lot of extra crap in here, but the black lines around everything, they're actually, it's just like it's an extra layer on top of herself that actually creates that look. How you would do it in Unity would be different, but it's this is like a solidify modifier that was applied, and then that solidify modifier was made black and see-through on one side, opaque on the other, so it gave a sort of a transparent look. It was like, once I figured it out, it wasn't complicated, but it.
No, I always love that look. I always.
Yeah, it's not a bad look. You'd have to make your whole game around it. Not impossible one. Something that on the team as we work on things, trying to make. And of course, in order to do that, to have that discussion, we need models. So I'm gonna finish up Amy models and Tails models and around with those concepts going forward.
Ooh. Oh, for a hot second, Sonic the Hedgehog was trending on Twitter. I hope maybe that helps this.
Maybe when I put out the VPL work
Report what?
VPL progress report card. A thing I used to do at the end of all of my streams. I would put it out onto the Twitter like, here's our VPL progress report, variable productivity live stream progress report, because it was how much productivity did we have on that day? What did we get done, right? And then I would just post it out there, and then maybe with some links, not links, hashtags, get it trending over there, and people be like, oh, that's related to the thing that I was already looking at.
So, Rodol's point of view, imagine this in your brain for a second. Point of view, Tails Adventure Armada, you open Twitter and it's trending. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm feeling great, but I'm also worried because now people are expecting things from me. like what? Why are we twinning?
Something horrible
What
happened.
Sega has launched a cease and desist a lawsuit against Tails Adventure Armada. Like, oh shoot! But
And the developer has ceased to reply.
sorry, what'd you say?
Some popular streamer pointed us
Some
out.
popular streamer picked it up. They're like, oh man, you guys should try out Tails Adventure Armada. It's so great.
Cool, like billions of
That's the
people
guy.
watching it.
This was like,
Now, don't worry about this demo. It's not really a demo. It's more like a terrible jumping simulator. Don't worry about that. All the ideas are cool.
Yeah.
You should endorse this.
Jacksepticeye just shows up and starts streaming the prototype.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
ew.
This is amazing.
This is amazing. This is my favorite. Tails has always been my favorite character. He never gets enough recognition. No, it's always Sonic, or Shadow, or Blaze, or Amy. But that's about Tails. What am I doing? Legit trying to do it. Bad.
I'll tell you one thing. This is incredible. Oh, this is.
All right, Keith Rousel.
Game of the year.
Can you explain what a VPL report card is? It's really just a post-stream post. Like, I post that we're having a stream in the morning, like at 12 o'clock. Like, we're doing a stream, guys, come on in. And at the end, it's just like a picture or like, you know, some of what we did, what we accomplished during the stream. Next time, and it's just sort of like it's just like, I guess like a bookend for the stream. Like, here's what we're gonna do. Like the stream tweet had a picture of Amy's concept art in it. The progress report is gonna be like a picture of the model that we made from the concept art, or the not concept art, but the turnaround. And it'll give people that feeling of there's there's something going on, right? There's a progress being made, and that's what VPLs are all about. They're variable productivity live streams, so they're really just they're excuses for us to talk and have fun while we're getting work done. So we can do both, you know? It's like doing your homework, but like a study party almost. And
Not even that. It's
like
when you do your homework, but you have like rock music, like in your headphones or something like that.
Yeah, but it's a much more social event.
So you can't really focus, but you're trying to.
Yeah, and I'm focusing more than I thought I was. I was having issues before, but like right now, I'm feeling pretty good about this, where we're going here. We're going to come to an end on the stream maybe in the next couple of minutes. But, like, well, once I get done with the nose...
And Ronald is like, oh, I used to stream for like 5-6 hours at a time. I do not want to do that.
Well, I don't want to do it as a rule, right? I'll do it, and I said this earlier, I'll do it if it just feels like I'm in the zone, you know, and I'm feeling like I'm making some progress.
Was it ever a rule, or was that more like a self-imposed thing that you just kind of did back then?
It was a self-imposed rule, yeah. Something that I did because I wanted to work on the character models and showcase the project and what we were doing on miles per hour.
Yeah.
And now we're doing this, and these are great because they get people engaged, they show people what we're doing, they allow people to ask questions, and we're able to do all this kind of stuff, kind of like in a community sense, and it's really useful for that purpose. Let's do it real quick.
Bring everyone together during the holiday season and beyond.
And beyond. So yeah, it's really just about. So that's what the VPL report card is. Like, hey, thanks for watching. If you were here, you'd have seen us do this. And that's basically what it is. Tune in next time, and you won't miss it, you loser. That's,
next week.
Really trying to hit you with that FOMO, really.
Next time, in another 6 months.
It won't be another 6 months. Like,
I mean,
I burned out. This is why we didn't do.
I mean, here's the thing. FOMO is like the basis of all freaking advertising. Like, even when you watch like a Marvel movie is coming out, or like anything, like a comic book, like a new installment, like a cliffhanger or something like that, it's FOMO. It's FOMO.
Yeah, you feign. What is that called? You feign rarity.
Yeah,
or
of course, these are freaking rare.
Fame rarity, or fame like this. Like if you don't do it now, you'll miss it somehow.
Why now?
Yeah, if
Well,
you
surprise
grind
last.
It's not even just under like a time limit, right? Like you have like the continuation of like, say again, like a comic book. You have a cliffhanger, and then the next issue comes out. It's like, I don't want to miss my chance to read this. I need to read this.
I don't read it immediately. Then my friends will tell me about it on Twitter, and I hate it.
Recognize
somebody
when
will spoil it for you in a grocery store.
Oh yeah, that'll also
recognize
happen.
when you're being exploited in some way like that by advertising anything, then you'll be a lot better at resisting stupid temptations. Like,
You know, I feel like
you can do anything. There's an endless supply of limited opportunities. So endless supply of what was that? I said this a long time.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Endless supply of coupons or limited quantity things. Damn it, I had a really good word to say it. I can't think of it now.
Well,
Yeah.
You'll think of it
I
later.
mean, it makes sense. But I'm thinking
Don't worry
like
about it. There'll be something else that comes up. There always are people who are trying to make money.
Yeah. I'm thinking like I was thinking about your whole spoiler thing when people told you that Iron Man died in Endgame. I'm thinking
Spoilers
like if
for
somebody
Endgame, by
went
the
up to
way.
you in a grocery store, it's kind of a good thing that like the internet has been so obsessed with Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, and you've seen like say the Discord chat just flooded with garbage like that involving leaks and crap. That if somebody were to say in public, "Oh yeah, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are in the film," you don't know what context that's under, so you'll probably be fine.
No problem. No problem, Keith. Yeah, just, you know, can answer questions, that kind of stuff. Okay, so I've said it 1,000 times, but I really do. That's the
Is it? Is it?
shade smooth. Let's. Oh, right. Ooh, glad I checked that out. That does not look good. Fix that.
I never realized that. I look at the back profile of Amy, and it just makes it look like she has a screw in her ass, like she's a robot. Made of plastic.
Oh, I was like, what? But now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. A little area
The
for her
tail
tail or
thing.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And concept art before. That
Because it
You
blocks
get it.
your
blocks
Yeah.
the view and nose. We'll do the nose. That's about it.
Give her
Little
that nose. That's Sonic. Wait, does Amy have a Sonic nose?
No, she does not. She has a
No,
very
she
small
has a-
kind of button nose.
She has a little like button nose.
Yeah,
Then why
it's
do
supposed to
Shadow,
be
Silver, and
cute.
Sonic have long noses?
Male?
I don't know. That's
Yeah.
the only way. That's the only way I can explain it, because that's how all the male hedgehogs look. Tails does not have a long nose, short nose, but they're hedgehogs.
I was about to say that's a really weird way to determine gender, and then I realized I'd be a hypocrite for saying that. So whatever.
So that's the. I mean, I assume that's why, right? Because or maybe it's the way that they. I mean, I imagine the back spikes are a choice.
Yeah.
Because
that-
Sonic
that
has
would be-
dorsal spikes. Tails does. Amy does not.
Or
But
Sonic has
so does.
dorsal fins.
I mean, they're just backs. They look like dorsal fins, but yeah, they're just like spikes on the back on his back.
Now, is it like how is it formed like that though? Do you think Sonic like gels it? Because it's not like one singular spike. Because that's like his quills and everything.
It's
That's
all
like
of
his
his quills.
fur.
I
So is
imagine
that
these
like
people.
like a skin? Is that like muscle?
No,
What
it's
is that?
fur. So I imagine
Yeah.
like they kind of did it in the movie where they had like those kind of like longer or thicker spines intermixed with his thinner like hairs and that kind of stuff. It's like they form like almost like the skeleton of his hair, or maybe they gel it. Like maybe Amy gels her hair in order to get into that shape. And it didn't used to look like
I
that.
mean, we've already established that tails are prehensile, so maybe Sonic quills are the same.
Real quick.
Sonic goes around grabbing objects with quills. He just uses them too. He just uses them as limbs.
By 8x8 probably. All shape. Work with the even numbers though. Makes half and whatnot. Turd. Zoom in on the nasal. Scale again. Cut it in half. B. B is a great way to
have,
split vertices.
I'm gonna have a couple of Battlebird grunts see Tails fly, and they're just not gonna attack him. They're just gonna sit here and argue about how he does that.
Yeah, like
So
that was a straight up
he
thing
like-
out of Archie comics. So like, is that
how does he
illegal?
fit in Tails? Does he have like a little
Like a joint, like
a ball joint? Yeah, a ball bearing naturally formed. What is that? And the other like, I don't know.
I don't know. Do you think it's like maybe it's not Tails? Maybe he's wearing a harness and it looks like Tails.
Maybe it's like, does he like? How does he wrap his tails around themselves really fast? Does he just like twirl, like twist them up like a band, and then just sort of like let them spin? That sounds.
At some point, they
No,
run out of.
Does it like create an airfoil? He doesn't make his tail shape any different, does
They're
he?
just
I
round.
don't know. Maybe.
Maybe it's the Bernoulli effect. Not Bernoulli. What's that thing where you get like a cylinder spinning and it can create a
You know-
lift? It's like that.
Man, people talk about like Tails' tails being weird in the way they spin. I'm not even. I don't care about how he flies. I care about how he jumps, but his tail stay in place even when his body spins.
Oh,
Well, yeah, exactly. So oh,
his
that
tail's
one,
not
yeah,
part
that
of his
one.
body.
And like, that's, okay, so he's flying. How does he keep himself from spinning around? Because opposite. There's an equal to opposite reaction. His body should be spinning the other direction. There's no rotary. No rotary going on there. How does
I
he
think
keep
Tails'
himself
tails are
stable?
like maybe he is a kitsune, and Tails' tails are just magical, and they can like exist
magic.
without him.
Yeah, of course.
Like they can.
What else would result in death? Yes. I was questioning like, so he has a naturally formed barbarian for his tails. Like that would be disgusting, right? Is there a flange back there? There has to be. It has to be lubricated with what?
Oh.
So it's called VPL because
How does blood get from one side of his tails to the other, like the past the flange? How does blood get past it? What does it happen?
yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to read the comments. Okay.
I just like to think that Tails' tails are detachable.
I don't like to think that. I dislike that thought actually quite a lot. I feel like of all the thoughts that I've heard, I dislike that one the most. It's just like, what? I had to take them off and put them back on whenever I need them. Like a skink, like a little gecko. I can lose my tail.
I mean, the old Jazzwares figures let you take his tails out. Maybe it's staying true to the canon.
Oh no, tails. I feel like I want to bring it up here, but I don't want it to come out too far. So, maybe I can bring this out a little bit. Because she's supposed to have a small snout. It's not a big.
Like, what a freak!
What a freak!
Yeah. Oh, weirdo.
Says the bird that can't fly.
Does the bird
Yeah.
that cannot fly, but does anyway. Oh,
Clearly, his genetic mutation lets us judge his moral character.
grab this one.
Haven't you ever seen Rudolph? It's okay to be mutated.
Haven't you seen X-Men?
Maybe
It's
it is
okay
like-
to be a mutant.
Maybe it is like Rudolph. Maybe like his tails were given to him by like a goddess before she died, so he can stop it like a future curse from running across the land.
We are definitely not explaining why his tails.
That's
are
not
able
our
to
job.
make him fly.
We're making a fan game about Tails. We're just trying to have fun, trying to get
Yeah,
like
if
and
we
create
did that,
lore.
would be like the most contrived.
Yeah,
What?
very,
Like, which attention seeking.
Like, look at how-
weird. Look at how smart we are.
Look
Look,
how
how
cool we
important
are.
we are.
look at our lore that we created that doesn't matter outside of this game because it's not canon. Okay, let's see what that looks
How
like.
do you
on
put all
Tails'
those
face.
gold rings? You know what? I don't know. I keep forgetting that.
Objects.
I like to think that they just get sent to a pocket dimension or like absorbed by Sonic's like being or whatever and create
Hey,
like a
Rogue Rush
magical
2, I
force
posted
field.
my recent models. Now, all right, let's take a look at it. Hey, that's pretty good.
Yay!
Okay, I can see the improvements there. What did you do with the eyes? Are those separate objects or is that a texture? Not bad though. Like, how long have you been doing Blender? Like since the beginning to now, huh? You don't mind me asking.
Cartoon thing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
That's the answer.
Yeah, but that's what.
I want to see Tails start. I want to see Tails rotate his head 180 degrees.
Well, that's actually Tails' actual ability is the ability to rotate any limb on his body 180 degrees, well, 360 degrees,
Yeah.
Oh,
continuously.
We have a new Battlebird character who's obsessed with trying to
Figure out Tails.
experiment. Yeah,
It
experiment.
could just
on
be
Tails.
part
Actually,
of.
that would be
It could
something
just be
that he
part
would
of like
do.
Krokov's like downtime.
Yeah, it's to dissect them.
I would
That's
dissect
Tails works. I must know.
I must.
That'd be
I would
weird.
much rather not. What are you gonna do? Dissect me? No, no, no. That's far too wasteful. A vivisection would be much more educational.
I must know. Does he also have 2 hearts?
Too hard. Okay.
And Patrick went out.
Wait. He can rotate his limbs 360 degrees.
Let's scale this in. Really, I hope that's connected. Anyway, that's a little bit too Sonic-y for. There it is. That's the beginning.
Yay!
That's pretty
I
close
think it
to
looks
a...
really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, without the eyes, it looks like she's mean from the front without the eyeballs.
Oh yeah, you talk about the
Yeah, it looks like she's about to she's really mad at you.
oh, like mad. I see.
Yeah.
Well, oh boy, I could no, just zero textures right now because we're not doing textures right now.
Oh
We're
my
just doing
God.
models. Oh, this is enough for right now. Darn it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, feeling good about this. How do you guys feel about it, chat? Doesn't matter. No, I'm kidding. We're having a good time.
Pretty awesome start there, Roller.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you, Destiny, for the art. Really useful. Really, really good stuff.
Yes,
Really,
of course.
like, you know, you were concerned about certain things lining up, but it's a good place, and I think this is possibly the best Amy head I've ever.
How many have you made?
This is my third Amy head.
Oh.
Okay, what were you saying, Destiny? I'm sorry.
Oh wow. Like
Yeah.
it's your third one.
And the eyes are a separate model. So, oh, you're talking about your. I think just a year.
What's
into
like that?
Yeah, you'll get. Hey, man, keep it up. You're saying?
What about that mode thing that you do, like the view between like Amy's more like flat model head and like the one that makes it look more naturally curved, like a sphere?
Flat model head.
Like when you view her like with the concept art and everything, you switch between 2 modes. One that has like her head curve out more, and then one that like flattens things out. It looks like.
This is okay. So up here at the top left of my screen, I'm gonna kind of like circle it. That's
Yeah.
user perspective, and then when I hit the 5 or the 1 button, it defaults to orthographic view. So there's an orthographic view that makes everything kind of like straight on, like it's 2-dimensional. And whenever you go to one of the main modes, like say you hit the X up here, the left view, the right view, the front view, all that kind of stuff, that is naturally orthographic. But when I move the cursor around, when I hit the middle mouse button, click on it, and just sort of like move my cursor around like this, this defaults to perspective view. So now I'm in a perspective mode, so you can get closer to it and all that kind of stuff. But if I wanted to go, orthographic here, I just hit the 5 button in the center of the number pad, and it kind of makes it more flat. And it's useful to switch between them because, of course, this gives me a kind of like a gestalt forest of trees look, and this one allows me to focus on specific things that I'm trying to do. And of course, when you go into the camera mode, you can switch between perspective and orthographic view, so that you can get certain types of renders. Well, it's one of those things. It takes a while when you start doing models, like for real. At least for me, I've noticed when I did my first model, it took me months. Like it did not come out immediately. I spent a long time on it, like to do the head and all of the body parts, and figure out how to do textures, and then how to do shape keys, and how all those things came together. It took me, like I keep saying I started doing Blender in 2014. That picture of Sally is from 2015. It's just like the amount of time it took to get that first one out the door was a long learning process of trying to get it to look like that. It gets faster the more things you learn, the more stuff that you take in, but it is important to always be ready to take in something new and to improve on your last thing so it goes a little bit faster. Because I was able to do this in the last 5 hours, but this used to take days.
Oh man.
Or maybe not, I don't know. It's just, but it's a whole thing. and you get better over time.
So, Rodolus, how long do you think it would take a Disney animator or modeler?
Modeler, like a professional modeler, they wouldn't. First of all, the way I model is vertex editing, so I'm not sculpting anything like that. They would probably have sculpted this model, and it would have taken them maybe an hour or two, and they'd be done. But since I do vertex editing,
what's the difference between vertex and sculpt?
Sculpting is like kind of like, if you can imagine, like taking your hands with a piece of clay and like shaping things, grabbing groups of vertices at once and moving them into form. You need a lot of vertices to do that, of course. First of all, sculpting is high poly. What I'm doing right now, vertex editing, is relatively low poly, because I can, if I were to say turn off the subdivision surface for thing, make that not visible. That's what she looks like, right? It's not as bad as it used to be, because honestly, that still retains the shape of Amy's head. But the difference, though, is because I'm grabbing basically one or two vertices at a time, grabbing like small groups of small low poly models, sort of shaping them like that. Sculpting is basically like, if you can imagine a piece of clay in 3D. It's like taking a chisel, working it into the shape that you want it to be. It's a different method, and it's often, most of it, it's faster, but it's more complex, and it's more RAM hungry than what I'm currently doing, which might have been the reason I started doing this way. But yeah, vertex editing is slower.
VeraFX is in here.
Hey Vera, how's it going? VeraFX knows more about sculpting than I do, probably. Very good 3D modeler. An adjunct 3D modeler on this project. What's up? Y'all, what y'all up to? Nice. Yes, I was working on wrong button. Working on this Amy model. Started the stream, so we've basically been working on her from scratch, from some concept art done by Destiny, one of our concept artists. And feeling pretty good about the way she looks right now. It's actually probably closest to the way a Sonic model's supposed to look that I've ever done one. Because usually I do, like, the eyes would be way bigger, like way more out, like stretched out. But this is the beginnings of it. So that's good. Yeah, killing Rick right now. Rick does feel like you always find a new problem with the rig. I was working on a commission not too long ago. Still, I'm working on it, and it's the problems aren't the model, it's the rig. Always something weird, but whatever. I'm gonna start using
and will this person use that model for anything?
We'll see. Sometimes they do. They actually they're telling me right now that they're interested in releasing it to the community, so the community make things with it. It's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But it is the most gratifying thing ever. Like, you were talking about how it feels when someone makes a video out of your writings, Jinxed, or how Destiny likes someone making a model out of their 2D art. I love it when someone makes an animation out of one of my models. It's just like,
Yeah.
Even when it's,
look at you using the thing that I made.
when it's a more risque version of the character's head that you made, slapped onto a different body.
Probably.
Or when what's his name?
Not quite.
Oh shoot, Lombax made those monsters. I was like, oh, that's so cool.
We conceptualized some monsters and she drew them. So yeah, definitely. This is it feels good. Thank you so much, Vera. At the end of this stream, for real this time, because I said the stream was gonna go for about 2 hours.
Really?
It's gone about 5 hours. 5 hours and 17 minutes to be exact. Like, how about when you don't credit? Oh, well, that's not a great feeling. I think that happened like once. Someone took some of my art and they sort of used it as a thumbnail on one of their videos. I did reach out to them, and they did credit me after I told them to. But yeah, no, I imagine that. Not a good feeling. But also, like, it's so weird. Because it's like that weird middle ground. It's not a middle ground at all, but it's just like, oh, you noticed my art? But please reference that. Because, like, I'm not, like, a big name, and I don't need to be a big name. It's fun to see my stuff places, and a lot of the time when I make models and I make them available for free, I kind of want to see someone put it somewhere. It's just it never happens. So, yeah, we're gonna, like, one of the driving forces, like, whenever I make a model and then it gets animated and, like, all that stuff comes together, it just feels like, yeah.
becoming a real thing.
It's a
God.
real thing. It's coming together. So
Cool.
yeah. So that's all I think for this evening. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank for all of you guys out there in the chat. Speaking of which, wait, did I ever send you the scene one of our anime Robotnik chair model rollers came out? Oh, you may have. I think so. That's okay. So you're working on season 3, I'm assuming. Is that right? Because I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your name. But no, you did. I don't think you did. I don't think I got a scene. No, I'd love to see it though. Have a chance to send it over. I'd love to look.
Are we almost done with the stream?
The stream is over. So yeah, I was just about to do the thing. Thank you
Oh,
once
wow.
again
I'm
for
gonna
everyone
plug
for coming out.
Can I plug myself? Is that allowed?
Sure, you can plug yourself.
Yeah, that's great. I'm not going to introduce my name because you already heard it before, but if you want to know more, I can send links here, right? We were talking about that earlier.
You might be able to. If you can't, just I'll put them in.
Rad. So, what I do is I make art, and right now I'm making a comic book that, well, it's a one-off comic that may or may not sprout into something else depending on how big that gets. So if you want to look at that kind of stuff, I'm going to be posting updates on it regularly. I just released some promo art for it. Take a look at either this link is going to be in the chat in a second, or Rodel is going to put it in. Let's see.
We need like people like Cryo to do this for us. You
Oh,
don't
that's
care.
wonderful. Yeah, I'm doing it for myself, though, because I'm selfish. But no. Yeah, that's not an actual link. It's just a bunch of text. Let's see here. You can throw the link in there. But, yeah. So, click that link, or, you know,
put it?
type that. Rodolus will put it in, probably.
Where?
It's there, but it's not like it's not a link, is it?
No, there's nothing in
Or
here.
is it just,
I don't see
is
it.
it just text?
Oh,
Oh,
we
that's
don't see
weird
your
because I
post
see it.
or whatever.
That's really weird because I see it. Yeah,
you see it.
Varus
I
sees
don't
a link.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, that's
Oh.
weirred.
Let me reload
But
this
yeah,
page
no.
because maybe.
Yeah, I don't
That's
see it.
that's very strange. But no, let me just send that to you right now. But I work on comics. I'm making comics right now, and I plan to be releasing a full comic near the beginning of this year. I just sent you that, Rodolus. And if you want to look at that stuff, go to my Twitter account. You can look at some wonderful, pretty little comics. If you like cartoons and stuff like that, you'll like what I make, so check it out.
Right.
Yeah, thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you, Jinxed. Thank you, Destiny, for your wonderful artwork. Thank you, Jinx, for being here to help explain some of the lore and provide some color commentary. And thank you, chat, for coming out and checking us out. We are planning to answer your question. To do streams every other week, so every 2 weeks. So like the week after next, if not a holiday or something, you'll be seeing us again. Gonna try to continue working on this Amy model until we're basically done with it. So that's probably gonna go up till rigging some basic colors, because ultimately colors and textures are up to Max, whatever. And yeah, if just sort of check us out on Twitter. We're gonna try to put out more artwork and concept stuff, and maybe spend some more time in the
Maybe.
server. And I just need. But anyway, because I'm so busy and I'm at work, but y'all can go. Oh, you don't have a job, trial, but whatever. Thank you once again for coming. I have been Rodolus, and you have been wonderful. Goodbye.
See you guys later. See ya.